Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After confirming the 300,000 eddies payout, Carl, Jack, and Oliver dug into the mission details together. With a reward that high, they expected a wall of intel. Instead, the briefing was insultingly bare. "That's it." Oliver frowned at Carl. "You sure you didn't miss a page when you shared it?" "That's everything," Carl said. He reread the short description, then looked at Jack. "Thoughts?" Jack shook his head. "Feels messy already." "Same." The job itself wasn't complex. They were supposed to meet up with mercs hired by other fixers, work alongside the client's private security, and escort a VIP. The rendezvous was set for 9 a.m., 2 days from now. The escort route ran from the Arasaka waterfront shipping port in Watson to Campiki Tower on California Avenue. The whole thing needed to be wrapped within 2 hours. Straightforward on paper. But noticeably missing was any information about the client. No name, no description, no reason for the tight timetable. Combined with the fact that multiple unrelated merc crews were being thrown together, it screamed setup. 80% chance were the meat shields, Oliver muttered. Jack grunted. "Make that 100. They both turned to Carl, the one who always made the final call. He thought it over, then nodded. "We take it." A few reasons tipped the decision. It was their first serious job from their fixer. They needed the reputation. The money was good enough to justify the danger. And Carl had already worked one successful bodyguard gig. Doing it again wasn't a stretch. "Faraday said he'll pick us up himself," Carl added. Oliver scoffed. "So we risk our necks while he cruises around like our chauffeur and pockets his cut." "To be fair," Carl replied, "landing a contract like this for us is already worth a percentage. We're not exactly big names. Getting thrown onto a job that pays this much is impressive." His voice lowered a notch. "But if I find out he held back anything important, I'll kill him." Oliver didn't argue. Hiding information was the one unforgivable sin in this line of work. Corporal politics, fixers, and red flags. Oliver leaned back. "One thing doesn't add up. Why are we meeting at the Arasaka waterfront? That place is off limits unless you're Arasaka staff. Are we escorting one of their people?" "Probably." Jack didn't care. "As long as they pay, I'll babysit whatever corpo wants babysitting." "No, listen," Oliver said. "I told you before, guys from 6th Street take jobs for Faraday all the time. And they all say he's tied to Militech. Now, we're escorting someone connected to Arasaka? On Arasaka turf?" Jack paused. Carl stayed quiet. Everyone knew the history. Arasaka and Militech weren't just rivals. They'd fought an entire war across the globe. A fixer with rumored Militech ties stepping foot into an Arasaka job? Dangerous, if not outright suspicious. "It is weird," Carl admitted, "but we don't have enough info to do more than speculate. We take the job, do the job, get paid. Corpo drama isn't our problem." "True." Oliver relaxed a little. "Anyway, maybe we'll meet mercs connected to other fixers. Could be a good chance to expand our network." Jack smirked. "What's the plan?" "Juggle more fixers for more gigs." "Obviously," Oliver said. "More fixers, more work, more eddies. Afterlife goodbyes." Carl stood up from the couch inside Afterlife. "Let's say bye to Mama Wells and grab some gear." Mama Wells spotted them approaching and gave each of them a warm look. "I know you boys are taking on something big. Be careful, Carl, Oliver, and Jack, you watch their backs." Jack thumped his chest. "Always, Mama. And watch your own, too," she reminded. "I will," he grinned. Once they stepped outside, Carl Chevalier, Thrax 388 Jefferson gleamed under the neon glow. Oliver instinctively slid into the driver's seat. Then he froze. "Hold on. This is your ride, Carl. Why am I the one driving again?" "I don't feel like it," Carl said simply, tossing him the access key. Oliver twitched, but accepted it. He liked driving the Thrax anyway. The engine rumbled to life, smooth and powerful. As they pulled away from Afterlife, Carl leaned back in the seat, thoughts drifting. Pieces in his mind were starting to align. The job, the location, the players involved, something bigger was hiding underneath the surface. And whether he wanted to or not, he was already caught in it. Carl's real strength, his closest thing to a superpower, was the way his mind snapped pieces together. Once he started connecting dots, he didn't stop. Now, replaying everything he'd seen since arriving in 2075, he followed each thread back to the same tangled knot. He began with the stolen cargo. Maelstrom hit Kabuki, which was Tiger Claw's territory. Maelstrom hijacked a 6th Street shipment moving through Watson. Maelstrom hijacked Blanca's cargo in Watson. A Militech field agent questioned Old Hua about trucks moving from Haywood to City Center, another hijacking. Different places, different victims, but the same perpetrator. He messaged Blanca. Which corporation do you work for again? Why? Want another job? Just doing some homework on my employers. Networking. Did Faraday tell you something? After a bit of casual back and forth, she gave the answer. She worked for Militech, which meant the Militech agent grilling Old Hua was likely tracking the same type of shipment Blanca's group had been selling information on. Carl remembered Juanito's warning. Destroy the shipment data, all you want. I've got plenty more. So Blanca's operation wasn't a one-off. She'd been selling route intel regularly. And her buyer? Maelstrom. Add in Militech's missing cargo, and everything lined up. If shipments from Haywood to City Center were being hit, Watson, right next door, was the perfect staging point. Which meant Maelstrom had angered the Tiger Claws, angered 6th Street, angered Militech, likely angered the Valentinos in Haywood too. Even lunatics value their lives. If they were provoking half the city, they weren't doing it for fun. They were searching for something. Carl thought back to Blanca's job. Maelstrom had snatched that cargo, only to dump it on a mid-tier grunt named Demon. It didn't look like the shipments themselves mattered. So what did? His mind flicked to another mission, rescuing the hostage from the scavs. They'd found ACPA schematics on a shard taken off a dead Maelstrom member. And everyone knew Maelstrom and the scavs were practically relatives. Cyberware, junkies, trading body parts, and tech in both directions. Meaning the shard might have been a clue they were getting closer to whatever they were hunting. Coincidence? Maybe. But Carl didn't believe in coincidences. He dug deeper in his memory. The cyber psycho, the one who briefly snapped out of madness to mutter, Tiger Claws. For one moment, the name cleared his mind. Something about the Tiger Claws mattered to him. And where did he go berserk? Kabuki, Tiger Claws turf. That cyber psycho had been carrying a shard with a coded message. The cherry blossom born of the chrysanthemum, and the rose has arrived in the city of nightlight. Carl reanalyzed it. The Tiger Claws were deeply rooted in Japanese culture. Their metaphors followed Japanese symbolic logic. Japan didn't have an official national flower, but two held meaning. Chrysanthemum, nobility, the emperor. Cherry blossom, the common people. And the rose? America's national flower. So if the flower metaphor tracked, a noble Japanese figure, chrysanthemum. A common Japanese descendant, cherry blossom. A parent or influence from America, the rose. A high-ranking Japanese figure plus an American, a child treated as lesser by traditionalists. The cherry blossom, that mixed blood heir, had arrived in Night City. This message came from someone tied to the Tiger Claws, possibly even from the cyber psycho himself. The Tiger Claws didn't operate solo. Their protector, their power, their shadow. Arasaka. And now Carl's escort mission began at the Arasaka waterfront shipping port, a restricted zone. The objective? Protection. Who else would Arasaka hide in a secret port and move under heavy guard? The cherry blossom, which brought it back to Faraday. Why was a fixer with Militech ties arranging an escort for someone connected to Arasaka? Unless the Rose, America, was the one pulling Militech into this, trying to protect their child. If Carl's interpretation was right, this cherry blossom wasn't just important. They were politically explosive. Two megacorps, Militech and Arasaka, sworn enemies since the Fourth Corporate War, cooperating quietly for one mission? That could only happen if the chrysanthemum was someone untouchable. The rose held enough power to pull Militech in. The cherry blossom was someone whose existence had world-level implications. Carl leaned back mentally and assembled his summary. Carl's conclusions. 1. Maelstrom is searching for something or someone. Their hijacking spree isn't random. They're hunting. 2. The escort target is almost certainly the cherry blossom, a person with ties to both Arasaka and Militech. 3. Maelstrom might be trying to capture this person, which explains why they're antagonizing every major power in the city. 4. Maelstrom wouldn't dare do this alone. If Militech has internal traitors, Juanito proved that. Arasaka and the Tiger Claws certainly do too. Someone on the inside could be funding or guiding Maelstrom. 5. This simple escort job is sitting on top of a corporate civil war. Not a rivalry, not sabotage, but a hidden conflict between factions inside the world's two biggest megacore. And the cherry blossom is the spark. Carl exhaled. If he was right, the mission wouldn't just be dangerous. It would be unforgettable. And the last piece of the puzzle? ACPA. If those schematics mattered, and if Maelstrom was preparing for something huge, then things were about to get very, very interesting. Carl couldn't help but smile. He hoped his theory was right. Quite a lot of people here. It was finally the day of the job. After being dropped off by their fixer, Faraday, and after he negotiated with what were clearly Arasaka security personnel, Carl, Oliver, and Jack were granted permission to enter a warehouse in Arasaka's coastal shipping port, fully armed. But even though they had arrived an hour early, they were still considered one of the later arrivals, because inside, there were already at least 20 other mercs, fitted with all sorts of cyberware and carrying heavily modified firearms, all waiting. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Hearing Jack's remark, Carl nodded before scanning the mercs they would soon be working alongside. After a thorough look at their gear and weapons, he realized something. He actually recognized most of them. Subdermal armor, Mantis blades, Saratoga SMGs, Kenshin pistols, Nova revolvers. Oh, Oliver, someone else has a SOR-22 precision rifle, just like yours. Looks like we've got some real pros here. None of these weapons were cheap, definitely out of reach for low-tier mercs. But it made sense. No fixer would send some street-level punk to a high-stakes gig like this. No shit. Oliver glanced at his own SOR-22, then at Jack's Saratoga, and finally at Carl's Kenshin. If the three of them mixed in with this group, it would be hard to tell their squad apart from the others. 21, 22, 23. Carl, Oliver, counting us, that's 26 mercs. If each one's getting 100 grand, how much is the client paying for this job? You're not even factoring in the fixer's cut or all the other costs. Either way, it's a number way beyond what we can imagine, Jack. Oliver couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between dogs. Have you even seen a dog in Night City? Carl chuckled. I've seen plenty of adorable dogs. Used to have one, actually. Oh yeah? How come I never saw it? Oliver flipped him off. Corporate dogs don't count. All right, you two cut it out. Someone else just showed up. Look familiar. Jack nudged them with his elbow, motioning toward the warehouse entrance. Oliver and Carl turned to look, and sure enough, they recognized the new arrival. Wait, isn't that the blonde, muscle-bound merc, casually carrying a huge machine gun in one hand, was someone Oliver remembered well? The guy from outside the Brain Ant shop, the one that got into that fight. I remember he had 2 teammates back then. What happened? Why is he alone? Could be they got killed. Or maybe they just weren't good enough for this gig. Carl wasn't particularly invested, shrugging. This is Night City. Nothing surprises me anymore. Just as he said that, the blonde merc noticed them, and, instead of ignoring them, he walked straight toward them. Is he looking for trouble? That was Carl's first thought. But something was off. There was no hostility in his expression. In fact, his face showed something closer to relief. You guys are Carl, Oliver, and Jack, right? As soon as the blonde merc arrived, he called out their names and introduced himself. Name's Maine. I worked with Faraday before, but he only had 3 slots for this job, so I took another fixer's contract. When the escort mission starts, want to team up? Man, Carl didn't answer right away. Instead, he sent a quick message to Faraday to confirm Man's identity. Once he got the confirmation, he spoke up. Why team up with us? This job. Man glanced around at the other teams before looking back at Carl and the others. Since you guys have some connection to Faraday, I figured you'd be more reliable. And honestly, I'm a little curious about your skills. I've worked with him for a while now, and I never thought he'd pass up my team for some rookies. And also because you're alone, right? Carl saw right through the muscle-bound merc. Taking on a high-paying, high-risk escort job solo was a death sentence. Using his small connection to Faraday to team up with someone trustworthy was just common sense. For someone to make it as a merc running fixer contracts, Man was clearly no fool. Yeah, that too. Seeing that Carl already understood his angle, Man didn't bother hiding it. Instead, he cut to the chase. So, what's your call? What are you good at? If needed, I can tank shots for you. Got full subdermal armor in this type 31 heavy machine gun. I can hold the front line. That good enough. Standing in front meant the rest of the team would always have a clean shot at his back if things went sideways. More than enough. Carl extended his hand, and Man shook it. Looking forward to working together. Same here. Captain. Just call me KK. Consider it a code name. Now that Man was temporarily part of the squad, Carl didn't mind introducing the rest of the team. Jack does about the same job as you. Basically, you two will be laying down suppressive fire. Oliver is our medic and sniper. If you need treatment or long-range support, he's your guy. As for me, Carl paused, thinking about how to describe his role. Then he just grinned and said, "You'll figure it out once the shooting starts." Oh, figure it out? Man didn't quite get it. But seeing how Oliver and Jack both nodded like it made perfect sense, he decided to just let it go. Whatever. It's just one job. As long as we get a basic understanding of each other's roles, that's enough. If we survive this mission, no telling when or if they'll work together again. As the mercs observed their teammates and familiarized themselves with the group, time passed quickly. And at exactly 9 a.m., a corporate suit wearing Arasaka colors entered the warehouse, leading a squad of Arasaka security personnel. The mission had begun. There were 27 mercs in total, but compared to the Arasaka security personnel, they were actually outnumbered. 37 Arasaka security officers plus 27 mercs. That's 64 people in total. Are we going to war or running an escort mission? If it were a war, this wouldn't be enough people. Oliver responded casually to Jack as he stepped out of the warehouse, glancing toward the heavily guarded vehicle about 200 meters away, surrounded by Arasaka security. At the client's ride? Looks kind of familiar. Oh, my God. Jack finally saw the car, and his jaw nearly dropped. A Rayfield Caliban Guinevere. I know that car. I remember watching the release event when it dropped. Man, I was drooling over it. And now, still drooling. Yeah, Carl chuckled, locking his gaze on the luxury vehicle as a flood of information filled his mind. Rayfield Caliban Guinevere, to car enthusiasts, the name Rayfield alone is synonymous with wealth. The Caliban Guinevere in particular is worth more than the GDP of some island nations. The engine rivals that of professional race cars, and the interior is as luxurious as a five-star hotel suite. Using crystal dome tech, the car doesn't even need windows. Passengers can see outside from within via advanced digital displays, providing maximum security. And if you ever see one on the streets, don't even think about testing your Lexington against its armor. This beauty is built with military-grade plating. How much do you think that car is worth? Carl turned to Oliver, Jack, and Man, curious to hear their guesses. 10 million eddies? Oliver threw out a rough estimate, but Jack, clearly more knowledgeable about cars, answered without hesitation. 22.5 million eddies. For reference, the 2010 Koenigsegg CCXR cost around 26 million eddies. That number sounds like a goddamn fantasy. Carl stared at the car, running the numbers in his head. If you sold that thing, you could buy more top-tier cyberware than you'd ever need. Stop thinking about that kind of stuff. Man, surprisingly the most level-headed among them, remained calm. He'd been in the merc business longer than any of them and had seen his fair share of luxury rides. Though he had to admit, this was the first time seeing a Caliban Guinevere in person. But he'd learned something over the years. The more insane the mission looked, the more likely you were walking into a death trap. You know what I'm thinking right now? What? We're all dead. Why the hell would you say that? Carl turned back, confused. Man sighed, staring at the extravagant vehicle. If someone who owns a Caliban Guinevere, someone rich enough to have this mini Arasaka security guards, is still hiring disposable nobodies like us for extra protection, you tell me what kind of danger we're about to walk into. Carl narrowed his eyes, thinking for a moment before dropping a single word that made Man, Jack, and Oliver's faces instantly pale. ACPA. ACPA. Oliver's expression twisted as he stared at Carl. Why the hell would you even suspect that? I've got a few clues. How sure are you? 50-50. Could be right, could be wrong. That's as good as saying nothing. Despite his frustration, Oliver knew Carl wouldn't say something like this without solid reasoning. A 50-50 guess from Carl was never a blind shot in the dark. If nothing happened, great. But if something did happen, then their enemy was almost certainly ACPA. Oliver had joked before that ACPAs were corporate money sinks, but that didn't mean they weren't incredibly dangerous. He knew, because 6th Street had a few light ACPA units hidden away. He'd also heard stories from veteran 6th Street mercs who had faced them on the battlefield. They might be well-equipped mercs, but compared to an ACPA, that was like comparing humans to tanks. No point overthinking it. We took the job, so let's do it. Our ride's here. Jack pointed as several sleek vehicles approached them. A fleet of empty Villefort Alvarado V4 F570 diplomats rolled up and parked in front of them. Villefort Alvarado V4 F570 Diplomat, a massive luxury-class vehicle designed for power and presence in Night City. Cruising in an Alvarado wasn't just showing off. It was a statement. For many, this car was the ultimate symbol of wealth and status. Man, I always wanted to ride in one of these as a kid. Every street kid dreams of it. Feels like hitting the jackpot. Now I'm just hopping in one as part of a job. Man shook his head as he watched the other mercs getting into their assigned vehicles. Are we really going to roll through Watson in a full convoy? This shit screams attack me. If you ask me, just let the Caliban gun it to max speed and rush straight through. Problem solved in 10 minutes. Yeah, and then what? Let some hacker hijack the traffic lights, reroute the road signals, and steer us right into an ambush. Oliver snorted, opening the car door. If the client's this rich, why not just take an AV and fly across the city? No traffic, no obstacles, no bullshit. AVs even have countermeasures against hacking now, right? Only against basic hackers. Jack chimed in as he watched Carl settle into the passenger seat. You think whoever's out to hit this target can't afford a top-tier netrunner? Hell, they probably already have one lined up. The second we take off, they'd override the controls and send us crashing straight down. A rat among wolves? Carl, what do you think? I think with my eyes open. Carl leaned back, staring through the windshield. If I had to guess, I'd say there's an inside man among the security detail. Jack and Oliver exchanged looks. An inside man? Yeah. If this target was truly safe, why the hell would they bring in a bunch of untrustworthy mercs into the mix? Carl tapped the dashboard, letting the car's autopilot take over. Mercs only care about one thing, Eddies. If they're pulling in a bunch of us, that means they can't even trust their own people. It was obvious now. There were traitors in Arasaka's security ranks, probably multiple. That's why they had to muddy the waters by hiring external mercs. And yet, something still didn't add up. How the hell was a company as powerful as Arasaka unable to root out a few spies? Unless those spies were placed there on purpose. If this was truly about Sakura, then the situation was far worse than just an escort mission. This wasn't just corporate espionage. This was a trial, a test of blood and fire. Carl exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment. Some people are obsessed with the sight of cherry blossoms after the storm. Where are we now? Jack had been on edge ever since leaving the Arasaka waterfront. He was ready for an ambush at any moment, but the waiting was the worst part. We've entered North Watson Industrial Zone. Oliver sat in the driver's seat, hands gripping the wheel, trying to calm his nerves. Right now, we're passing through the old abandoned apartment blocks. The convoy's slowing down. Lead car just radioed in. Apparently, the The road's blocked by random junk. They're sending guys to clear it. You think we'll get hit here? No idea. But I do know this shit ain't random. Get ready. Man, crack the door open a bit. At this speed, we're sitting ducks. If things go south, we bail. KK, you're saying we're gonna get hit this fast? Man gave a stiff smile, adjusting his sunglasses. Motherfucker, can they at least let us breathe first? Maybe I'm just paranoid. But before Carl could finish, something flared in his peripheral vision. A red spark, flickering on the 5th floor of a nearby building. His enhanced reflexes kicked in, and he snapped his eyes toward it. And what he saw made his stomach drop. He knew that shape. Even before coming to 2075, Carl would have recognized that silhouette instantly. RPG, rocket-propelled grenade, a portable anti-tank launcher capable of obliterating lightly armored vehicles. You gotta be fucking kidding me. An ambush right out the gate. What kind of final boss was so scared of the hero that they just camped the goddamn entrance? Carl's brain raced through calculations. The rocket's trajectory, the blast radius, and the damage spread. The math was brutal. The rocket was set to impact 10 meters ahead of their vehicle. And in 2075, most RPG models had a 15-meter lethal radius. The Alvarado, luxurious but not bomb-proof, would not withstand the blast. Sitting inside, instant death. No time to think. Carl threw open the door, vaulted out, and rolled away from the detonation zone. His body moved on pure instinct, executing a maneuver he had learned in a braindance combat sim. Explosive evasion technique, face away from the blast, drop flat on the ground. Cross arms, hands flat against chest, tuck chin between biceps, close eyes and mouth. Extend legs, point toes downward. Stop breathing. Shockwaves rupture lungs. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air, so loud it felt like it was ripping apart reality itself. For a second, Carl couldn't hear a damn thing, just the high-pitched ringing of ruptured eardrums. But beneath the chaos, he caught the unmistakable sound of twisting metal. Screech! The Alvarado's massive frame absorbed the brunt of the explosion. It didn't flip over, but the entire front end had been crushed, warped into an unrecognizable shape. A twisted mass of steel and burning wreckage. Damn! If Carl could actually see it, he probably would have laughed and called it popcorn art. Two. Jack spat out dust and grit, shaking his head. Hijo de puta. They didn't even wait. We just left the fucking door. Carl's warning had come just in time. Jack barely had the reflexes to react. Unlike Carl, he didn't pull off any combat drill-style evasions, but his subdermal armor and naturally durable physique meant he avoided serious injury. Now covered in dust, Jack lifted his head beside Carl. Shit, we need cover fast. Man, on the other hand, had been the first to react. Thanks to Carl's earlier call, he had cracked open his door beforehand. When the RPG hit, he bailed instantly. Now, he was in position, crouched behind the car's trunk, clutching his heavy weapon, scanning the area through his cybernetic optics, searching for the attackers. Fuck. Compared to the others, Oliver got the worst of it. Being in the driver's seat, he had no reaction time. Not to mention, he didn't have Carl's reflexes or Jack and Man's armor. When the blast hit, he got shredded. A piece of shrapnel, still searing hot, had lodged itself deep into his right arm. Blood poured out. Motherfucker. Oliver clenched his wounded arm against his side, pinning it between his ribs and his armpit. With his good hand, he pulled out medical gauze, yanked the shrapnel out with his thumb and forefinger, and pressed down hard to stop the bleeding. His face twisted with rage. But it wasn't just about the injury. Militech Revitinol, rapid-acting medical stimulant inject to accelerate clotting and temporarily suppress pain. I'm gonna fucking kill whoever shot that rocket. Oliver roared, voice boiling over with fury. I just bought that gun, spent everything I had to modify it. My brand new fucking rifle. I didn't even get to fire a single shot. When the RPG struck, Oliver had barely managed to escape. His SOR-22 precision rifle, left behind in the wreck. A weapon he had saved up for, spent weeks upgrading, a gun that had never even fired a round in combat. now completely obliterated in a single blast. His anger was justified. No worries. I'll handle it. Carl stood up. The RPG attack hadn't been random. They weren't the main target. The convoy had been the bait. Their vehicle was just collateral damage. Pure luck had saved them. But that didn't mean the bastards upstairs would live. Carl's eyes locked onto the apartment complex where the rocket had been fired from. Jack, man, take Oliver, find a secure position, and coordinate with the other mercs that I'll deal with the guys upstairs. Without waiting for a response, Carl rushed toward the building. Watching his retreating back, man finally understood. Back when Carl had said, "You'll understand when the fight starts," man hadn't known what he meant. Now he did. So this fucker's a lone wolf. A lone wolf that also gives orders. Well, this is going to be interesting. The apartment building Carl entered had been completely cleared out. Everything except the load-bearing walls had been smashed to pieces, making it easy for him to spot the staircase at a glance. The RPG had been fired from the 5th floor, but Carl had no intention of using the normal route to get there. If the attackers weren't complete idiots, they would have already set up landmines and other traps along the stairwell. Carl didn't have time to disarm them one by one. His gaze flicked to the ceiling above him, noticing an embedded ceiling light. After quickly calculating his jumping ability in his head, he made his move without hesitation. The monomolecular wire shot out from Carl's hand, slicing open a square hole in the ceiling, exactly 1 meter on each side. As the mix of concrete and steel reinforcement crumbled and fell, Carl took a step forward and used the debris as a platform to launch himself upward. The apartment's ceiling height was 2.8 meters, plus a 20 centimeters thick floor, meaning the distance between one floor and the next was exactly 3 meters. Carl himself was 1.8 meters tall, with a jumping height of about 50 centimeters. Factoring in his arm reach, he could just barely make it to the 2nd floor. If a standard basketball hoop was 3.05 meters tall, did this count as a dunk? As Carl jumped, he planted one hand firmly on the floor of the 2nd level. However, relying solely on the strength of his fingers wasn't enough to pull himself up. That's where the monomolecular wire came into play once again. The wire was only monomolecular sharp at the blade portion. The rest of it functioned more like a powered whip, meaning it could also serve as a climbing rope. Shooting out again, this time without using the bladed edge, the wire pierced through the ceiling light on the 3rd floor. The tip embedded itself in the light's metal casing, wrapping around the fixture. Just as Carl suspected, the apartment's design was uniform. Every floor had identical recessed lighting. Carl pulled hard, causing the mechanisms in his wrist to emit a crisp clicking sound as his body was hoisted upward. By the time half his body had cleared the 2nd floor, he braced his elbow against the ground, tensed his core, and flipped himself up. At the same time, the ceiling light, strained beyond its limits, gave way, bringing down a chunk of the ceiling with it. Carl reeled in the monomolecular wire, just as debris rained down. Cool. I can't believe that actually worked. In a brain dance, Carl only needed to experience something once to commit every movement to memory and replicate himself. The technique he just used was actually something he'd seen in an action-packed brain dance. In that brain dance, when the protagonist was about to fall off a cliff waterfall, they had thrown a rope toward a tree at the last second, successfully saving themselves from the drop. He'd heard that a lot of brain dance recorders had died filming that scene. But as long as it had been recorded once, Carl could learn the technique. Of course, before actually trying it himself, he wasn't completely sure it would work. He figured the worst-case scenario was falling back to the 1st floor, so he gave it a shot. The fact that it actually worked was just a bonus. Swoosh! The sound of the monomolecular wire retracting was slightly off. There was a subtle delay, as if some of the mechanical components were grinding against each other. All right, so it did come at a cost. The monomolecular wire was designed to be reeled in while stationary, not while suspending a person's full weight midair. Carl had just performed an improvised wire retraction lift. This was some reverse gravity-defying nonsense. Carl didn't know it, but it was only thanks to Victor's skill that his monomolecular wire was holding up. If any other Ripper Doc had installed it, his reckless abuse of the implant might have already rendered it useless. Times like this make me envy the mantis blades. If I had those, I could just stab them into the wall and climb straight up. With the intense gunfight raging outside, the sound of Carl slicing through the floors was barely noticeable. Taking advantage of the constant gunfire, he repeated the same maneuver. Swoosh, clank. This time, the noise was a bit more pronounced, almost like the monomolecular wire was protesting his treatment. But once he reached the third floor, Carl decided to stop cutting through the ceilings. If he kept going higher, he might run straight into someone. Even if there was nobody above, the attackers on the fifth floor would definitely hear the noise coming from below. It was time to take the stairs. Carl approached the stairwell and examined it closely. There were no mines or traps placed on the steps leading from the third to the fourth floor. Looks like they figured the traps set on the lower floors were enough of a warning. Carl knew that some types of mines could be linked via data connections. In other words, once triggered, they would immediately notify the attackers exactly which mine had gone off. Given that, it made sense for them to have only rigged the third floor. Too bad he hadn't gotten good enough at hacking yet. Otherwise, he could have jammed the signals and turned those traps against their owners. Crouching low and keeping his steps light, Carl carefully made his way up to the fourth floor. That's when he spotted a man standing with his back to him at the edge of the floor, firing non-stop at the chaos below. And the weapon he was using? It was something Carl had never seen in person before. A smart weapon. Arasaka TKI 20 Shinjin, a high-tech smart submachine gun manufactured by Arasaka. Featuring advanced targeting technology, it automatically tracks targets. Compact and precise, it's the dream gun for any soldier or mercenary. If your aim sucks, this weapon's got your back. The only requirement? You need to have a smart link module installed. An Arasaka-manufactured high-tech weapon in the hands of an attacker. Why am I not even surprised? Carl was about 7 meters away from the man. He wasn't confident enough in his stealth skills to close that distance undetected, especially in an open space with no cover. If his approach was even slightly off and the guy turned around for just a second, Carl would be dead. The smart gun wouldn't miss. And Carl didn't have any subdermal armor. If he got shot, it would hurt. So this was as far as his stealth would take him. At least he had gotten this close. It was much better than setting off explosions back on the first floor and having to deal with a smart weapon-wielding gunman chasing him down. Carl raised his Kenshin. Bang! A spray of blood burst into the air in front of him. Nice gun. I'm taking it. What happened? The gunfire from downstairs naturally alerted the attackers on the fifth floor. They weren't stupid. They could tell the difference between the sounds of the ongoing battle below and gunfire coming from inside the building. Did someone make it up here? Impossible. The mines and detection devices from the first to the third floors haven't been triggered. 3 is down. No vital signs. Someone's on the lower floors. Get to the stairwell now. There were 3 attackers on the 5th floor. Besides the now empty RPG launcher at their feet, each of them was armed with a Shinjin Smart SMG. They'd been gleefully spraying bullets down at the struggling mercenaries below until someone had snuck up on them. Forget about the mercs. We need to deal with whoever made it up here first. Just as they were about to move, the floor beneath them bulged suddenly, then exploded, sending a shockwave rippling upwards. The moment the gunshot rang out, the attackers took a second to assess the source. Then, they needed another second to confirm that number 3 was dead. 2 more seconds passed before they finally decided to head to the stairwell. 4 whole seconds wasted. And 4 seconds was more than enough time for Carl to get creative, like using his monomolecular wire to smash open a ceiling light, pulling the pin off a grenade, and tossing it directly into the lighting fixture above them. An eye for an eye. You blasted me with an RPG? I'll just return the favor with a simple grenade. Carl considered himself to be a truly righteous person. In the explosion that engulfed the 5th floor, 2 attackers were instantly killed. Carl honestly hadn't expected that. They were standing too close together. One dies, they all die. The only survivor was lying on the ground, barely breathing, his right hand blown off, and his Shinjin nowhere to be found. Just in case the guy still had any fight left in him, Carl raised the very same Shinjin he had just looted. Only 3 of them? That's fewer than I expected. Another gunshot. The last attacker on this floor sank into eternal sleep. Oliver, they're all down. Keeping the squad updated, Carl immediately reported his good news to Oliver and Jack. We're using the vehicles and buildings as cover to return fire, but Carl, there's a sniper on the 3rd floor of the apartment across from you. He's already popped 3 mercs with a Nakoma. Can you take him out? A Nakoma sniper rifle. Tsunami Nakoma, a highly precise tech sniper rifle. Though it requires frequent maintenance, its tungsten core rounds can penetrate the thickest armor and walls, shattering titanium-reinforced skeletons. Nobody can truly feel safe when facing this weapon. Due to its extreme lethality, its sale is tightly regulated. Unless you're working for a corporation or government, getting your hands on one is nearly impossible. In other words, anyone using a Nakoma was likely backed by a corporation or the government. Carl thought back to the expensive smart weapons like the Shinjin, the RPGs, and now this sniper rifle. These attackers were seriously over-equipped for a simple mercenary takedown. With this kind of firepower, why weren't they waiting until the mercenaries got closer to the corporate security detail? Unless there was another group meant to handle the corporate security, while this one was meant to eliminate the mercenaries. Pushing those thoughts aside, Carl moved to the blown-out balcony of the apartment and spotted his target on the 3rd floor across the street. The sniper was cloaked, his cybernetic eyes glowing red as he methodically locked on a mercenaries below. Wait, wasn't a sniper supposed to change positions after each shot? Why was this guy staying put? As Carl was puzzling over this, he saw several bullets strike the sniper's body, only to bounce off harmlessly. Something's off. Through the bullet holes in the cloak, Carl got a better look at what was underneath. The metallic gleam, the dented plating, the way the sniper's body absorbed gunfire. This guy was wearing a full-body exoskeleton combat suit. Carl had seen exoskeleton outfits in North Watson's fashion shops before. Those were overpriced, impractical, and required additional cyberware modifications to even function. But this, what the sniper was wearing, this was on a completely different level. Definitely another piece of military gear. Fuck. Even if every merc here knew this mission was a death trap, did they really have to stack the odds this badly? Just as Carl was debating whether to lob a grenade at the sniper, another mercenary below had the exact same idea. He unhooked a grenade from his belt, sprinted out from cover, and hurled it toward the sniper's position. His bravery was rewarded with instant death. The moment the grenade left his hand, his head and upper body were obliterated. As for the grenade itself, the sniper's cybernetic eyes locked onto it midair and with a single precise shot, detonated it before it could reach him. And in that split-second movement, as the sniper raised his rifle, his gaze naturally traveled upward. His glowing red optics flashed. He spotted Carl. Shit. Without hesitation, Carl threw himself backward into a roll. A fraction of a second later, his balcony was obliterated. A 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide slab of reinforced concrete shattered into pieces, crumbling under the sheer force of the bullet impact from Nakoma. That bullet didn't just destroy the balcony. Its penetrative force punched straight through the 5th-floor ceiling. Lying on his back from the roll, Carl glanced upward. He could see straight through the gaping hole into the pollution-choked sky of Night City. Oliver, that sniper's got a military-grade exoskeleton. What? Military-grade? I fucking knew this job was going to be a nightmare. Gunfire crackled over Oliver's mic. From the sound of it, they were still engaged in a shootout. Then Jack's voice cut in. Carl, if that guy's at a military-grade exo, just focus on staying alive. Me, Man, and Oliver are already moving toward his building. We'll take him out once we're close. You just stay put and cover us from above. The stairwell is rigged with mines and sensors. It won't be that easy. And Jack, your subdermal armor won't stop that sniper round. Carl shoved the Shinjin back into his waist holster and drew his Kenshin. Let me try something first. I've already taken a shot before I could even fire back. I'm not letting that slide. What the hell are you planning, Carl? Jack didn't like the tone in his voice. Carl's reply? A classic Wild West duel. If getting hit means instant death, then the answer is simple. Just don't get hit. No big deal. Just a flawless, damage-free run. Carl jumped down through the broken floors, dropping all the way to the 3rd level. He listened, waited. The Nekoma's deafening boom rang out again. Carl moved and did something insane. He raised his Kenshin and shot out the balcony railing, shattering the obstruction. Then he sprinted forward. Stone debris scattered beneath his feet as he leapt off the balcony's edge. Mid-air, he locked eyes with the sniper. "Hey there." And Carl's Kenshin was already aimed and firing before the sniper could even raise his rifle. How far can a normal person jump with a running start? 6 meters. How wide is this street? No less than 18 meters. So Carl wasn't actually trying to jump to the opposite apartment building. He was putting himself in a position with no escape, an open invitation for the sniper to take the shot. The same perfectly accurate shot that had detonated the grenade mid-air moments ago. Every sniper develops their own shooting instincts, a muscle memory, an ingrained reflex that becomes a part of them. The better the sniper, the deeper that instinct is carved into their bones. And this sniper was elite. His reaction speed surpassed even the cybernetic data feedback of his optics. Before his brain could fully process Carl's leap, his rifle was already raised. He pulled the trigger, and the angle of the shot? Exactly the same as before. A sniper never changes their firing angle when hitting a target at the same height. The grenade had been detonated at 3rd floor height. So Carl had leaped to 3rd floor height. He purposefully maintained the exact same elevation as the grenade, and deliberately delayed his own shot just a fraction of a second. Carl could have fired first. He was prepared before the sniper. But if he took the first shot, the sniper's firing sequence wouldn't change. They'd both land their shots simultaneously. Carl didn't know if his bullet would kill the sniper, but he knew for damn sure the sniper's shot would kill him. So instead, he went for a riskier move. The rifle's angle was locked in. The barrel was fixed. Its trajectory was set. So Carl did something insane. The instant the Nekoma's round left the barrel, Carl's bullet was already there, waiting for it. In 1916, during the Gallipoli campaign, an impossible event occurred. 2 bullets collided in midair. The statistical probability? 1 in 70 billion. Carl knew he wasn't that lucky. So instead, he didn't aim for the bullet itself. He aimed for a fixed target. And what's a sniper's barrel, if not a stationary bullseye? For Carl, this wasn't 1 in 70 billion. It was a 50-50 shot. Guess right live. Guess wrong die. Simple as that. Luck was on Carl's side. His shot connected. The Nekoma's round detonated inside the barrel, sending shrapnel and debris exploding outward. The rifle? Shattered, splitting apart like a blown-out speaker. And the next bullet from Carl's Kenshin traveled cleanly through the ruined barrel and buried itself straight into the sniper's skull. Sniper rifles rarely fire in rapid succession. In the past, it was because residual gunpowder in the barrel would affect accuracy. Now it's because tech-based sniper rifles degrade too fast under rapid fire. Their precision suffers, their components break down faster. And unlike the Nekoma, Carl's Kenshin was a semi-auto pistol, which meant that as soon as one bullet was fired, another was already chambered and ready to go. I doubt his skull is as tough as his exoskeleton. Carl pulled the trigger again. Carl's body shifted as he absorbed the impact of his landing. Jumping down from high ground, rolling wasn't an option. It'd shatter his spine. The correct technique was. Recalling the trauma team training he experienced in Braindance, Carl executed the maneuver. Land on the ball of the foot, heels following immediately. Lean forward, relaxing the body. Hands to the ground, using the arms to absorb force. Bend the knees, letting momentum carry into a controlled rebound. Even with proper technique, his entire body felt like it was falling apart. But Carl didn't have time to stop. The attackers hesitated. For a moment, they didn't react, expecting the sniper to handle it. But once Carl landed unscathed, even the dumbest of them realized. They had to turn their guns on him. Carl couldn't outrun bullets. At least, not yet. So he didn't even try to run. Instead, he rolled behind a car for cover. Another roll. Another dodge. Carl was getting really good at this. Their weapons? Shinjin SMGs. Smart weapons. Powerful, yes, but with one fatal flaw. They needed to lock on first before their tracking system kicked in, which meant Carl had a window to react. But the car wouldn't hold forever. He was pinned down. Now it was time to use his most powerful technique. "Help me," Carl called for backup over comms. And they didn't disappoint. "I'm here, Carl." Jack charged out, using a dead body as a shield. "Jackie Wells, baby," he yelled, drawing all attention to himself. Jackie, always the one to stand in front, to take the fire for his crew. The moment Jack appeared, the attackers switched targets. They opened fire, but their bullets? They only made it through the corpse Jack was holding. And then stopped. Smart guns were advanced. Too advanced. More than half their components were tracking systems and microcomputers, which meant less space for real firepower. Their penetration sucked. Sure, some models could curve shots around obstacles, but breaking through heavy armor? Not happening. And Jackie's subdermal plating was just thick enough to hold out for a little while. But only a little while. Too many bullets, and he'd still go down. Luckily, Jack wasn't alone. "Don't worry, KK. You're not dying today." Man charged in next, carrying a massive chunk of concrete like a goddamn riot shield. With them holding the front, the other mercs seized the moment. The sniper was down. The RPG threat was gone. The attacker's advantage was gone. Now it was their turn. Don't fucking underestimate US. The mercs roared, unleashing hell. These weren't some random gongoons. They were hardened street mercs, forged in blood and fire. They saw their chance and took it. "You really thought smart weapons would be enough to win?" One merc laughed, unloading his power rifle into the attackers. Without their big guns backing them up, without the sniper and explosives suppressing them, these smart gun users were fucking done. On the streets, there was a saying, half joke, half truth. Only a bitch who can't aim relies on a smart gun. Because if you could handle a kinetic or tech weapon, why the fuck would you ever use a smart gun? P.S. In the game, no matter what happens, Jackie never complains when you start a firefight. He's always there, charging in, taking the heat for you. And when you really think about it, maybe he shouldn't have been so brave. But then again, Jackie wouldn't be Jackie otherwise. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Spitting out several times, Jackie finally felt the metallic taste in his mouth fade a little. His gaze swept over the now silent battlefield, littered with the corpses of both mercs and attackers, before turning to the Arasaka security personnel who were only now leisurely driving up. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. We fought and bled, and they only come strolling in now. They might as well have your just disposable cannon fodder to test the danger written on their faces. What else did you expect? Oliver responded while carefully using sterilized tweezers and a scalpel to treat Jackie's wounds. Hold still. You've taken a lot of bullets. None in vital spots, but if we don't treat them properly, you might end up with permanent damage. Jackie winced as Oliver worked. Can't you just give me a shot of revitalize or heal up? I saw you still had some left. Wouldn't that fix me up way faster? Oliver continued his work, explaining as he extracted a bullet. That stuff speeds up cell regeneration, but if I inject it now, the bullets will just get trapped inside your body. I need to remove them first. And besides, I already used up the last doses on the critically wounded mercs. They needed it more. Seriously? Jackie shot him a skeptical glance. That doesn't sound like you. I charged them 100 eddies per dose. Jackie immediately waved it off. Yeah, never mind then. Of course, he knew Oliver had been more than fair. When you're dying, you'd gladly pay 1,000 or even 10,000 eddies for something that could save your life. And for a group of mercs, spending a bit of money to keep their squad alive and at full combat capacity was a no-brainer. Oliver probably didn't want to be owed any favors, so he set a small price instead. Look at you, all noble and selfless. Carl returned from clearing part of the battlefield. He had gone up to the sniper's position on the 3rd floor, only to find a broken Nakoma sniper rifle and a shattered exoskeleton helmet. The sniper himself had vanished, meaning Carl's shot hadn't been fatal. As for when exactly the sniper managed to escape, Carl wasn't sure. The mercs had counterattacked quickly after he took out the sniper's weapon, leaving only a small window for escape. The final count of the attackers was in. Apart from the unknown number who fled, 21 confirmed bodies were sprawled across the apartment complex. Each attacker carried a Shenzhen Smart SMG, but almost all had been destroyed, either by their owner's self-destruct locks or by grenades before the mercs could seize them. In terms of loot, the mission was a total loss. 21 dead attackers had cost the mercs 13 lives and left 4 others in critical condition. Meanwhile, the 37 Arasaka security personnel, not a single casualty, not even a dirty uniform. Half of us gone just like that. Man sighed as he walked over, feeling a mix of sadness for his fellow mercs and relief that he had chosen to stick with Carl. If he hadn't, his body might have been among the dead. Or worse, if Carl hadn't pulled off that insane trick shot to take out the sniper, all of them would have been lying in the dirt. They were all solid fighters. A damn shame. Jackie nodded, feeling the weight of their losses. Each of the fallen mercs had been just as well-equipped and cybered up as them. They had simply been lucky, not targeted by the first RPG, not picked off by the sniper, not caught in the crossfire. Pure dumb luck. Only those of us still alive have the right to sigh. Carl muttered as he noticed the Arasaka security personnel pushing forward, aggressively clearing the path for their convoy. They were shoving aside the mercs who had just risked their lives in the fight, as if they were nothing more than disposable pawns. Are you fucking kidding me? Man cursed loudly, his frustration boiling over. We just finished bleeding for these corporate assholes, and now they can't wait to shove us aside? The road ahead isn't even cleared yet. If I ever take another corpo job after this, I swear I'm a goddamn idiot. I'm more concerned about something else right now. Oliver's expression darkened as he watched wounded mercs, barely able to stand, get roughly shoved to the ground by the Arasaka guards. How much do you think the fixers pocketed from our cut to make these corpo dogs feel this bold? The numbers weren't adding up. Carl shrugged. Probably a hell of a lot. But honestly, even if they weren't skimming off the top, corpos like these would still treat us like trash. Now, even corpo dogs have rankings? What? There's a hierarchy to being an asshole. Of course. You think dogs come in different breeds and sizes for no reason? Even mutts care about pedigree. Are we still talking about actual dogs or corpo dogs? Is there a difference? Carl glanced at the slow-moving Guinevere. Either way, it's all about status and bloodlines. Oh, that reminds me. Carl unhooked the Shenzhen Smart SMG from his waist and tossed it to Oliver. I grabbed 2 Saratoga SMGs before. Gave one to Jackie, kept the other for myself to mod. Never gave you anything. So here, this should make up for it. Didn't I tell you before I wanted a sniper rifle instead? Oliver sighed. Whatever. Not like I have anything else to use right now anyway. His voice still carried the regret of losing his SOR-22. Jackie chuckled, reaching out to pat Oliver's shoulder with a broad hand. Don't worry, Hamano. You'll get another one. Sooner or later. Yeah. Oliver exhaled, watching as the Arasaka security team efficiently cleared away the debris. But first, we have to survive this job. This mission had only just begun. Carl, check the time. 2 hours to complete the job. 30 minutes already gone. 1 hour and 30 minutes left to deliver the target. As Guinevere rolled past them, Carl had a strange feeling, like he was being watched. He turned toward the vehicle, but all he could see was its polished silver body. Just his imagination? At the same moment Carl looked away, the person inside the car also averted their gaze. The Alvarado cars designated for the mercs had been nearly wrecked during the earlier RPG bombardment. However, with only a handful of mercs still capable of fighting, the remaining vehicles, after some emergency repairs, were just enough to carry the 10 mercs who could still continue the mission. After stabilizing the 4 critically injured mercs and treating the lightly wounded, Oliver climbed into the new Alvarado. You think those 4 will actually make it to a hospital? Who knows? All we can do is hope they get picked up before some punks or kidney thieves find them first. Man glanced through the rear window at the injured mercs left behind in a relatively safe spot. If only they had trauma team memberships. They'd be airlifted out in minutes. Trauma team, a private medical corporation with highly trained combat medics. As long as clients can afford the insurance, Trauma team will respond immediately to injuries, regardless of weather or location. Anyone attempting to interfere with their operations, be it gang members mercenaries, or even another trauma team squad will be dealt with accordingly. Yeah, right. Oliver scoffed. Even a basic silver membership costs 10,000 eddies a month. You think mercs like us, who blow all their cash the second they get it, can afford that kind of regular expense? Fair point. As the vehicle drove further away, man shifted his attention to another topic. What do you think they'll get paid? Paid? You mean the mission payout? Carl glanced at him, not quite understanding why he was bringing this up. The fixers already made it clear. Payment only comes when the job is complete. Delivered means delivered. Anyone who died or was too injured to continue, they get jack shit. Motherfucker, I knew it. Man clutched his forehead in frustration. These corpo dogs planned this from the start. I was wondering why they were so generous. Turns out they just wanted to bleed us dry first, so they have to pay out less in the end. I should have known. Corpos never cut a check without making sure they get more in return. The worst part, Carl continued, his tone almost amused in its cynicism. Some corpos probably weren't even trying to screw us over. But all it takes is a few greedy bastards in the chain of command looking to pocket some of our cut. It was always the same story. The ones in charge might be willing to pay fairly, but the ones actually executing the orders? They were the ones who'd skim the money, then turn around and act like mercs should be grateful for whatever scraps they got. Shit, the more I think about it, the worse this job sounds. Man groaned, slumping back against his seat. He had mostly worked street-level gigs, so he wasn't familiar with how corpo contracts really worked. Well, after this job, he sure as hell wouldn't be taking another one. Yeah, just thinking about it pisses me off. Carl exhaled sharply, then suddenly noticed something. The Arasaka convoy was slowing down. A moment later, their vehicles began moving aside, making way for the mercenaries' cars to take the lead. What the fuck? Jackie's temper flared instantly. They're making us take point again? When they need us, they throw us into the meat grinder. When they don't, they tell us to fuck off. But the second shit goes down, they'll be nowhere to be found. They're banking on sunk cost fallacy, Carl said dryly. We've already lost too much to back out now. They know we're desperate to finish the job, because if we don't, then all those deaths were for nothing. And what if we really just walk away? Or turn on them instead? Carl smirked. That's the gamble. They're betting we won't. Jackie clenched his fists, his patience gone. I swear, if I ever take another Arasaka job, I'm a fucking idiot. Militech at least had Blanca, who provided decent gigs, so they were still worth keeping around. I gotta say, Blanca really wasn't that bad, huh? Oliver sighed. You don't realize how good something is until you have something worse to compare it to. I could tell you guys a joke about corpos right now, Carl chuckled. Arasaka runs on 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. shifts, 20-hour workdays, and yet, in their free time, these corpo fucks still have the energy to nickel and dime mercs like us. Shit, guess they just instinctively know how to exploit people. Jackie, despite his frustration, let out a laugh. Man, that quick learner line really got me. As they talked, the Alvarado kept moving forward, automatically navigating through the Arasaka convoy, which had conveniently made way for them to take point again. This time, though, every merc in the car had their door unlocked and slightly ajar, just in case they needed to bail a moment's notice. The last RPG attack had left a lasting impression, and chances were this was a habit they'd keep for a long time. But then, something unexpected happened. Nothing. They drove straight through the North Watson industrial zone without a single incident. No more attacks. No more RPGs. Not even a single enemy presence. Had the attackers already exhausted all their resources? Had they simply given up after the failed ambush? Carl wanted to convince himself that was the case, but something felt off. The North Watson industrial zone was Maelstrom territory, but for some reason, Carl hadn't seen a single Maelstrom ganger the entire way. Not one of those iconic, glowing red cyber eyes. Not even in the shadows. That wasn't normal. The ocean is always calm before the storm. As they neared California Avenue, where the Azure Tower loomed in the distance, the air inside the car grew heavier. Everyone could feel it. The calm before the chaos. The closer they got, the stronger the feeling became. Then, just as Azure Tower's silhouette came into full view, Jackie spoke up. How much time left? Carl knew what he meant. He also knew Jackie already had the answer. He just wanted Carl to say it out loud. 1 hour and 10 minutes. But that wasn't the real answer. Jackie stared at the tower, estimating the distance. It wasn't 1 hour and 10 minutes. It was 10 minutes. Because that's all they had left. The attack came faster than expected. Even faster than Carl and the others had anticipated. They had all assumed that the attackers had held back during the journey, waiting until the final moments, when they reached their destination and let their guard down, to strike. So they had mentally prepared for a fight in 10 minutes. But just as they checked the time, turned the corner, and headed toward Azure Tower, the convoy behind them was hit. Boom! Carl was the first to react, rolling out of the car and dropping into a defensive stance. No attack came. Only then did he realize that the explosion hadn't happened near them. It had hit the rear convoy. For a moment, he had thought he'd failed to anticipate the attack despite all his caution. It's the back of the convoy. Looks like the attackers have finally locked onto their target. Oliver stepped out of the car, gripping his Shinjin SMG. At this point, he was sure of it. The previous withdrawal wasn't because the attackers lacked manpower, but rather a calculated move. Escort missions always have a common saying. The most obvious target is often not the real one. Because everyone knows that walking around flashy and drawing attention is the worst way to stay hidden. Blending into the crowd is always the better strategy. They attacked us first, probably to test whether the target was among us. Once they confirmed the target wasn't in our group, there was no reason to keep engaging us. Oliver's voice was steady, but his eyes were on the other mercs, who were also grabbing their weapons. "What's the call, Carl?" Jackie turned to him. "We turn back and help." Even though the corpos had left them for dead earlier, this was different. The target was inside that convoy, and if the target died, then this whole mission was a waste of time. "Got a plan, KK?" Man, now fully convinced by Carl's leadership, followed his lead without hesitation. No plan. Carl drew his Kenshin pistol. "We just kill them all." He wasn't a professional bodyguard. He didn't know tactical protection maneuvers. He only knew one way to keep the targets safe. Kill every single threat before they could act. There were 10 mercs left, including Carl, Jackie, Oliver, and Man. The remaining 6 seemed to have already made a decision while they were still in the vehicles. The moment they stepped out, one of them nodded at Carl before sprinting off in the opposite direction of the attack. Are they bailing on the mission? Carl wondered. But before he could dwell on it, one of the remaining 5 mercs approached him. "You're Carl, right?" the man asked. "I heard your squad calling you that earlier." "And you are?" Carl studied the middle-aged mercenary, covered in scars, looking to be in his 40s or 50s. He had no time for small talk. They needed to move. "Call me Brown," the man said. "We saw your skills earlier. When we go in, you're in charge of protecting the target." "What do you mean, I'm in charge of protecting the target? Wasn't that everyone's job?" "This job is messy. The people after the target aren't amateurs. If things go south..." Brown glanced at Carl and nodded. "Consider it a favor for saving my squad earlier. You take the target and run. We'll hold them off." His voice was calm. So was the expression of the 4 mercs standing behind him, like they had already accepted it. Carl suddenly understood everything. He glanced at the 6th mercenary, the one who had sprinted off into the distance, nearly vanishing from sight. The middle-aged mercenary noticed Carl's gaze and also turned back to look at his fleeing teammate. "He's the youngest in our squad. If we die, and the mission is completed, he'll collect the payment from the fixer and send it to our families. That money will be enough for them to survive." With that, he stepped past Carl, leading his 4 remaining squad mates toward the fight. "Don't worry. We've already told him. If we all die, if the mission fails, and there's no money to bury us separately, he'll come back and gather our remains. We'll all be buried together. You wouldn't mind sharing a grave with us, would you?" Carl exhaled. "I don't mind." "Good." The mercenary grinned, the deep lines on his face shifting with the expression. "Then we'll go in first. Remember, if things go south, get the target out. You're too young to die before us old dogs." From start to finish, the man remained calm. Only when he was about to walk into his own death did he allow himself a small smile. And just like that, as he and his squad turned the corner, gunfire erupted. and he was gone. Good men. Man patted Carl's shoulder before stepping forward. In that case, I'll take the front. After all, that's what he had promised when he joined the team, to stand in front and take the heat. Carl exhaled again, his expression hardening. He had never looked this serious before. What could be heavier than a dying man's last request? That weight pushed down on Carl's shoulders, forcing him to take things seriously. By the time he, Oliver, and Jackie reached the corner, the battlefield was pure chaos. The 37 Arasaka security personnel had been reduced to less than 20. They had abandoned their vehicles, forcing their way into a 3-story convenience store, using the building for defense. The Lake Lady Guinevere was parked outside with its doors open, but the target was nowhere in sight. And in front of the store, 2 separate groups were charging in. One of them was easy to recognize the attackers. The Shingen SMGs made it obvious. The other group was Maelstrom scum. Jackie gritted his teeth, his Saratoga SMG already raised as he charged in alongside man. The battlefield was a mess. Arasaka's security was pinned down, forced to defend the storefront. The attackers and Maelstrom were pushing in together. Meanwhile, Carl and his mercenary squad were approaching from the side. Oliver glanced at Carl. I'm sticking with Man and Jackie. You take the back entrance of the store. If there aren't any hostiles there, grab the target and run. You're planning to fight to the death? Just think of it as, I caught the infection. And with that, Oliver charged into battle. Carl knew what he had to do, what Brown had told him, what Oliver had just said. Get the target out. Run. They had to run. The enemy's goal was the target, not the mercenaries. As long as the target escaped, they wouldn't be worth pursuing anymore. At that point, survival wouldn't be impossible. Carl had killed a lot of people in 2075, but this was his first time trying to save someone. And yet, this is worth it. Amidst the thunderous echoes of gunfire and explosions in the distance, Carl sprinted through the alleyway, making his way toward the back of the convenience store. He wasn't surprised to hear cannon fire, because the first explosion had already told him exactly what it was. Projectile Launch System, a cybernetic implant that transforms the user's arm into a miniaturized artillery platform, allowing them to fire missiles or explosive rounds from their forearm. Carl had considered buying one before. He had even spent half a day looking into it. But in the end, he never went through with it. Not because the cyberware itself was unaffordable, but because the ammo cost was insane. Miniature grenade rounds and guided rockets weren't exactly easy to come by. And each shot was one-time use. Fire once, and you had to pay again. What kind of broke-ass mercenary could afford a fight like that? Whoever these attackers were, they had money to burn. But something about their tactics didn't make sense to Carl. They'd happily fired rocket launchers at them earlier. Why not now? Compared to the weak impact of cybernetic projectile systems, actual rockets could wipe out this 3-story store in seconds. Then he thought back. Even during the first ambush, none of the rockets had directly targeted the car. Were they trying to capture the target alive? No. Judging from how reckless their explosives had been, they didn't need the target in perfect condition. They just needed them to be alive. Carl's mind moved fast. His feet didn't. He wasn't cyber-augmented like some other mercs. No, enhanced leg cyberware. Just 2 human feet, which meant he still needed to breathe while running. So, when Carl finally reached the back entrance of the convenience store, he found it completely unguarded. Weird. Even if Arasaka's security had been forced to retreat in a hurry, even if they had no choice but to take shelter here, they were still professionals. Leaving the rear entrance completely unguarded was a rookie mistake. What the hell were they thinking? Did they really believe the attackers and Maelstrom wouldn't think to circle around and hit them from behind? Carl stepped inside and found his answer. The target was wounded, and badly enough that they couldn't move. As soon as Carl entered, the Arasaka guards flinched. One of them almost shot him on instinct, but then Carl raised his hands, and they recognized him. You're the mercenary we hired? They had all seen Carl in action earlier. Of course, they remembered him. Mercenary, a soft voice spoke. Carl's gaze shifted, and for the first time, he laid eyes on the target. A young woman around Carl's age. She was slim, draped in a sakura-colored kimono. Her long, silky black hair flowed down her back. Her face was pretty, but not as striking as her eyes. Deep, dark irises, like a starry night sky. Carl found himself briefly mesmerized. Are those cybernetic? That was his first thought. But then he noticed her wound. Her hand were clutching her abdomen, pressing down hard on a gunshot wound that was bleeding out fast. The soft pink of her kimono was already soaked with crimson. That color contrast, it almost looked beautiful, like a blood-stained cherry blossom. Did she get shot while dodging? Carl narrowed his eyes. Why hasn't anyone treated her yet? He didn't understand. The Arasaka guard were standing around, tense, anxious, but none of them were helping her. Did they seriously not realize? If this kept up, the target would bleed out like some 18th century American president who got bled to death by doctors. One of the Arasaka security hesitated. One of the Arasaka security personnel, looked visibly nervous. He tried to maintain his composure, but then he uttered something so absurd that Carl almost thought the guy was mentally ill. We can't touch the lady. If we lay a hand on her, our families will suffer. Then, with deep guilt, he turned to look at the young woman they were supposed to protect. If I fail in my duty, the only one who dies is me. What kind of feudal bullshit is this? Carl was dumbfounded. Arasaka was supposed to be a capitalist corporation. Since when did they start acting like medieval aristocrats? This was my great-grandfather's decree. Don't blame them. They cannot go against his will. The woman's voice was soft yet composed. Despite her pale complexion, a result of severe blood loss, she maintained a graceful, noble demeanor as she looked at Carl. I was careless when I got out of the car. I failed to dodge a bullet. I failed the test. My injury was an accident. But the test my great-grandfather set must not be interrupted. She then turned her gaze toward Carl. I've implicated them. And you. Carl clenched his fists. So this really is some kind of goddamn test. I knew corpo family politics were ruthless, but making a test this deadly, dragging so many people into it, is absolutely insane. To them, the lives of mercs and security personnel meant nothing. No, even Arasaka's own employees had died for this. For the corporate elite, perhaps only their own blood mattered. No, this test even included her life and its stakes. I carry the blood of a foreign nation, one steeped in sin. If I cannot pass this test and prove my worth to the family, then it must be fate. The cherry blossom born of chrysanthemums and roses. Carl finally confirmed it. She was the target. But looking at her, at how she sat there, so accepting of death, something inside Carl twisted into disgust. You people created this whole damn test. So many people died because of it. And now that it's your turn to die, you just accept it like it's nothing? If you die, then everyone outside dies with you. Brown and his team. Jack, Man, Oliver. They'll all die too. Maybe life and money meant nothing to corpo elites like her. But there were people in this world who needed both to survive. And this wasn't something a failure could just accept and walk away from. Move. Carl shoved the Arasaka security guards aside. They stumbled back, just like how they had shoved the mercs earlier. Then, as they stared in disbelief, Carl crouched down. I'm taking the target with me. Any objections? Does she have a trauma team membership? The Arasaka guards were frozen, watching Carl lift their lady into his arms. One of them mumbled, almost as if in a daze. And no. Carl narrowed his eyes. Speak up. I can't hear you. And no, she doesn't. Why not? The moment she agreed to take the test and prove her noble blood was worthy of continuation, her membership was revoked. Carl exhaled sharply. Fine. What about Kanpiki Plaza? They got medical teams there. Why, yes. At the entrance, there's an all-female medical unit to handle unexpected incidents. Carl scoffed. What? Are you afraid of LGBTQ rights or something? LGBT what? Forget it. Doesn't matter. You wouldn't get it anyway. Then Carl's expression turned cold. If you guys have any dignity left, hold off the attackers. I'll get your lady to the medics. The Arasaka security team watched in stunned silence as Carl carried the young woman away. None of them moved to stop him. None of them dared to. A few seconds later, they glanced at each other, And as if finally regaining some semblance of reason, they raised their weapons and prepared to defend their position, even if they had no idea what to do about this situation anymore. As Carl moved quickly through the alley, the woman stared up at him. Her starry eyes locked onto his face. "You're trying to save me? Because you want to complete the mission?" Carl didn't look at her. "I want to save people. My friends and you." His voice was firm, but then he glanced down at her. "I don't think you're a good person, but you have beautiful eyes." His grip tightened slightly. "So, on the scale of my priorities, where saving my friends weighs 99%, I'll spare 1% of my concern for you." The woman's lips curled into a bright smile. "Strange. I heard you earlier, when you were cursing at corpos like me. Why would you still have any mercy for me?" Carl sighed. "Already told you. Your eyes are beautiful. Am I not allowed to appreciate something beautiful?" Then his gaze shifted forward, toward the towering Konpeki Plaza in the distance. A cherry blossom tree sheds countless petals. Some fall to the ground and decay. But this one, Carl exhaled. "This one just happened to land in my arms. That's all there is to it. What's your name?" After hearing Carl's words, the girl in his arms remained silent for a moment. Just as Carl was beginning to suspect she might have passed out from excessive blood loss, she spoke, her voice barely a whisper. "Carl. My name is Carl. KK works too." He glanced at the girl in his arms and said, "If you're low on strength, stop talking. The less you say, the better your chances of surviving. But Carl, by talking to me like this, aren't you trying to get me to respond?" Her already pale face grew even whiter, but in that moment, her expression suddenly turned serious. Then, as if she were stating something of great importance, she moved her blood-stained lips and said, "Haruko. My name is Haruko." Haruko, noticing how formal she was about it, Carl didn't stop moving but responded nonetheless. In Japanese, Haruko should mean the same thing as it does in Chinese, right? It means child of clear skies. Were you born on a sunny day? It doesn't really fit the gray, smog-filled skies of Night City, does it? Haruko's smile was dazzling, as if, just by smiling, she could shine through the gloom. "Maybe that's why I got hurt, because I don't belong here." Superstitious nonsense. Carl wanted to scoff, but looking at Haruko's face, so pale and out of place in the neon lights of Night City, he found himself unable to. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. Carl had thought about stopping a car, throwing Haruko inside, and making a mad dash to Konpeki Plaza. But, maybe because of the ongoing gunfire in the distance, not a single vehicle approached. The only car that had been heading in their direction took one listen to the gunshots and pulled a 180-degree drift, flooring it in the opposite direction. Damn, since when did people in this city have such good driving skills? He couldn't even steal a car properly. How far now? A normal adult male walks 1.7 to 2 meters per second. Carl was moving fast. Even carrying Haruko, he was practically jogging, covering around 6 meters per second. At this pace, the remaining distance to Konpeki Plaza was less than 1,000 meters, meaning he'd be there in about 2 minutes. Can Haruko last 2 minutes? Carl's mind flashed through his knowledge of trauma team. If a normal person took a gunshot wound to the abdomen, as long as no vital organs or major arteries were hit, they could generally survive for about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. How much time had passed since the firefight began? If he included all the downtime and delays, then he still had about 8 minutes left. Plenty of time. Carl suddenly felt a bit of regret. When he watched trauma team brain dances, he only ever picked combat simulations. Now that he thought about it, he had never bothered with medical training. Life lesson learned. If Oliver were here instead, he'd at least be able to stabilize Haruko. Carl couldn't do much. If he messed with the wound, he might make things worse. But this thought vanished. 10 seconds later, Carl was grateful, glad that Oliver wasn't the one who came. Because if it had been Oliver, he wouldn't have been able to deal with this. Standing directly in Carl's path, blocking his way, was a massive, hulking figure. Carl swallowed dryly. His voice came out hoarse. "This is part of the test too?" Haruko's starry eyes reflected the massive shadow. A strange thoughtfulness appeared in her gaze, but just as quickly it vanished. Instead, she let out a soft laugh and whispered, "Perhaps not." Then, her expression shifted into something indescribable. "Looks like we're going to die together, Carl. Your eyes may be beautiful, but I hate corpo dogs. Dying together? Yeah, no thanks." Carl carefully set Haruko down against the greenery of a roadside planter, letting her rest in a seated position against the plants. Even in 2075, the planters still held real green plants. Though, who knew if they'd be getting some extra nutrients today? His movements were steady, making sure not to cause her any unnecessary pain. Only after making sure she was settled did Carl turn his attention to the 2.5-meter-tall figure standing in his path. A towering ACPA, both arms gripping a Gatling cannon, blocking the road completely. Gatling cannon, a weapon with a caliber greater than 20 millimeters, designed for continuous fire. So it really was an ACPA. Carl had been expecting this, maybe even subconsciously wishing for it. Was this some kind of dream come true? Cat and mouse. Carl didn't believe for a second that this ACPA pilot had just noticed them and was now giving chase. No, this felt deliberate. The way the massive machine stepped forward slowly, purposefully cutting off their escape. The way it waited, letting Carl think he had a chance before revealing itself. Yeah, this sick game? Classic cat and mouse. The ACPA pilot glanced at Haruko, but, oddly enough, he didn't seem particularly interested in her, despite her being the target of this whole operation. No, his attention was on Carl. Then, the ACPA raised its cannon, but instead of aiming, the pilot did something strange. He tapped the barrel, slid his fingers down half the length, and then pointed at his own helmet. Carl's eyes narrowed. That gesture, that meant only one thing. So it's you. The pilot inside was the same sniper from before. The one Carl had shot in the head. The one who should have been dead. Guess I really should have finished the job back then. The ACPA pilot didn't respond. He just slowly raised his Gatling cannon, like an executioner savoring the moment before the kill. This was a ritual to him, letting his prey understand exactly who was about to tear them apart. A sick little courtesy, huh? Carl's breath stopped for a split second. Then, he turned and ran. Because what kind of dumbass would stand there and fight an ACPA head-on, with nothing but a pistol and some weak-ass cyberware? Yeah, no, not happening. Trying to run? The ACPA pilot had seen it before. The panic, the desperation, the futile attempts at escape. He had torn apart dozens like this. And Carl would be no different. The moment Carl turned, the Gatling cannon roared to life. Or, it would have, if not for the small object rolling toward the ACPA's feet. A round, metallic object. A grenade. Every ACPA pilot, before stepping into their suit and experiencing that inhuman power, was always warned about one thing. Don't get too caught up in the thrill of power. And most importantly, always be wary of grenades and rockets. An ACPA's armor was comparable to a main battle tank, but even a tank could be disabled or destroyed if hit with enough anti-armor rockets. And grenades? While not as deadly, they could still pose a threat. So when Carl's first grenade rolled toward the ACPA's feet, the pilot instinctively dodged, jumping aside before it could explode. But it didn't. The grenade just sat there, unmoving. A dud? The pilot barely had time to process this thought when Carl threw another one. This time, instead of dodging, he hesitated. A Gatling cannon was heavy as hell, even for someone in an ACPA suit. He couldn't pull any fancy sniper tricks like before, shooting a moving target out of the air. So he dodged again, instinctively executing a perfect, evasive maneuver drilled into him through countless training sessions. The grenade hit the ground nearby, and just like the last one, it didn't explode. Another dud? No. Now he understood. Carl was playing him. A wave of humiliation crashed over the pilot. The first time Carl had humiliated him was when he outgunned him in a duel. Now, again, being mocked, tricked by some street rat mercenary? Him, an elite soldier? A man who had climbed past dozens of competitors, securing his position above them all? Unforgivable. This mission was too important. His superiors had broken Night City's laws just to smuggle an ACPA suit into the city for this operation. And he couldn't afford to fail. The ACPA pilot clenched his fists, his humiliation twisting into rage. His orders had been clear, but at this moment, he didn't give a damn about orders. All that mattered was killing Carl. Leaving Haruko behind, the ACPA pilot charged, pursuing Carl into a nearby building. Hiding behind walls? You think that'll save you? His ACPA suit was a newly developed combat prototype, a medium-class ACPA designed for precision battlefield operations. Not as nimble as a light ACPA, but nowhere near as cumbersome as a heavy one. Perfectly balanced. The ACPA's weight left deep footprints in the pavement as it moved, a testament to the raw power stored in its reinforced frame. The pilot steadied himself, analyzing his previous mistakes. His armor could withstand grenades. He should have ignored them. Shot Carl down the moment he turned his back. But did he regret playing cat and mouse with him? Not even for a second. Every ACPA pilot, the longer they spent inside their suits, the more they sank into their own delusions. They weren't human. They were gods of war, the nightmare of any battlefield. And the truth? Not even their trainers dared to shatter that illusion. Because the moment an ACPA pilot realized they were just another soldier in a machine, the madness set in. They could never go back. The ACPA sprinted forward, closing the distance in seconds. Carl had just barely made it inside the building when the pilot made his next move. His preferred method of entry? Pure brute force. He charged. For an ACPA, concrete walls were about as sturdy as tofu. In fact, for an ACPA pilot who had spent more time smashing through stone than cutting tofu, concrete might actually be the weaker of the two. Sir, you'll need to register. The pilot heard a voice from the other side of the wall, seemingly speaking to Carl. But another sound cut through it. The beautiful music of a wall shattering. Crash. Surrounded by screams of terror, the ACPA pilot burst through the concrete, stepping into the lobby of the building. A wide-open space spanning 800 square meters. 7 employees in reception uniforms stood frozen, shocked by his sudden and violent entrance. But the pilot ignored them. They were insects, crushable, disposable. His only target was Carl. His eyes swept the room. Then, there, Carl's silhouette flashed at the top of a long escalator, leading from the first floor to the second. The distance? 20 meters. Without hesitation, the pilot raised his Gatling cannon and pulled the trigger. The ACPA's machine gun roared to life. 2,000 rounds per minute, a stream of lead turning into a solid copper line in the air. The bullets ripped through the escalator, tearing apart the metal framework, sending fragments of stone and steel flying. But no blood, no flesh. Carl had vanished before the bullets could reach him. A lucky last-second dodge? It doesn't matter. He won't escape. The ACPA pilot stormed forward, standing at the base of the destroyed escalator. Then, he crouched, bracing his mechanical legs, and jumped. A single leap propelled him 5 meters into the air, straight to the second floor. And there, he saw Carl. Only, Carl wasn't running anymore. He was waiting, as if he had been expecting this moment all along. Carl threw a grenade. This time, it exploded, midair, right in the ACPA's path. The blast wave hit hard, breaking the pilot's upward momentum, sending him plummeting back to the first floor. The last thing he managed to do, before slamming into the ground with a deafening crash, was pull the trigger, but he never got to see if he hit his mark. Huff, huff. Carl gasped for air, feeling the warm trickle of blood running down his forehead. At least he was still alive. He had anticipated the ACPA pilot firing at him, so he had dodged ahead of time. He hadn't been directly hit by the 20mm rounds that could have ripped him in half, but the shrapnel from the bullets hitting the ground had cut him up pretty badly. Carl tore off a piece of his undershirt from under his ballistic vest, wiping the blood off his forehead before tying a makeshift bandage around the wound, just to keep the blood from blinding him in the fight ahead. This is seriously bad. He glanced at the time. 8 minutes. Now only about 7 remained. That meant he had 7 minutes to defeat an ACPA and get the target to Kampiki Plaza. Yeah, dream on. What did he have? A monowire, a Kenshin tech pistol, and a few grenades. And he was supposed to take down a 2.5-meter tall ACPA, a walking tank whose armored gauntlet was almost as wide as his entire body. This is some high-difficulty bullshit. A no-hit speedrun attempt? Would be nice if he could reload from a checkpoint. He'd probably clear it in 10 tries or less. Carl's mind raced, trying to figure out some kind of battle strategy. Then, he heard it. The ACPA he had just blown off the second floor was moving again. The sheer weight of the thing made it impossible to ignore. And then, silence. Carl froze. The enemy had stopped moving. Why? A second ago, the guy was hell-bent on chasing him down. Now, he was just standing still. Carl's stomach twisted. And then, he figured it out. He doesn't need to climb up here anymore. Got you. Inside his helmet, the ACPA pilot grinned. He raised his Gatling cannon, aimed it at Carl's position on the second floor, and fired. The roar of gunfire drowned everything out. Carl wasn't hit directly, but the floor beneath him was completely obliterated. Before he could even react, the entire section of the second floor collapsed. Good news. He was lucky. Not one bullet had actually hit him. Bad news. The circle of destruction was 6 meters wide, and he had no escape route. So, he fell. The ACPA pilot smirked. His tactic had worked. He had forced Carl to face him head-on. The difference in equipment was too vast. Carl's desperate struggles were nothing more than childish defiance. Easily countered. Looks like it's over, Rat. The ACPA's Gatling cannon swiveled toward Carl. But before he could pull the trigger, Carl's hand flicked out. A thin silver wire snapped forward. A monowire. It could slice through flesh, metal, and bone. It was razor sharp, but there was one thing it couldn't cut. An ACPA's armor. The monowire sliced through about 1 centimeter of the ACPA's outer armor, wrapping around the surface. Carl gave a tug, and quickly realized his full strength wasn't even a match for a single finger of the ACPA. Oh, well, looks like this really is it. The ACPA pilot didn't even flinch. Even as Carl attacked, the Gatling cannon was still slowly raising, the smug arrogance of looking down on an insect never leaving the pilot's posture. Carl could hear the monowire straining, the mechanical whine of its tension reaching its limit. All right, I get it. This is too much to ask of you. One last favor, then, even if it looked desperate and ugly. He wasn't going down without a fight. Bear witness to my final struggle. Carl smiled. The ACPA pilot was confused. What he wanted to see was Carl's despair, whether it was rage, terror, or pleading. Anything but a smile, because that would mean his superiority had been proven. And yet, here was a street rat merc. Smiling? Thanks for underestimating me. The monowire wrapped around the ACPA's arm suddenly lit up. It was charging. When fully charged, monowires could enhance their already razor-sharp edges with electric heat. And that single moment of boosted sharpness was enough. Zzzt. The crackle of electricity echoed. The monowire sank deeper. Not 1 centimeter, but 10. The metal armor split apart, its edges glowing hot, slightly melting. And beneath that, flesh. For the first time ever, the ACPA pilot felt pain. Not just physical pain, but a blow to his pride. He was above humans, beyond them, untouchable. Yet now, he had been wounded by a mere human. Did I anger God? Who knew? Carl yanked back. The monowire lashed out, slicing across both of the ACPA's wrists. Like a hot knife through butter, his own hands were severed. A clean, surgical cut. Monowire never disappoints. As Carl fell backward, the severed hands, still clutching the monowire, remained stuck to the ACPA's armor. His arms, now half-mechanical stumps, sprayed blood. But the cyberware had done its job. Now, it was Carl's turn. He was falling, his body collapsing backward. Above him, he saw light. The second floor's ceiling was broken. Sunlight streamed through the cracks. The destroyed chandeliers left this whole floor in darkness. Yet up there, it was bright, just like a clear sky. Carl let himself fall, and the ACPA pilot, still reeling from pain, didn't notice. The severed hands stuck to his armor had just opened. Inside, 2 grenades. Their pins had been pulled long ago. Now then, how many seconds does it take for a grenade to explode after the pin is pulled? 4? Maybe 5? And how many seconds had passed? Exactly 4. Boom! Carl was blown away by the explosion. But he wasn't dead. A point-blank detonation that even an ACPA would struggle to survive. Yet Carl was still alive? Why? Because the ACPA took most of the blast. The grenades had been wrapped in the monowire, hanging from the ACPA's arms. And when Carl's severed hands opened, the grenades fell into its chest. The explosion went off in front of the ACPA, where only its helmet could shield it. Meanwhile, Carl had plenty of cover. First, the ACPA's steel-plated arms, thicker than his entire body, blocked most of the blast. And second, that Gatling cannon the ACPA had been holding, that thing had a massive barrel, chunky body, the perfect shield, with such solid cover, and the fact that he had already dropped low to the ground. Carl had no reason to die, but dying wasn't the same as being fine. Goddamn, that hurts. Lying amidst the rubble, surrounded by shattered chandeliers and debris, Carl felt like a slab of butchered meat. Every nerve in his body screamed. It hurts like hell, but it won't let me die. What kind of cruel joke is this? Carl shifted slightly and immediately realized he could barely move. Shit, I still need to get her out of here. How was he supposed to carry her now? Make her lean on his back? Would she even have the strength to hold on with those injuries? How much time was left? Maybe 4 minutes? 4 minutes. Gritting his teeth, Carl forced his mangled arms to prop himself up into a sitting position. For seconds of rest. Then another 4. He just needed to stand up. 1. Crack. 2. Clang. 3. Crunch. 4. A hand emerged from the rubble. A shattered, bloodied arm, hanging by a mere thread of muscle. Barely attached. Oh, for fuck's sake. Carl watched helplessly as the pile of debris shifted. The ACPA shoved aside the broken concrete. Its cockpit cracked open, electrical sparks flickering everywhere. Yet despite its battered state, the pilot still stood. Can't you just stay dead? Carl tried to reach for his kenshin, only to remember. He had no hands. I should be asking you that. For the first time, the ACPA pilot spoke. His face, half-destroyed, grinned, a victorious smile. Compared to Carl, who could barely move, he could still control his ACPA. That gap in mobility was the deciding factor. No matter how ugly this battle had been, no matter how close he had come to death, none of it mattered. He won. So, this is what victory really feels like. The ACPA stomped forward, step by thunderous step, not toyingly slow like before, but genuinely sluggish due to damage. But speed didn't matter anymore. Carl couldn't move. All the pilot had to do was walk up and finish this. The simplest execution. A single punch, a metal fist to his torso, and Carl's upper body would be gone. Was there any way out? Carl searched his mind, but deep down he already knew. This time, he really was dead. 8-year-old me, staring at raindrops on the car window, betting on which one would win the race. And then a gust of wind came and wiped them all away. Maybe even back then, I already knew, shit rarely ever goes the way you want it to. Regret. Regret what? Looks like he wouldn't be able to get Brown, Oliver, and the others out safely. This job? Maybe he really was going to die under the cherry blossoms. Was there anything else? Of course. Carl suddenly remembered something important. So important that the moment he thought of it, his spirit lifted a little. I never even got to eat the pork I ordered. Mrs. Wells, Oliver's sister, his father. If they heard we were dead, they'd be devastated, wouldn't they? Maybe people really do think about random things before they die. But death doesn't wait. Heavy footsteps stopped right in front of him. This is delightful. I don't think I'll ever forget you. You won't forget me? Carl grinned weakly. Then I'll head down first and check out the scenery. Maybe I'll beat your ass again when you get there. Sound good? You better start learning how to pilot an ACPA, or I'll win again. The ACPA pilot chuckled. Then, without hesitation, his fist came crashing down. At the edge of death, there was nothing left to say. Carl should have closed his eyes and accepted it. But he didn't, because he saw something. Tom didn't slow down. No, it was him. He could see someone moving at high speed. That figure. That was a machine. Another machine. Sandevistan. In this frozen moment, Carl saw a figure blitz across the battlefield at inhuman speed, closing in right next to him and the ACPA pilot. Then a metallic hand reached out. In that moment, even a drop of blood falling wouldn't have disturbed the silence. The ACPA pilot noticed. His eyes slowly shifted, trying to see what was happening. But in his damaged state, he wasn't fast enough. A mechanical hand wrapped around his exposed throat. And then, with a casual squeeze and pull, his head was gone. Carl watched it all. Watched the ACPA pilot's frozen look of shock. That lingering smirk on his ruined face, still convinced that the fight was already over. The same smirk Carl had worn just moments ago. Sorry, looks like I got lucky this time. Carl blinked. A fountain of blood sprayed down on him. Go on ahead. I'll take my time. Then I'll beat your ass when I get there. The metallic killer who had just ripped off the pilot's head turned to Carl. No, that man turned to Carl. A pair of glowing red eyes. There was no humanity in them. Only cold, merciless killing intent. Kid, I'm taking over your job. That was the last thing Carl heard before he lost consciousness. And Carl knew who he was. In fact, every mercenary in the world knew who he was. A legend. Atom Smasher. I feel like I just came back from the dead. You sure did. You were hanging by a thread for 2 days, almost kicked the bucket. Lying on a hospital bed, Carl's first words after waking up were immediately commented on by Jack. So, what the hell happened? Carl glanced at Oliver, who was sitting on the other side of the bed. He had no idea why he had woken up in a hospital bed, and why the first thing he saw were 2 dumbass faces staring at him. Carl, I think you can just insult us directly. No need to disguise it as casual conversation. Oliver, wrapped in bandages, clearly wasn't in great shape either. After rolling his eyes at Carl, he explained what had happened. Carl's final sprint to deliver the target had actually been further than he had originally thought. While the ACPA was busy hunting him down, the medical staff station at Compiki Plaza had found the target and taken her into protective custody. And since the target had safely arrived, the attackers had received orders to withdraw. And then, by the time Jack and the surviving mercs arrived at Carl's last known location, they saw his body being carried away under a white sheet. We all thought you were dead. Jack even started screaming and tried to steal your body back. Bullshit. You were the one screaming. I just ran in. Jack corrected Oliver with an annoyed huff, then continued the story. That was when Arasaka's medical team informed them that Carl wasn't actually dead. Before receiving her own treatment, the target had given specific orders to make sure Carl was treated as well. The white sheet was simply to cover him up, because he looked too gruesome and the medics didn't want to scare the young lady. Oh, speaking of that young lady, our target, Carl, do you even know who she is? Jack slammed a hand on the bed, visibly excited. Aside from making the bed shake and making Carl's sore body tremble, the action didn't do much. We actually protected someone important as hell. I never thought we'd be guarding someone like her. Jack took a deep breath. She's an Arasaka. I know Arasaka. Arasaka, a family-run Japanese megacorporation. They provide security, banking, and legal services to the world's biggest corporations. By 2075, they are one of the most powerful entities on the planet. A corporate princess from a dynastic empire. Of course Carl knew. So what's the problem? The problem is massive. Oliver cut in from the side. Arasaka Hanako. Her mother is Arasaka Michiko, one of the corporation's key leaders. And her great-grandfather? Arasaka Saburo. That Arasaka Saburo, Carl. The emperor of Arasaka. One of the most powerful men on the planet. We somehow got tangled up with his family. Sounds fine to me. Carl remained calm. We took a job. We finished the job. That's just how things go between a client and a contractor. You sure about that? Oliver raised an eyebrow, watching Carl closely. There was nothing suspicious in Carl's expression. I mean, Jack and I can say for sure, we don't have any ties to her. But what about you? Oliver lifted the blanket covering Carl's arms and pointed at his hands. If you had no connection to her, then why did she personally demand you get treated? Why did she pay for a full team to replace your hands? My hands. Only now did Carl realize his hands felt different. The last thing he remembered before blacking out. His hands were gone. His arms were torn apart. But now, Carl lifted his arms. His hands looked the same, but they didn't feel the same. There was a new kind of strength beneath his skin. This is the best titanium-reinforced bone structure, the best densified bone marrow, the best cybernetic joints, the best synthetic skin. Oliver's voice was unreadable. Carl, you could punch a hole through a concrete wall now. Carl tried moving his hand to scratch his head, only to realize it felt exactly like his old hand. In fact, it almost felt smoother. Everything was the best. That was pretty terrifying. This doesn't prove anything. Carl shrugged. She's an Arasaka princess. She's rich. She saw how hard we worked, so she threw us a bone. Isn't that pretty normal? Normal. Jack and Oliver exchanged glances. Carl looked like he was actually serious, like he genuinely believed there was nothing strange about this. But was there really such a thing as an Arasaka heir with a conscience? No way. This was suspicious as hell. All right, let's say we don't care about any of that. Oliver pulled out a data chip and slapped it onto Carl's blanket. Then explain this. Explain what? Carl grabbed the chip and, seeing Oliver and Jack's expectant stares, plugged it into his neural interface. A second later, a number popped up in his account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 million eddies? Carl froze. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 100,000? Yeah, that's what we thought, too. Jack narrowed his eyes, suspiciously scanning Carl's expression. He was starting to worry. Did his friend sell something? The Arasaka princess gave this as a personal bonus. Said it was just for you. And the fixer still paid us the original 100K after. Jack's eyes pierced through Carl. So, Carl, you sure you don't have a problem? I guess. Carl thought for a moment and found a reason. It's got to be because I soloed an ACPA, right? Shit, I almost died. What's wrong with getting some extra cash? Oh, we know. Jack snorted. The footage of that fight is still out there. Someone leaked it. The whole damn city is talking about it. ACPAs are banned in Night City. And then suddenly, an ACPA shows up, and some merc almost takes it down. Carl, you're famous. Big name. Carl blinked. Pretty much. Oliver kept watching him, still a bit skeptical. But after a moment, he just laughed. Whatever. As long as you're alive, it's fine. If you say it's nothing, then it's nothing. Jack patted Carl's shoulder. And if Arasaka ever pulls something on you, you've got us. Why does this sound like you guys think I'm some helpless girl being forced into a corporate marriage? Carl sighed. You both know I hate Core. She gave you the best cyberarms. And 1 million eddies. Well, I mean, I don't hate all corporate people. Just the assholes. Yeah, whatever. Jack and Oliver rolled their eyes, then started helping Carl get ready. Arasaka's hospital gave them the creeps. If not for Carl, they wouldn't have stepped foot in here in the first place. Now, that Carl was awake. It was time to get the hell out. So, you saw Atom Smasher? Just for a few seconds. Then I blacked out. That guy's a legend. Elsewhere in the hospital, high above them, a pair of violet eyes watched Carl's silhouette fade into the distance. Inside her flowing kimono, a small knife flicked into her fingers. So fast, it was almost invisible to the naked eye. A cherry blossom has fallen 1,000 times. But this time, it landed in someone's hands. The knife flew forward and stabbed into an unused, blood-stained MacStock. 2 days ago, this same med inhaler had been clutched tightly in her hands, pressed against her own wound. Her grip back then had been just as tight as Carl's when he held that grenade. A petal for a petal. After Carl and the others left the hospital, their first stop was Victor's clinic. They still felt a little uneasy about Arasaka's tech. A few hours later, these cyberware implants are some of the best available on the market right now. Some of them are even internal models that the corporations don't sell publicly. Just what the hell did you guys get into this time? Carl lost half an arm and got it replaced with something that doesn't even have a backdoor. Damn, Whoever installed this knew what they were doing. Ripperdoc Victor lowered the screen next to the operating table, clicking his tongue in amazement as he examined Carl's new hands. Old Vic, haven't you seen all the videos people have been sharing in the city these past few days? Jack pointed at the computer on Victor's desk. Just look up mercenaries and ACPA, and you'll see what Carl ran into. ACPA? You guys ran into one of those things. Victor continued adjusting the data, shaking his head. Well, if you made it back alive, I'd say you got damn lucky. No kidding. Oliver stretched his back with one hand on his waist and yawned. I've been dreaming about gunfire for days. You want me to prescribe you some sedatives? Nah, I think I'm already getting used to it. While chatting with Oliver, Victor finished the last bit of data calibration. He set down his tablet and looked at Carl. All right, you good to go. No issues detected. You're in perfect health. Thanks, old Vic. Carl grinned, hopped off the operating table, and extended an invitation. How about joining us for dinner and a movie tonight? A few drinks to celebrate, making it back in one piece. Tomorrow works better. Got a patient coming in later, probably going to be busy all night. Victor rolled his chair back to his desk and waved them off. You guys go ahead and have your fun tonight. Come on, old Vic, you are one of us. Jack chuckled, but Victor just waved his hand dismissively. Nah, I'm too old for all that. You kids go enjoy yourselves. Just don't stay out too late. And bring Carl back in tomorrow for a follow-up, just in case there's any rejection issues. All right then, we'll bring Carl in tomorrow. And we'll drag you over to Oliver's place for some drinks while we're at it. After saying their goodbyes, the group left Victor's clinic and made their way to Misty's Esoterica, the little shop run by Jack's girlfriend, Misty. Jack pushed open the back door and called out to her. How's business, Misty? Same as always, barely any customers. You guys all checked out okay? Misty, Jack's girlfriend, was a blonde woman with smoky eye makeup. Before turning around at the sound of Jack's voice, she had been sitting idly at the counter, staring out at the street, waiting for a customer to walk in. Yeah, we're all good. Jack naturally walked over to Misty, leaning on the counter with one hand and getting a little closer to her. We're planning to bring old Vic over to Oliver's tomorrow. Want to come hang out? Jack and Misty hadn't been together for long, but they had known each other since they were kids, practically childhood friends. Their interactions were naturally comfortable, but Misty still turned down his invitation. You boys have your own gathering. I'd rather not have to drag your drunk ass home later. As a woman, Misty obviously couldn't just crash at Oliver's place like Jack, Carl, and Victor could. If she went, she'd have to head home alone, and Jack wouldn't feel comfortable letting her do that. That probably meant he'd end up stumbling back drunk with her, too. How about we change the location? Oliver, who had been listening from the side, suggested we could go to El Coyote instead. That way we can relax, and before he could finish, he felt a tug on his arm. Instinctively, he turned his left and found Carl staring at him with a "what the hell are you saying?" kind of look. What? Oliver, confused, followed Carl's gaze toward Misty. Then it hit him. Shit, that was dumb. Maybe it was the lack of sleep messing with his head, but he had completely overlooked something, suggesting El Coyote was probably an even worse idea for Misty. Because at El Coyote, Mrs. Wells was there. Mrs. Wells had never been too fond of Misty as Jack's girlfriend. She had always preferred Jack's previous girlfriend, the one from the Valentinos. Because of that, things between Misty and Mrs. Wells were awkward. Running into her there? Yeah, that'd be a mess. Oliver awkwardly scratched his head. Forget I said anything, Misty. My bad. It's fine. No big deal. Misty brushed it off, but there was a faint sadness in her eyes. She genuinely loved Jack, her childhood friend turned boyfriend, but love and family didn't always mix well. Classic mother-in-law drama. Carl sighed internally as he watched Oliver's embarrassment and Jack struggling to find the right words to comfort his girlfriend. Misty was a good girl. Anyone who spent even a little time with her could see that. Carl was genuinely happy for Jack to have someone like her. But at the same time, he also respected Mrs. Wells. The conflict between the two was something Carl had no idea how to fix. Hell, even as an outsider, it felt like an impossible situation. Jack had it rough. But before the atmosphere could get any more uncomfortable, Carl's phone lit up with an incoming call, breaking the tension. Whoever you are, I owe you for this one. Yo, who's this? Carl didn't even check the caller ID before answering, deliberately speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear. As expected, the others immediately turned their attention to him. I've got a job for you. You're going to want in. KK. That voice. Blanca. Yeah. What? Can't recognize my number. Can't even recognize my voice now. No, of course not. Carl's tone immediately shifted into business mode. He was always polite to generous employers. I just wasn't expecting you to talk to me like a fixer. Fixer talk? So that's what they all sound like, huh? Whatever. Carl, you know Afterlife? Meet me there. Got a job to discuss in detail. Carl switched to speaker mode, letting everyone hear the conversation. The moment Afterlife was mentioned, Oliver and Jack's eyes lit up. Afterlife? As in the Afterlife bar? The bar where only fixers, clients, and top-tier mercs could enter? Yeah. The awkward tension? Completely gone. Hey, Carl, Oliver, how do I look? Jack brushed off his jacket, flashing a confident grin. Do I look like a badass merc ready to step into Afterlife? Meh, you're trying too hard. Oliver glanced at Jack's hip, where Saratoga SMG was deliberately positioned for visibility. Then, he patted his own shin, equally visible, but in a more casual manner. You should learn from me. Subtle, yet professional. What the hell are you two doing? Carl shot them a deadpan look. Ever since they heard they were heading to Afterlife, they've been acting like excited kids. And the closer they got, the dumber they got. Carl, Oliver, and Jack suddenly turned serious, looking at him like he was an idiot. Do you even realize where we're going? Of course. Carl shrugged. A bar where mercs pick up gigs. Used to be a morgue. What's the big deal? The big deal. Jack threw his arms up. Only real mercs. The best of the best. Get to set foot in there. Carl, do you know who's been there before? Morgan Blackhand. Waylon Boa Barnes. Legends. Once upon a time, they were just like us, dressed casually, walking in on an ordinary day. Then boom, took a gig. Made history. We're following in their footsteps, man. I don't see the big deal. Carl yawned. It was still just a bar. A former morgue at that. Sounded like it had a creepy-ass vibe. Didn't seem like the kind of place you could chill and have a drink. But the world-shaking jobs part? Now, that was interesting. He was curious. What exactly counted as a world-shaking job? 50 meters from Afterlife. They walked through Watson's Little China, down a dim, neon-lit hallway, until they reached a stairwell leading underground. At the bottom, they found a mountain of a man standing guard. Carl had looked up some info about Afterlife before coming. The guy was Emmerich Bronson, a bouncer notorious for deciding who was worthy of stepping inside. Rumor had it, he had ties to the Animals gang, but who knew if that was true? Still, made sense, the Animals were muscle for hire. Who else would be better at door duty? As they approached, Emmerich sized them up. His gaze swept over Oliver and Jack quickly, but then stopped dead on Carl. He blinked, then blinked again, like he was trying to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He even squinted slightly, as if double-checking reality. He only snapped out of it when Carl stepped forward. Ahem. Emmerich cleared his throat, straightened up, then crossed his arms in front of his chest. Got an appointment? Can't we just check it out? Carl did have an appointment with Blanca, but he was curious. What would happen if they showed up uninvited? No appointment. Emmerich uncrossed his arms. Then I don't need to announce you. Then, to Carl's surprise, he stepped aside. Behind him, a door leading into Afterlife swung open. Carl blinked, then blinked again. Wait, that's it. He pointed at himself, then at Jack and Oliver. You're not stopping us? Emmerich grinned slightly. I've seen the video. Whole city has. I'd have to be an idiot to think a merc crazy enough to go toe-to-toe with an ACPA ain't worthy. He nodded toward Oliver and Jack. These two, your crew? Go on in. We welcome teams. For the first time all day, Carl saw Jack and Oliver speechless. So I really am famous now, huh? Carl mused, reaching for the door next to Emmerich. But just as his fingers brushed against it, the bouncer suddenly stopped him. Oh, right, almost forgot. Emmerich frowned, as if something just occurred to him. What's your name? I should keep it on record. If you ever make an appointment, I'll know to let you in right away. Just call me KK. Carl shrugged. If you don't like merc aliases, Carl works too. KK, huh? Got it. Emmerich nodded, then reached out and pushed the door open for him. A wave of warm light and the sharp scent of alcohol flooded through the entrance. Welcome to Afterlife. Enjoy your stay. Appreciate it. Carl stepped in, while Oliver and Jack, still slightly tense, followed a step behind him, like bodyguards escorting a VIP. The first thing Carl thought when he saw Afterlife, damn, this place really does look like the underworld. No natural light. Everything underground, bathed in a sickly green glow. If hell had a bar, this would be it. Thinking about it, it kind of made sense. Every merc in here walked the line between life and death. Afterlife was less a bar and more like a second home, a place where they celebrated still breathing. As soon as they were inside, Oliver and Jack loosened up a little. Since Blanca only needed Carl for business, the other two waved him off and headed straight for the bar. Looked like they were eager for a drink. Carl wasn't in a rush to meet Blanca either. Instead, he trailed behind them, curious about something else. The Afterlife drink menu. He'd heard rumors. Supposedly, this place had special drinks named after legendary mercs, and he wanted to see for himself. Then, he watched Jack order his drink. Old-fashioned tequila, a splash of beer, some chili. Carl blinked. Doesn't that burn? I'll take the same, Oliver said, as if this was totally normal. The bartender, completely unfazed, nodded. 2 Johnny Silverhands coming up. Carl froze. Johnny Silverhand? He knew that name. A rocker boy. A terrorist. One of the most infamous figures in history. Why the hell does this bar have a drink named after him? Carl had no idea, but he was about to find out. You want a can, Carl? Sitting in a booth at Afterlife, Blanca lazily sipped her drink. When she saw Carl approach, she gestured toward an unopened can of Bum Monkey on the table. I'll pass on Bum Monkey. High fructose corn syrup drinks just taste sickly sweet to me. Carl casually sat down on the couch, glanced at the selection of drinks in front of Blanca, and picked one for himself. I'll just have sweet tea. The flavor reminded him of iced black tea, one of the few things in Night City that gave Carl a familiar taste of home. Blanca watched as Carl popped open the bottle and took a sip. She continued drinking her own beverage, and only after finishing the entire thing did she lean back into the couch, finally looking relaxed, her posture lazy and unbothered. You've been making a name for yourself in the city lately. I know. I barely woke up before my friends started telling me about it. Carl didn't really get why his employer was bringing this up. He was here for a job, not small talk. Just like before, give him the payout, the location, the target, and he'd get it done. Simple and clean. Do you know who was piloting that ACPA? The pilot? Now that caught Carl's interest. You know something about that? How could I not? Do you think I'd have the time to just sit around drinking and waiting for you if I didn't? I got promoted. Took over a management position related to this whole mess. So, this really was a Militech operation? I figured you'd piece it together. Blanca wasn't surprised. After all, there were only a handful of Corps that could smuggle an ACPA in a Night City unnoticed. But there was one thing she needed to correct. Don't pin this on me, though. I had no clue about any of this before. I wouldn't have dared to mess with Arasaka's princess, even if I did. This was pulled off by a group within Militech who weren't too happy with Michiko Arasaka. They worked together with the Young Bloods inside Arasaka. The Young Bloods? Carl frowned slightly. He remembered Hanako Arasaka calling this whole thing a trial. Could these so-called Young Bloods be the real wild card in all this? After all, judging by Hanako's reaction, the ACPA showing up was completely unexpected, and the only ones who could pull something like that under her nose were people within Arasaka itself. You know Yorinobu Arasaka? Yorinobu Arasaka. Carl thought for a moment, and the information surfaced in his mind. Yorinobu Arasaka, heir to the Arasaka Corporation, the youngest and only surviving son of Saburo Arasaka. The famous Arasaka heir? Yeah, I've heard of him. Things were already pretty clear. They want to use Hanako Arasaka's death as a catalyst to provoke a war between Arasaka and Militech. To be precise, their target wasn't Arasaka's princess. It was her mother, Michiko Arasaka. Michiko Arasaka, was the daughter of Michiko Arasaka, Yorinobu's older brother and a Japanese-American woman. Having been born and raised in the United States, she identified more as an American. Even though she later returned to the Arasaka family, within the corporation, she was still considered one of the key figures aligned with Militech. Naturally, this made her a threat to the Hawk faction and to certain individuals within Militech who were also eager to escalate hostilities. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Looking at things that way, all the seemingly inexplicable events started making sense. Saburo Arasaka had always been suspicious of Hanako's bloodline. After all, she was the daughter of Michiko and a full-blooded American. For reasons unknown, Hanako willingly submitted to a Bushido-style blood purity test conducted by Saburo himself. And during this process, certain factions within Arasaka and Militech, those specifically targeting Michiko, tampered with the situation. That's how an ACPA, a full-fledged war machine, got thrown into the mix. And as a result, Carl ended up getting his ass kicked. What kind of bullshit is this? Blanca, seeing that Carl had fully grasped the situation, spoke again. The reason I'm telling you all this is because there's still some unfinished business that I need you to handle. Let's circle back to the original question. I got sidetracked with your questions. Do you know who that ACPA pilot was? All I know right now is that they were from Militech. Well, now you're going to learn a little more. His call sign was 10. His real name was erased the moment he joined Militech. He was the best pilot our company had trained in years. So, what that means is there were others, not as skilled as him, but still top tier. And every single one of them feels humiliated by 10's death. They can't go after Atom Smasher, because he's under Arasaka's payroll now. So instead, they've set their sights on you. On me. This feels like one of those we can't beat Atom Smasher, so let's just take it out on some street merc situations. Well, let them come. I'll just take them down one by one. It's not like they're going to sneak another ACPA into the city. That's unlikely. Just this one already caused enough chaos. Arasaka and Militech are blaming each other and shifting responsibility back and forth. But exoskeletons, those are still within an acceptable range. Exoskeletons. Do these guys seriously have nothing better to do? Are they just lining up to die? Doesn't Militech have actual missions for them? Their R&D division is very interested in their combat data. The department heads are more than happy to use you as a test subject, comparing ACPA performance against exoskeleton warfare. Blanca smirked. That's why I reached out to you, Carl. I want to team up. Let's wipe out these ACPA elites. What's in it for you? Carl stared at Blanca's smirk. Didn't you just say you're in charge of this department now? These guys were under the previous management, the ones who've already been sunk to the bottom of the ocean. I don't trust them. In other words, if she did trust them, Carl would have been their target instead. Figures. You're a true corpo dog. So how about it? Team up. I'm in, but I expect to get paid. You're the one benefiting from this, right? All you have to do is feed me intel and sit back while I handle the work. Meanwhile, I'm the one risking my life. Technically, this is also to save your own ass. But yeah, I knew you'd say that. Blanca already understood how Carl operated. She held up 2 fingers. I can pull some strings and get you 2 Militech cyberware implants. No backdoors. Pleasure doing business. Carl clasped Blanca's hand without hesitation. How did it go, Carl? Jack glanced at Blanca, who was walking toward the entrance of Afterlife, then turned back to Carl. What's the job about? No rush. I'll explain when we're back. With so many people around outside the booth, Carl had no intention of discussing work in a place like this. Speaking of which, what were you and Oliver up to? I saw you both chatting up the bartender earlier. All the named drinks at Afterlife are based on legendary figures from the past. Oliver and I figured, why not reserve one for ourselves? Reserve one? Carl sat down next to Jack. But isn't there a saying that all of Night City's legends are in the grave? That's not entirely true. Oliver chimed in. I can name at least 2 living legends in Night City, and we happen to have some ties to both. Atom Smasher and Afterlife's owner, Rogue, the legendary fixer. You can't exactly say they aren't Night City legends, can you? Fair point. Carl leaned against the bar, a bit curious. So, What kind of mix did you two come up with? A shot of vodka, ice lime juice, ginger beer, and, most importantly, a little bit of love. That was Jack's mix. But after hearing it, Carl couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's just a Moscow mule. The only thing you added was some vague-ass love. Love is the most important part, Carl. Right. Carl turned to Oliver. What about you? What's your mix? Mine? 30 milliliters of whiskey, a small shot of Drambuie, and some ice. A rusty nail? So, you copied a classic too. Where's the originality? Who needs originality? As long as people hear my name when they order it, that's good enough for me. Oliver smirked and nudged Carl. Jack and I already left our drink recipes. You gonna leave one too? What kind of recipe would I even come up with? If I had to choose, I'd probably just copy one like you guys. Carl waved over the bartender and ordered soda. Personally, I think red wine mixed with Sprite isn't too bad. What kind of girly drink is that? Oliver scoffed, eyeing the soda in front of Carl. Now that I think about it, you barely drink alcohol at bars. Just keeping my head clear and staying sharp. Carl took a sip of his cold soda. Not everyone can get wasted. Someone's got to stay sober and watch over you idiots. Well then, I'll leave myself in your care if I get too drunk, Carl. A familiar voice came from a short distance away at the bar. Carl turned toward it and saw a man approaching them, a beer in hand. Thanks for having my back on that last job. Man plopped down beside Carl, raising his beer in a toast toward Oliver and Jack. If anything, I should be thanking you for checking in on me. Carl had already heard about what had happened after the mission. Every single merc had come to visit him. But since the hospital was under Arasaka's control, they all left once they confirmed he was stable. Man had been the last one to go, only leaving after getting a call from someone. The difference between Man leaving and Carl waking up had only been about 4 hours. There's nothing to thank me for. Compared to you saving my ass, this was nothing. Man chugged his beer, downing half the bottle in one go before speaking again. I was actually thinking of visiting you guys properly to say thanks, but who'd have thought I'd run into you at Afterlife instead? You guys picking up another job. More like tying up loose ends from the last one. Carl glanced at Man. What about you? On vacation. I just dodged a bullet 3 days ago. So yeah, I'm taking a well-earned break. Most mercs live by the spin it while you got it rule, anyway. But you guys, man, you're grinding too hard. You only just woke up today, and you're already taking a job. We're just here to get some intel and see what the job's about. We're taking some time off, too. Carl sipped his soda. By the way, has your fixer sent over your cut yet? If that bastard tried to skim anything off the top, I'd rip his head off. Man scoffed. What about Faraday? That asshole pay up? He did, Jack answered from the side. Sent it over about an hour after the job was done. Then, suddenly a thought hit Jack. Speaking of which, man, since you took the job solo, how much did your fixer take from your cut? 150,000 eddies. Biggest payout I've had so far. 150,000. Hearing that number, Carl and the others did some quick mental math. Their total payout had been 300,000 eddies, split evenly. That meant each of them had only gotten 100,000. Compared to Man's solo payout, their share was nearly half of what he had received. And if the fixer's cut was calculated per person, then that bastard Faraday pocketed a shit ton of our money. How do you figure? Man seemed a bit confused at first, but after hearing that Carl's team had only gotten 100,000 each, his expression twisted. That damn mutt. Faraday's as greedy as a starving street dog. If you think about it, he took a bigger cut from us than other fixers usually do. Oliver was visibly pissed now. No merc in their right mind would be happy after learning their fixer had skimmed off a huge chunk of their pay. Next job, we choose wisely. Jack leaned against the bar. Thanks to Carl, our crew's made a name for itself. It's about time we get picky with our fixers. I've got a connection, so next time we need a job, we'll go through Padre. You should have decent gigs lined up. Padre? You mean the Padre from Haywood? Man raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Padre's on a whole different level compared to bottom feeders like Faraday. You guys had a connection with him this whole time and didn't take his jobs. Back then, we didn't think we had enough reputation. But now, no way we're letting some street mutt like Faraday steal our pay again. Jack spoke with confidence, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone approaching. Hope you don't mind me interrupting. A tall, muscular blonde woman stepped up to them. You are? Oliver was puzzled, but Maine immediately stood up. Dorio, what are you doing here? You know her? Jack, seeing Maine's reaction, started to catch on. She's Dorio, a member of my crew. Maine introduced her, then turned to Dorio and gestured toward Carl and the others. Carl, Jack, Oliver, these are the friends I told you about. We met during the last job. I figured as much. Nice to meet you all. Dorio greeted them with a smile, but her expression quickly turned serious as she looked at Maine. Maine, there's something that needs your attention. Something happened, Dorio. I was just about to have some drinks with Carl and the guys. Maine could tell from her expression that it wasn't a minor issue. Dorio wouldn't have come looking for him unless it was something he needed to deal with personally. Still, he didn't mind discussing it in front of Carl and the others. Dorio glanced at them, about to speak, but Carl waved his hand to stop her. Maine, if your crew needs you, go ahead. We can always meet up another time. Maine and Dorio treated them as friends, openly discussing their team's affairs in front of them. But there were things that, as friends, they shouldn't hear. Carl appreciated Maine's trust, but at the same time, he knew that there were things better left private. No rush on the drinks. Next time, they're on me, Maine. Jack raised his half-empty glass in Maine's direction, and Oliver nodded, doing the same. Maine looked at the three of them, then nodded with a small smile. Next time, make sure it's the good stuff. You got it. With Jack's promise, Maine and Dorio left Afterlife together. As they walked out the door, Maine raised his half-finished beer in their direction. A proper drink next time. That was probably what he meant. After Maine left, Carl and the others lost interest in staying at Afterlife any longer. The main reason? Carl. The drinks at Afterlife were great, but there were no good fries here. And the more Carl drank, the more he felt like leaving. How about we stop by Mama Wells for some fries, grab some drinks and snacks on the way, and head back to Oliver's place? Don't make it sound like my place is your second home, Carl. Also, why is it always my apartment? Yours is just as good. Oliver, now once again the designated driver, voiced his mild complaint as he got behind the wheel. My place, huh? Carl thought about it for a moment. I mean, I guess it's fine, but I still think we should go to yours. And why is that? My place doesn't have a private phone line or TV subscription, which means if we hang out there and want to watch something, we'd have to pay extra. Hearing Carl's reasoning, Oliver almost found it convincing, but then something clicked. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure the TV deposit is just 50 eddies, and it's only 1 eddy per hour to watch. Aren't you loaded now? It's different. Gotta save where I can and spend where I should. Carl actually had a method to his madness. Every time they had to get together, he was usually the one bringing most of the food and drinks. If he actually did the math, those expenses far outweighed any TV subscription fees. But in Carl's mind, spending on things you eat and drink wasn't the same as paying to watch something. Before 2075, Carl would think twice before dropping $10 on a music subscription. But when it came to grilled meat, no hesitation, he'd order everything on the menu. It was just a habit he carried from before. Sitting in the car, as Oliver drove toward El Coyote, Carl glanced at his account balance, 1.12 million eddies. He had no idea what to do with all that money. You two got your eyes on any high-end cyberware, maybe a gun or car. I don't mind sponsoring a little shopping spree. Oliver turned his head slightly from the driver's seat. You're not thinking of upgrading yourself first. I'll swing by Old Vic's and upgrade my Neuralink to a better model, maybe get a mono wire installed again. Shouldn't cost too much. Haven't decided if I want to go any further than that. Gotta keep some flesh on me, you know? No way I'm ending up like Atom Smasher. That's so. Oliver considered his own loadout. No reason to hold back with Carl. Getting better cyberware could boost the whole team's combat power. If they'd had better gear back then, Carl wouldn't have had to tank all that exoskeleton and ACPA fire alone. But even after thinking it through, Oliver couldn't come up with anything worth upgrading. He had enough money now. Spending $100,000 on a high-end sniper rifle wasn't a problem. In fact, he had cash to spare. Didn't seem necessary to take Carl's offer. Jack, you need anything? I got some extra eddies too. Since Oliver didn't have anything specific in mind, he turned to Jack and made a suggestion. How about some gorilla arms? That'd stabilize your shooting a lot. No way I'm getting those. Jack chuckled. You all know, I met Vic in the boxing ring. Back in the day, he used to be a boxer himself. The moment he saw fighters getting cybernetic arms, he knew times were changing and retired. I want to keep some of that spirit alive, help him win some fights. Wouldn't be fair if I rolled in with gorilla arms. What about a bike? I remember you had your eye on one before. That thing was pricey, wasn't it? Might be a good time to grab it. Imagine taking Misty for a ride. She'd love it. You mean the Nazer? That beauty. Jack grinned. Already saved up for it. 140,000. Gonna pick it up as soon as we get back. Don't need any help with that. Plus, I don't even know if Misty would want to ride with me. Maybe a car would be better. Misty's the type to go along with whatever you like, man. Carl leaned back and patted the car seat. Speaking of rides, ever since I got my own car, we barely drive Oliver's Quartz Bandit anymore. Sitting in this thing now feels like we're in a hera. Maybe I should swap mine for something better, something armored. I'd rather not deal with another ambush like last time. Forget it. A ride that can tank a rocket? You're not getting that for a measly million. Don't waste your money. This car's fine. I like driving it, so don't change it. Oddly enough, Oliver seemed more attached to the Quartz Hera than Carl, who actually owned it. But that made sense, compared to Carl, who never touched the wheel, lounged in the back like a spoiled corpo, or just straight up napped. Oliver, the designated driver, had spent way more time in the driver's seat. Well, guess I'll keep looking. How should I spend all this money? Beep, beep. The sound of a digital alarm filled the room. Carl opened his eyes, only to find that, aside from waking himself up, Oliver's alarm had zero effect on either Oliver or Jack, who were still snoring like logs. Unbelievable. Yawning, Carl picked up his holo and checked for any messages from Blanca. Nothing. Not surprising. Militech and Arasaka were still butting heads over who was responsible for sneaking an ACPA into Night City. Even if those pilots were itching for payback, they probably wouldn't get a chance to make a move anytime soon. Right now, Arasaka was just waiting for someone with a pilot's ID to show up, so they could press Militech harder. Guess I should find something to do. Yesterday, Carl, Jack, and Oliver had talked about hitting up Padre for work, but looking at the two dead-asleep drunks, there was no need to rush. They had barely slept for 2 whole days, staying by Carl's bedside at the hospital. Then, last night, they drank themselves into oblivion well past midnight. They deserve a break, work-life balance and all. As usual, Carl went through his morning routine, washed up, rinsed his mouth with purified water, then grabbed his Lexington and headed out to grab breakfast for Oliver and Jack. Why a Lexington? Because his Kenshin had been flung into the abyss during the ACPA fight. No idea where it ended up. He hadn't had time to buy a replacement, so now he was stuck using this spare Lexington, which he had originally kept as a souvenir. Before grabbing breakfast, Carl took the elevator up to the floor where he first arrived in 2075 and walked to the spot where the original owner of this Lexington had died. Every day that Carl stayed in the mega building, he made a point to stop by. Not because he was hoping to find another free gun, but because of a debt he needed to repay. The green-haired Mohawk guy who had died here had given Carl his first stack of eddies and a gun to defend himself. Thanks to that, Carl had been able to meet Oliver later on. In a way, his merc life started because of that guy's sponsorship. That was a debt he intended to pay back. But today, just like every other time, he left empty-handed. The green-haired guy had lived on the 8th floor, and Carl had already made sure to politely ask every other resident about him. Seeing the gun holstered at Carl's waist, they had been very happy to answer his questions. According to them, the Mohawk guy wasn't close with anyone. He had only moved in a week before Carl arrived and, as far as they knew, had no visitors. To make sure he didn't miss any potential visitors who might have known the Mohawk guy, Carl had already paid his rent for an entire year in advance. Not expensive, just 12,000 eddies. This ensured that anyone who showed up at the door and register a visit would be logged, allowing Carl to check the records later. But now, over a month had passed since Carl arrived in 2075, and with 2076 right around the corner, not a single person had come to visit. Either the Mohawk guy had no family or friends, or none of them even knew where he had lived. Carl had no way of knowing which it was. But for 12,000 eddies a year, He was willing to keep paying until he found a way to use Night City's database records to track down the green-haired Mohawk guy's identity. Speaking of records, when it came to keeping tabs on people in Night City, the only ones with solid data, besides the core, were the NCPD. Carl remembered he actually had a contact at the NCPD, an officer named Johnson, who he had met during that cyberpsycho incident. But they'd only met once. Doubtful the guy would actually help if Carl just asked. "Well, I need to take down a few more cyberpsychos just to build some rapport." Cyberpsychos weren't exactly easy to find, though. After checking the apartment's visitor logs and confirming no one had come by, Carl took the elevator down, grabbed food from his usual vendor, and headed back to Oliver's apartment. Oliver's shipment of pork was supposed to arrive in a few days. Finally, some real meat after all this time. After waking up Oliver and Jack, he tossed them each a bottle of purified water to rinse their mouths while he started eating what had become his most frequently eaten meal since arriving in 2075, cold Chinese noodles. And the moment he took a bite, his stomach churned with nausea. The food tasted fine, but after eating it so often, he was getting sick of it. Carl was particular about food, and his tolerance for eating the same thing repeatedly was reaching its breaking point. As Oliver and Jack devoured their food without a care, Carl thought back to Michiko Arasaka during their last mission. That corpo princess probably eats fresh fruit, veggies, and meat every damn day. Fucking corpo dog. You got any plans for today? Jack, halfway through his tomato and meat sauce pasta, casually asked. Then he paused, realizing something odd about today's breakfast. "Carl, why are we having pasta? That vendor usually only makes Japanese food, doesn't he?" No idea when, but the guy changed. The new owner knows how to cook everything. Everything, as in whatever you ask for, he can make it. Next time I want pizza. Sure. Just thinking about pizza made Carl's stomach turn even more. He didn't care about eating pizza for breakfast. That was fine. What bothered him was what usually came on top of it. By 2075, the most popular street pizza was called extra spicy Italian sausage pizza. Jack loved that stuff, but everyone in Night City instinctively left out part of its name when they talked about it, because its full name was actually Locust Extra Spicy Italian Sausage Pizza. Yeah, locusts. Carl had to admit, in his time, plenty of people had enjoyed eating locusts. He wasn't even against trying them, but treating them like normal meat and piling them on a pizza like some kind of pepperoni substitute, that was too much for his traditional pizza-loving values. It was just as blasphemous as putting pineapple on pizza. Except in Night City, pineapple pizza wasn't just controversial, it was illegal. By law, under the Pizza Desecration Act, Section 1, Clause 5A, the possession or use of pineapples or pineapple-based products on pizza was considered a criminal offense with a bounty attached. Finishing off the cold noodles he could barely stomach, Carl sat back and waited for Oliver and Jack to finish eating. Bored, he opened Oliver's computer to check what had been happening in Night City while he was unconscious. The moment the screen lit up, a massive ad popped up. Enrollment now open at Arasaka Academy. Welcome all aspiring students who dream of becoming the next-gen elite. The hell? It's almost New Year's. What kind of school starts enrollment now? If Carl had the time to compare it with other schools' admission periods, he would have realized something immediately. Corpo overachievers never rest. After finishing breakfast, Carl, Jack, and Oliver didn't stay in the apartment for long. With Blanca not sending any updates, it was a rare free day, and everyone had things to do. Oliver planned to get himself a new sniper rifle, while Jack was finally going to buy the motorcycle he had been eyeing for so long. As for Carl, he was heading to Vic's clinic to upgrade his cyberware. Going together would have been too much of a hassle, so shortly after breakfast, they split up. Well, sort of. Oliver was still the designated driver, making the rounds to drop off Carl and Jack first before heading to his own destination. "I'm starting to think the real reason you bought a car, Carl, was so you could sit comfortably while I drive." "That's slander. I just wanted to be lazy." After saying goodbye to Oliver and Jack, Carl headed off to see Victor. Once the cyberware surgery was done, they were all planning to meet up again for drinks in the evening. Passing through Misty's Esoterica, Carl took a moment to greet Misty before heading through the back door and turning left. From there, he walked straight to Vic's underground clinic in the alleyway basement. Today, Victor's only scheduled client was Carl, so he had already gotten everything prepped ahead of time. Same deal as we talked about yesterday, Carl. Vic retrieved the newly arrived cyberware from a secure storage unit, giving Carl a quick glance. Everything looks good on your end. Hop on the operating table. I still need to run a check on these implants. Make sure there aren't any hidden backdoors. You might as well lie down and mentally prepare yourself. What's there to prepare for, Vic? This isn't my first rodeo. Doesn't matter. Every surgery has risks. Don't get careless. Like a nagging old man, Vic grumbled on as he ran diagnostics, while Carl lay back and half listened, half watched him inspect the cyberware. The implants Vic was checking were ones that Carl had personally paid him to order, using his fixer connections to source them. The total cost? 192,000 eddies. 92,000 eddies went toward a monowire upgrade, a version that was longer, charged faster, and more efficient than Carl's previous one. If he ever had to fight another ACPA, this new monowire would cut down the time needed to fully charge, letting him rip the armor straight off its frame in just a few swings. The remaining 100,000 eddies went toward replacing his Neuralink port. Up until now, Carl had been using the cheapest available option, the Militech parallel line. To be honest, its processing power was barely above worthless. Now that he had money, he figured he might as well splurge a little. For his new neural port, Carl chose the Arasaka Type 3. Arasaka Type 3, a top-tier neural interface designed for infiltration specialists and cyber-espionage operatives. Yet another Arasaka product. Not because Carl favored Arasaka gear. Far from it. This was simply the best and most expensive option that Vic had access to. Anything better? That was exclusively reserved for corporate elites. After carefully inspecting the cyberware for pre-installed backdoor programs and deleting any suspicious code, Vic finally sat down in his chair beside the operating table. This should take around 2 hours. You want anesthesia? Partial anesthesia is fine. That way, I can chat with you to pass the time. Surgery doesn't need entertainment. Despite saying that, Vic still went along with Carl's request and only administered partial anesthesia before picking up the implants and starting the procedure. And just as Vic estimated, 2 hours later, the surgery was complete. How's it feel? At Vic's words, Carl flexed his right hand, activating the monowire. Smooth. No resistance at all. And the neural link? Carl focused, immediately noticing that his brain was processing information much faster than before. He glanced at Victor, and suddenly his mind was flooded with data. Victor Vector, old Vic, former boxer, now a ripper doc. Physical condition, stable, but slightly labored breathing, likely due to overexertion during surgery. Breathing will stabilize in approximately 14 seconds. Vulnerabilities, right side, fourth rib, left knee joint, can breach his guard in 0.3 seconds. Target is unguarded. This rush of information made Carl blink in surprise, before finally answering Vic's question. Nothing wrong with it. If anything, it feels like my cognitive load has decreased, like part of my brain's processing power is offloaded onto it. That's impossible. It's a neural interface, not a brain booster. Vic didn't pay much attention to Carl's comment. Instead, after taking a few seconds to regulate his breathing, he leaned back and said, "No intense activity today. Get used to the new implants first. You guys barely made it out alive. Take a damn break. If I show up for drinks tonight and find out you idiots took another job, next time I'm not giving you anesthesia." Technically, they had already accepted a job. But obviously, Carl wasn't about to admit that. "I'll pass the message to Oliver and Jack." That was all Carl said before bidding Vic temporary farewell. Before meeting up for drinks in the evening, he planned to make a trip to Kabuki Market. There was a hacker shop there. He could pick up some demons while he was at it. Demon, viruses, hacking software, offensive programs. Carl had already learned the basics of netrunning thanks to braindance simulations. Now, it was time to actually get his hands on some real demons and see if he could pull off some actual hacks. He shot Oliver a message, asking where his personal chauffeur was. Oliver's response? Still picking out guns. How the hell does it take that long to buy a gun? Wait, Almost forgot. Carl instinctively touched the Lexington holstered at his waist. He needed to buy a gun, too. Carrying only a Lexington wasn't exactly ideal. His weapon stash back home had plenty of rifles, SMGs, and shotguns, but when it came to concealable pistols, he only had this one Lexington. Did a Lexington even count as a real merc sidearm? Should he just grab another Kenshin since he was used to it? Or maybe it was time to try something different? Something to think about. Target lock, cyberware overheating, movement obstruction, memory wipe. I'll start with these and get familiar with them. Carl walked out of the hacker shop, having just purchased a fresh set of demons. The total cost? 20,000 eddies. Adding that to the 192,000 eddies he had already spent on cyberware upgrades earlier, he had burned through 212,000 eddies in just a single morning and afternoon. Money really does disappear fast. 1,120,000 eddies, minus 212,000, plus travel, food, and miscellaneous software expenses. Carl was now left with roughly 900,000 eddies. Come to think of it, if it wasn't for that princess's 1 million eddy payout, he wouldn't have even afforded these upgrades. Now, the only thing missing before he could fully get back to work was a gun. After careful consideration, Carl decided to have Oliver pick up a Kenshin for him while he was out shopping. He hadn't tried other pistols yet, but he knew the Kenshin worked well for him. Right now, he needed a proper sidearm. Night City's streets were too dangerous to be walking around unarmed, and he didn't have the luxury of spending hours browsing. Not long after, Oliver replied, "Still testing out guns. I'll grab you a Kenshin on my way back. Need me to pick you up? Huh. Looks like my personal driver is fully embracing his role. Dedicated, too." If Carl said that out loud, he was sure Oliver would roast him on the spot, so he just kept it to himself. Instead, he declined Oliver's offer. Might as well let the guy enjoy testing out his weapons. Carl could take the time to explore the city on his own for once. After sending his response, Carl casually wandered the streets for the first time in a long while. How would he describe the scenery of Watson's streets in Night City? Glancing over, he saw a scrawny gang punk sitting out in the open, wearing a braindance headset, his body twitching and jerking as he lost himself in VR fantasies. Carl quickly averted his gaze. Further ahead, a woman dressed in neon-colored clothing, looking like a painted duck, leaned against an alleyway entrance, waving over potential customers. Carl immediately noticed a group of figures lurking in the shadows behind her. Public displays of lust? Check. Luring marks in alleyway scams? Check. Huh. Pretty standard, actually. Nothing too crazy. Just as Carl was thinking that, a car suddenly sped past him, kicking up a cloud of dust right in his face. A split second later, gunfire. Right behind the first car, another pursuing vehicle raced down the street, hot on its tail. Carl quickly shielded his face with his jacket, but the dust still left a fine layer of grime on him. His expression darkened instantly. People in Night City really had no manners. Maybe you should fire a few rounds, teach them a lesson about the consequences of street racing. Think it'd do it. Carl drew his gun without hesitation and fired 2 shots. PSSHD. There was no actual sound, but in his head, Carl added a little sound effect for his own amusement. He watched as the rear tire of the fleeing car blew out, sending it into a wobbly, unstable trajectory. Carl smirked, holstered his Lexington, and decided to forgive them. By 2075, most cars had reinforced tires. Blowing out just one wasn't enough to flip the vehicle or cause a major crash. As a small act of revenge, it was just right. Next time, maybe don't street race like an idiot. Feeling satisfied, Carl suddenly remembered something he had seen yesterday. Arasaka Academy enrollment. Wasn't that place in City Center? Nothing else to do. Might as well check it out. Carl hailed a cab from a street. This wasn't just any cab. It was a combat taxi, meaning it was equipped for armed defense if necessary. By 2075, combat taxis were pretty standard. In fact, anyone still driving a regular taxi in Night City was either way too optimistic or had a death wish. Where to? Arasaka Academy. The driver glanced at Carl, as if sizing him up based on his age, but didn't say anything. After confirming the destination, he silently started driving. By 2075, the most famous combat taxi service was Delamain, the AI-driven taxi fleet rumored to have firepower comparable to an APC. But since Delamain cabs were ridiculously expensive, they hadn't fully dominated the combat taxi market. Most combat taxis in Night City were still human-operated. To corpos, people were just disposable resources. An AI driver might break down due to power failures or system malfunctions. But a human driver? Not only wouldn't they stop working, but they'd even pay out of their own pocket to maintain peak performance, just to keep their job. In the end, it was just another way for Core to profit. Arasaka Academy. During the ride, Carl dug deeper into information about Arasaka Academy. Eventually, he got the basic picture. Simply put, it was a school designed specifically to train corpo dogs. P.S. Gotta take a quick break, need some late-night snacks. Arasaka Academy was located in City Center, not far from Arasaka Tower. By the time Carl spotted the towering corporate monolith, he had already arrived at the academy. After saving the taxi driver's number and telling him he'd call again if needed, Carl stood in front of Arasaka Academy's gates. From the outside, a school in 2075 didn't seem all that different. Groups of students clustered together in small circles, some laughing, chatting, others running around, playing. The whole scene gave him a momentary sense of déjà vu, as if, no matter how much time passed, students would always be like this. Still, even if these Arasaka Academy kids seem innocent now, the moment they step into Arasaka Corporation, they'll start losing everything that ever made them happy. A corporation was a place that twisted people. Watching them, Carl couldn't help but think about his own past. But standing at the school entrance, just staring inside, yeah, that was pretty suspicious. It didn't take long for Arasaka security to start approaching him. A guy not wearing uniform, clearly not a student, loitering near the entrance. He had already been flagged as a potential threat. Hey, what the hell are you looking at? You know where you are? This isn't some place street rats like you can just wander into. At the shouted command, Carl turned toward the 3 Arasaka security guards approaching him, each armed, each wearing the standard corporate security uniform. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if annoyed by the glare of their cyber optics. I know exactly where I am. Carl made no sudden movements, allowing them to close the distance. Then get the fuck out already. One of the guards was already on alert, confused by how calm Carl was despite being confronted by Arasaka personnel. But the Arasaka uniform gave him confidence, gave him a sense of power. He held his aggressive posture, his tone still filled with arrogance. This spot I'm standing on. Carl remained polite, as if explaining something to security guards unfamiliar with Night City's laws. According to Night City regulations, this is a public space. Public space? One of the guards scoffed, as if mocking the idea of city regulations. Who the hell cares about that? Wearing Arasaka's uniform must have really inflated his ego. He was already acting like the law didn't apply to him. Carl sighed. Sure, their attitudes sucked, but he always tried to reflect on himself first. Honestly, if he were a school security guard and saw some random guy standing outside the gate, staring in, he'd be on edge too. Since he could understand their reasoning, there was no need to escalate things further. Fine, I'll leave. Carl turned and walked away, and the 3 Arasaka guards made no move to stop him. They had only wanted to get rid of the suspicious guy. Even if their words were harsh, they weren't actually demanding that he crawl away in humiliation. They weren't blind. Carl had a gun holstered at his waist. If things really escalated, they might not die, but even getting injured would be a huge problem. Oh, one more thing. Halfway through leaving, Carl suddenly paused, as if remembering something. Then, he casually offered them a small piece of advice. You guys should probably avoid getting this close to a merc next time. The Arasaka guards looked confused, until Carl's fingers twitched slightly. Could be dangerous. Carl smiled. Schwip, a sound so soft it was almost imperceptible. A thin whisper of something slicing through the air. By the time the 3 Arasaka guards realized what had happened, they all had thin, shallow cuts across their necks, just deep enough to break the outer layer of skin. A cold sensation crept across their necks. Then, a mix of mild pain and warmth. In that brief instant, the Arasaka security guards finally understood what had just happened. Their pupils shrinking in shock, hearts pounding in sheer adrenaline-fueled terror. They had just felt the Reaper's scythe graze past them, and they never even saw it coming. If that guy wanted to, I'd already be dead. As this frightening realization sank in, each of their accounts suddenly received a 100 eddy transfer. Go have a drink after your shift. My treat. Carl casually waved his hand behind him, his tone completely calm, as if that split-second moment of terror had just been a friendly reminder. The three Arasaka security guards stood there, frozen, hands still clutching at their barely bleeding throats, which in reality didn't even need pressure to stop the bleeding. They watched Carl's retreating figure, yet none of them could say a single word. That moment had burned itself into their very bones. A deep, primal warning. It told them that if Carl truly wanted to, even now, as he walked away with his back to them, they still wouldn't stand a chance. A full minute passed before one of the guards, who was still pressing his already healed neck, finally snapped out of his daze. With a blood-stained palm, he pointed straight at Carl's fading silhouette, his voice shaking in disbelief. That guy. I just remembered. I know who he is. No need to say it. I already figured it out. Another security guard finally caught his breath, gasping for air. The sheer shock of facing death had left him nearly suffocating, and the arrogance he had moments ago was completely gone, replaced by an expression drenched in cold sweat and fear. That crazy bastard. Holy shit. I just realized who he is. HQ literally sent out warnings about him. They told us not to mess with him if we ever ran into him. Fuck. F-U-C-K. Did I seriously just talk shit to the guy who went toe-to-toe with an ACPA? The third guard, the most aggressive one, suddenly felt his legs give out, collapsing onto the ground. Earlier, he had been the loudest, the rudest, the most confrontational. So naturally, Carl had paid him special attention. As he touched the side of his head, horror dawned upon him. A chunk of his hair was gone. His already thinning hair, his struggle against baldness, and now, even the shoreline of his hairline had been erased. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was already going bald. Now, with a fresh patch of missing hair, even the remnants of his dignity were slipping away. It was all natural. I hadn't even gotten hair implants yet. Behind the shaken Arasaka security guards, a young man wearing an Arasaka Academy uniform stepped out. His punk-styled hair stood out as he curiously glanced at the terrified guards, then followed their line of sight toward the distance. But when he looked, there was nothing there. Carl hadn't walked far from Arasaka Academy before spotting a small restaurant by the side of the road. After glancing at the time, he decided that this would be the place for lunch today. The restaurant wasn't large, taking up only about 50 square meters. Inside, there were only 4 scattered customers, and the staff wasn't numerous either, just one busy chef behind the counter and a single waiter moving around. Welcome, sir. Feel free to sit anywhere. Just call me when you're ready to order. The young male waiter, despite his obvious workload, still took a moment to greet Carl before motioning toward the available seats. Got it. I'll call you when I'm ready. After acknowledging Carl's response, the waiter immediately rushed off, still buzzing around the shop. Carl couldn't help but wonder, why the hell is this guy so busy when there are barely any customers? Even with just one person on staff, it shouldn't be that bad. From what Carl understood about the restaurant business, a single waiter could comfortably handle 4 to 6 customers at once, while an experienced one could serve up to 10. Counting himself, there were only 5 people in the entire restaurant. Even if the guy was a complete newbie, he should be able to manage. Besides, that was based on his old-world standards. In 2075, most restaurant meals were pre-made or semi-prepared, just a matter of microwaving, mixing, and serving. So, what's he so busy with? Just as Carl was settling into his seat, he suddenly heard the clear, unmistakable sound of something frying. Zzzzzt. That sizzling sound was immediately followed by the rich aroma of oil dispersing through the air, carried along by the restaurant's slowly circulating air conditioning. Carl instinctively sniffed the air. Then his eyes lit up. This place, for a city center restaurant, it's actually cooking food properly? And this oil, it's quality. Carl's mind had already reached a conclusion. Butter. Real, actual butter. Not the synthetic garbage that was commonplace in 2075. Butter made from real milk, churned into solid fat. How could he be so sure? Simple. He used to cook steak a lot back in his time. And every single time, he used butter. He still remembered a culinary book he had read about searing steak in butter. The key tip was not to let the butter fully melt before adding the steak, because real butter had a low melting point and would burn quickly, leaving blackened streaks on the meat. Instead, the moment the butter was half melted, you had to stir it with a fork before placing the steak in the pan. Sure, Carl's steak cooking skills sucked. He could never get the doneness right. But the scent of butter? That was burned into his memory. He could easily tell the difference between real butter and synthetic substitutes just by smell alone. Now, the question was, what kind of food was this place making? Carl leaned back in his chair and scanned the table for some kind of ordering interface. Nothing. No wonder the waiter had told him to call when he was ready. This place was so old school that it didn't even have a digital ordering system, something that was already a rare sight back in his time. But you didn't even give me a menu. How the hell am I supposed to know what I want to order? Butter was usually associated with Western cuisine, so Carl could guess that this place served Western food. But Western cuisine was huge. Was it British? French? Italian? If it was French or Italian, that would be great. But if it was British, well, that'd still be better than most of the crap they served in Night City. Compared to the absolute horrors that pass for food in this city, even the infamously mocked stargazy pie from Britain sounded delicious. Carl knew that getting real meat in city center was pretty much impossible. But hey, they were using real butter. At the very least, maybe the vegetarian options would be decent. Just as Carl was lost in thought, the busy waiter suddenly realized his mistake. He had forgotten to give Carl a menu. Apologizing hastily, he quickly handed over a menu made of a material somewhere between plastic and paper. Carl flipped it open, and his heart skipped a beat. Jackpot! It wasn't French cuisine. It wasn't Italian either, two of Europe's top-tier cuisines. But at the very least, it wasn't British. This place was a Spanish restaurant. And to Carl, Spanish food ranked just below French and Italian. If the food turned out to be good, he'd have to bring Oliver and Jack here next time. As he scanned the menu, he noticed something. The prices weren't cheap. The cheapest dish was 70 eddies and up. Considering this was city center and they were actually using real butter, maybe the prices were fair. Naturally, Carl's first instinct was to check for one of the three great Western dishes. The Spanish paella, a dish ranked alongside Italian pasta and French escargot. But the moment he saw the listed ingredients, he immediately dismissed it. Synthetic squid, synthetic oysters, synthetic shrimp. The hell is this garbage? No way in hell was he eating that. Seemed like meat dishes were completely off the table. Carl scanned the menu again before locking onto the only safe choices. Spanish omelet, 70 eddies. Ingredients: synthetic eggs, potato starch. Carl had eaten synthetic eggs before. They tasted decent, a bit chemically off but still tolerable. This was a must order. Better make it 2 portions. Creamy mushroom soup, 150 eddies. Ingredients: real cream, lab-grown mushrooms. Comes with 200 g wheat white bread. Real cream. No wonder it costs 150 eddies. Lab-grown mushrooms? That wasn't surprising. Most synthetic vegetables were algae-based, and since mushrooms thrived in humid environments, they often grew naturally alongside them. For corpos, this was just another way to make extra profit. Carl's attitude toward them? As long as it didn't kill him, he'd eat it. After calling the waiter and placing his order, he grabbed a can of sweet tea from the restaurant's only vending machine. Just as he did, he noticed someone new enter the shop. A young woman, probably in her early 20s, with pale pink short hair, red eyeshadow, and a crop top exposing her midriff. She was pretty, but her expression was cold as hell, like the entire world owed her money. Carl glanced at her once, then immediately lost interest. Didn't know her. Didn't care. In 2075, where cosmetic surgery was effortless, Beautiful people were everywhere. Hell, just a few days ago, he had been holding someone entirely natural and unmodified. Someone like this chick, not even worth a second look. Rather than staring at a pretty face, Carl was far more excited about his creamy mushroom, soup, and Spanish omelet. Just how good will they be? Maybe you should pre-order some for later. Bring a few portions for Jack, Oliver, and Vic tonight. Holding a crispy, wheat-scented piece of bread in his left hand, dipping it into a rich, creamy soup, while using his right hand to fork up a bite of Spanish omelet. Carl swore this was the best meal he had eaten since arriving in 2075. Real ingredients just hit differently. After devouring his 2 servings of Spanish omelet and his creamy mushroom soup in just 10 minutes, Carl made a quick decision. He had to bring some of this back for Jack and Oliver. He ordered 3 more soups and 6 omelets to go. Total, 1,160 eddies. Since Carl was buying in bulk, the restaurant waived the container fee as a small favor. After paying, Carl lifted the bag of neatly packed food with one hand. In Night City, you always had to keep at least one hand free, just in case. Just as he reached the door, someone walked in from outside. A corporate guy in an Arasaka uniform. Eye contact. Carl didn't recognize him, but after a brief moment of hesitation, the guy definitely recognized Carl. Through the man's cyber-optic lenses, Carl could clearly see a sudden surge of raw fear. Huh, so cyber eyes can actually show emotions now? Go ahead. When Carl came across a dog on the street, he always chose to let the dog pass first. Why? Simple. Who the hell would bother fighting for space with a dog? Why, yes, thank you, sir. The Arasaka corpo, who had already begun shaking, visibly relaxed after hearing Carl's words. Forcing a smile, he nodded politely, his face plastered with the kind of fake friendliness only a desperate lapdog could muster. He then cautiously walked past Carl, stepping into the restaurant without daring to turn his back too quickly. Inside, the corporate security officer felt both unlucky and relieved at the same time. Shit, of all people, I had to run into this killer. But at least, thank God he's in a good mood. Carl didn't recognize the corpo, but the corpo definitely remembered Carl. Back when they were assigned to protect Hanako Arasaka, this guy had witnessed firsthand what Carl was capable of. He saw how Carl fought through that mission, and how Arasaka security utterly failed to protect their objective. Step. As the corpo walked further into the restaurant, a strange sense of relief washed over him, like he had just escaped from a cyber psycho's grasp. But then, just as he exhaled, Carl's voice called out from behind him. Wait a second. His body froze. I think I remember you now. Carl hadn't recognized his face, but something about his back and posture felt familiar. You were part of that security detail, right? Why, yes. Yes, that was me. Spinning around instantly, the Arasaka officer, a man with East Asian features, almost instinctively moved to bow. But Carl casually raised his hand, stopping him. I'm not your boss. No need for that. Carl then smiled slightly. To be honest, watching you guys just stand around while we were getting our asses kicked really pissed me off. And the fact that you failed to protect your target and nearly got my whole team killed? Yeah, that pissed me off too. Then, after a brief pause, Carl shrugged. But since you guys eventually helped Jack and the others hold the line, I guess I'll let it slide. Carl's palm lightly patted the frozen-in-place Arasaka officer on the shoulder. Relax. I'm not some stereotypical Chinese guy who slaughters entire families just because I'm pissed off. If I'm annoyed, I won't take it out on your whole family. Carl's voice was calm, almost casual. Then, he patted the guy's shoulder again. Harder. Hard enough that the Arasaka officer nearly stumbled, his knees almost buckling to the ground. But if you piss me off again, you'll be the only one in your family who dies. Carl wasn't an unreasonable man. If someone pissed him off, he only went after that person. He even gave people a first-time warning. But a second time? No warnings. People would die. As Carl's hand rested on his shoulder, the Arasaka officer could clearly feel. If Carl wanted to, he could have snapped his neck in an instant. Desperate to show his sincerity, the officer frantically nodded, his head bobbing like a broken machine. Duties need to be fulfilled properly. Carl wasn't mad about the security team not stepping in earlier. After all, Mercenaries like him were always prepared to be disposable cannon fodder. As long as the money was good, that wasn't an issue. But when Arasaka's so-called security failed so badly that their incompetence got their own target injured and nearly wiped out Carl's crew, that was a different story. There was a difference between expecting shit to go sideways and being dragged down by morons. And the level of anger those two things caused was very, very different. After giving his warning, Carl finally noticed the curious stares from the rest of the restaurant. Even though both he and the Arasaka officer had been speaking quietly, people loved watching drama unfold, no matter what country they were from. A mercenary forcing an Arasaka employee to nearly bow or kneel. That was some top-tier gossip material. Carl wasn't interested in becoming a spectacle, so he didn't say anything else to the shaken officer. He simply pulled his hand back, scanned the restaurant once more, and, with the Arasaka officer still drenched in cold sweat, he walked out the door. Weird. As Carl stepped outside, his mind wasn't on the Arasaka guy anymore. Instead, he was thinking about something else. As a mercenary, it was second nature for him to constantly be aware of his surroundings. And just before leaving the restaurant, he had noticed something strange. When he had first arrived, that pink white-haired girl had still been sitting there, eating her meal. But when he scanned the room again before leaving, she was gone. Did this place have a back exit? Wait, she didn't even go up to the counter to pay. Dine and dash, blending into the chaos to sneak out without paying. Yep, that was Night City, all right. Damn, a professional dine and dasher, huh? Carl once read about a fugitive who got caught simply because he couldn't resist watching a street fight. Beep. A new message flashed on a Carl's comlink. Blanca? Intel's in. Carl assumed Blanca had finally gathered information on the ACPA pilots sneaking into Night City. With mild anticipation, he opened the message, only to find out it was a new job request. Huh, haven't even finished the last job, and she's already sending the next one. Interesting. As Carl skimmed the details, a particular term caught his attention, a phrase he had never heard before. Cyber King Kong? Cyber King Kong? What the hell is that? It was 8:10 p.m. Sitting inside Oliver's apartment, Jack had just finished listening to Carl's explanation of the job. His face was filled with confusion. Then, he turned toward Victor, tonight's special guest at their gathering. Vic, you're a ripper doc. Ever heard of something called Cyber King Kong? Victor took a sip of his whiskey, shaking his head. I know most cyberware on the market, but I've never heard of anything by that name. Is it some kind of code name? Even for Victor, this was the first time hearing about it. The job says we need to get intel on Cyber King Kong from some corpo dog named Tanaka. Carl leaned back. Tanaka works for Arasaka, which means... Oliver smirked as he connected the dots. This mission is basically Militech poking around Arasaka's secret research. That much was clear. Blanca wasn't acting alone. This was a direct contract from Militech, considering her role in Tanaka's company. Even though they still had no idea what Cyber King Kong actually was, they could at least understand the bigger picture. Jack groaned. Militech and Arasaka beefing again? Jesus, we barely just finished a job like this. To be precise, Carl let out a dry chuckle. That was our last job. Hearing this, Victor sighed heavily. Looks like next time I operate on you guys, I really won't use anesthesia. When Vic had upgraded Carl's cyberware earlier today, he had specifically told them to rest for a while. Now, just a few hours later, they'd already taken on a new job. Vic just didn't know what to say anymore. Can't be helped, Vic. Oliver shrugged. The payout's too good to pass up. And don't blame Carl for accepting it. If you're mad, just don't use anesthesia next time he gets work done. Let him scream a little. Maybe it'll make you feel better. Wow. Really, guys? Just throwing me under the bus like that. Carl raised an eyebrow, looking at Oliver. Jack, meanwhile, was nodding furiously in agreement. All right, I wouldn't actually do that. Victor let out another sigh, looking at the three of them. But before you idiots head out, come by my clinic first. I'll give you some meds and do a full body checkup. No arguments. If something's off with your bodies, it could kill you in the middle of the job. Carl nodded instantly. Of course. We'll stop by first thing the morning after tomorrow. That's soon. Vic looked at Carl, mildly exasperated. These kids, they were just like him when he was young. Always charging forward, never looking back, always throwing themselves into danger without hesitation. He knew he couldn't stop them, just like no one could stop him back then. The only thing he could do was support them from behind and hope he wouldn't have to watch another friend die. Vic had seen enough of that already. Oliver took a sip of his gorilla ale, letting out a sigh. Man, being a merc is fucking weird. One day we're escorting an Arasaka princess. Next day we're doing dirty work for Militech. He leaned back, shaking his head. It's like Core treat their fights as extensions of their own limbs. And we're the knives and guns attached to those limbs. Then after a brief pause, except we're the cheap, detachable kind. 1 minute, they're using us. Next minute, someone else just rips us away and claims us for their own. Jack let out a snort. Damn, Oliver, that was pretty deep. Then after a beat, but why does it kind of sound like you're comparing us to Joy Toys? Jack praised Oliver's analogy, but after thinking about it, he realized it didn't sound great. Joy Toys, a group of workers who sell their bodies through implanted behavior chips. Honestly, not much of a difference. Carl casually commented, while shoving handfuls of Mrs. Wells' fries into his mouth. They sell their bodies for eddies. We sell our bodies for eddies. No need to look down on anyone. We all got it rough. At least we have a choice. How many of them can say the same? Jack blinked, scratching the back of his head, then frowned. Shit, why do I feel like you're making sense? That's some real wake up? At 3 a.m., staring at the ceiling kind of logic, man. Jack then glanced at Carl's hands and noticed something concerning. Dude, you've almost finished an entire bucket in half an hour. Carl paused mid-chew. Then, without missing a beat, it's good. I like it. Why do you care? He swallowed another bite. Mrs. Wells gave it to me, not you. Jack rolled his eyes, but before he could say anything, Oliver pointed at the floor. All right, I don't give a shit how much you eat, but this is my apartment. So, if you drop another fry on my floor while talking with your mouth full, I'm picking it up and shoving it straight back in your mouth. Carl blinked. Then, he zipped his lips shut, miming a lock and key gesture. His cheeks puffed up, still full of fries. But he nodded in silent agreement. Fair enough. Talking with food in your mouth was pretty rude, after all. Once he finished chewing, Carl turned to Vic and nodded. All right, back to business. Vic, sorry about this. We invited you to drink and chill, and now you're stuck waiting for us to finish talking about work. Vic raised his glass, smirking. I got patience. Go ahead, keep talking. Carl leaned forward. If you want to get intel from this corpo dog, Tanaka, we'll have to change our approach. Oliver raised an eyebrow. Change our approach? Since when have we ever done anything besides pull out guns and negotiate? Oliver crossed his arms. Then his expression shifted. Wait, you're not talking about, like, stealth infiltration? Blackmail? Kidnapping? I've seen some Japanese BD flicks with this kind of setup. Fitting, considering our targets from Arasaka. Carl stared at him. Dude, stop watching so many shady BDs. Oliver grinned, shrugging. What? You saying I'm wrong? Carl sighed. I meant, I'm pretty famous in Arasaka now. Every corporate employee with a functioning brain recognizes me. We can't just barge into Tanaka's house and bag him like some street-level gig. We need a different plan. Jack nodded, finally getting it. You want to disguise yourself, then? Carl leaned back. This job probably has follow-ups. If we blow our cover too early, Militech might give the next job to some other mercs. And that means less eddies for us. Can't have that. Oliver snorted. Jesus, you're really a job addict, huh? Then his grin widened. But tell me, how's this any different from what I just said? Stealth, infiltration, intimidation, hell, even kidnapping? Sounds like your classic ninja shit. Carl scoffed. Yeah, except I wasn't expecting you to actually reference something legit. Oliver raised an eyebrow. Wait, you thought I was talking about? Carl's face froze. Then, shit, never mind. Oliver grinned wider. Wait, there's an illegitimate version of this? Carl groaned. Forget it. Beep, 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 beep. The morning after accepting the Militech contract, Carl sent out a call to Maine. Beep. Maine, Carl, what's up? Carl, got a job. Might need extra hands. You interested in tagging along? Maine, damn, You running fixer gigs now? Carl, just a direct contract from a corpo dog. Because of identity issues, I can't handle certain parts of myself. Need outside help. Carl, already hit up Brown and his crew, but they're still on leave. Figured I'd see if you were free. Maine, I actually wrapped up my break right after we met up at Afterlife. Picked up a gig, but I should have it done by tonight. How urgent is yours? Carl, Militech gave a pretty open timeline, so no rush. Payouts, 500K eddies. If you and your crew join in, I'll split it 50/50ths. Maine, $500,000. Carl watched the screen, noting Maine's delayed response. Dude was definitely thinking this one through. For mercs, not every job required full disclosure up front. Actually, when corpos hand out gigs, they almost never share details in advance. Not because they're paranoid, but because if a merc knew too much, they might back out or, worse, sell the info elsewhere. But with 250K eddies on the table, that was the kind of payout where you didn't ask too many questions. After a minute, Maine finally responded, his tone calmer this time. Maine, a direct corpo job without a fixer skimming off the top. Maine, shit. Didn't realize corpos actually paid this much. Maine, but without a fixer running things. Maine, that means no safety net. You sure that's not a problem? Maine had a point. Fixers were bloodsuckers, yeah, but they also set up safe routes, provided intel, and ensured proper backup. Without one, Maine was understandably hesitant, since it meant his chances of surviving relied solely on Carl's word. Carl, Militech is fine with me hiring outside contractors. Carl, but the rule is, Carl, no details until you're officially in. Carl, that said, I can give you a rough comparison. Carl, worst case scenario, this will be about as bad as that first ambush we dealt with. Maine, read that, then sighed through text. Maine, that was already pretty fucked up, man. Maine, but yeah, the ACPA bullshit was way beyond what mercs usually handle. Maine, still. Maine, good payout. And it's your job. Maine, that alone makes me trust it more. Maine, I'm in. My team's in. Maine, but you're really giving us half? Carl chuckled to himself. Look at that. Dude had been so conditioned by fixers ripping him off that he didn't even feel comfortable taking his fair share. Carl, of course. Carl, honestly? Carl, you guys are handling most of it. Carl sent Maine an encrypted Militech comm channel, allowing him to verify through their system. Then, he transferred the relevant files. If that data got intercepted, that was Militech's problem, not theirs. If anything went wrong, they'd have to ask themselves whether they had a mole in their own ranks. After reading the full mission details, Maine sent another message. Maine, so, basically we're doing Militech's dirty work and going after an Arasaka corpo? Carl, more or less. I just need you guys to gather intel on Tanaka. Once you've got everything, hand it over to us. We'll handle the rest. That cool? Maine, that's ridiculously easy. I feel like I'm taking too much. How about we split it 60/40ths? You guys take more. It'll be easier to divide that way. Carl, nah, just take your share. You've worked with me, Jack, and Oliver before. You know our style. We don't have the patience for slow intel gathering. You're leading a crew, right? No way you'd shortchange them. Carl, if you really feel bad about it, just help us grab Tanaka when the time comes. Maine, fair enough. I'll go over the details with my crew. Our net runner will reach out to you later. Figured it'd be better for a specialist to handle the tech side of things. A net runner? That was a rare find in a street-level crew. If Carl had access to a trustworthy net runner, he wouldn't have needed to teach himself hacking in the first place. Carl, got it. I'll send your deposit now. The Militech down payment was 100K eddies. Carl split it evenly. 50K went to Maine, and the rest was split between Carl, Oliver, and Jack. Personal funds update. 900K, 915K, amounts rounded for simplicity. Each of them got 15K eddies, with 5K set aside as team funds for future meals and expenses. Same old rule. If there's extra, Carl keeps it. If they overspend, Carl covers it. Savings keep piling up. Carl stared at the ever-growing number in his account. Honestly, it didn't feel real. Money only seemed tangible when it was in front of you. On a screen, it was just some digits changing colors. So, what's the plan for today? They'd outsourced the recon, and Carl would handle the hacker talks. Meaning, Oliver and Jack had absolutely nothing to do. Jack, I'm going to hang out with Misty. Oliver, I'm grabbing lunch with my sister. Carl, cool, great, awesome. So they had plans. And guess who didn't? That's right. You, Carl. Carl flipped them both off as a parting gift before leaving the mega building. His next stop? A braindance shop. Oliver kept hyping up those so-called authentic ninja BDs. Carl wanted to see for himself. Were they real ninjas? Or just some dude throwing lightning and giant spinning balls? With Oliver gone, Carl wasn't about to drive himself. In fact, he hadn't driven even once since arriving in 2075. Why? Simple. He was lazy. If he could lay back instead of steering, why the hell wouldn't he? Just as Carl was about to call the taxi driver from yesterday, an unknown number messaged him. Hey, I'm Sasha, the net runner for Maine's crew. Maine's squad net runner? Sasha? Carl didn't reply right away. Instead, he messaged Maine first, confirming Sasha's identity before responding. Carl, this is Carl. Maine already briefed you on the job, right? You'll be your crew's point of contact for this mission. Any issues with that? Sasha, no problem. Maine explained everything. Once we wrap up our current job tonight, we'll start on yours. Carl, sounds good. We'll be in touch. Sasha, hold on. Maine trusts you guys, so he wants me to send over our squad's personnel files. Everyone's cool with it. Should help us work together better. I'm sending them now. Carl got it. Carl realized he'd overlooked something. Knowing your squad is one thing. Knowing your allies is another. Just because he trusted Maine didn't mean he knew his crew's actual skill levels. And in this line of work, that shit mattered. The file arrived. Maine's stats weren't surprising. Wait, no. Apparently, he'd just installed a fresh projectile launcher system. Brand new gear? Did he blow all his eddies from the last job on this? Talk about a hardcore merc. Immediately installing new chrome and jumping back into the field. Well, Carl wasn't really in a position to judge. Next, Dorio. Already met her. Then Pilar, a tech specialist, black-haired Mohawk guy. Carl vaguely remembered him. He and Oliver had seen him outside a braindance shop. Rebecca, support, green-haired, twin-tailed goblin girl? Yeah, definitely memorable. Falco, driver. Seemed like a classy-looking older dude. Sasha, net runner. The one Carl was talking to now. And then Kiwi, another net runner, acting as Sasha's backup. Carl blinked. Maine's crew is loaded. 2 net runners in 1 squad. But then again, they've been active in Night City for years. His own crew? Barely a month old. No way they could compare yet. Carl, I've got the info. Looking forward to working together. After sending the message, Carl checked the date. He'd arrived in 2075 a day after Dia de los Muertos. November 3rd. Today was November 27th. So yeah, not even a full month yet. Christmas was coming up. For Night City, December 25th basically marked the end of the year. But for Carl, didn't really mean much. If anything, Lunar New Year on February 5th, 2076 felt more like an actual new year to him. Some people counted January 1st instead, but whatever worked. Jack had his own plans for Christmas, though. He mentioned spending it at the Coyote, with Mama Wells hosting a private gathering. Just close friends and family. And apparently, Carl and Oliver were invited. That alone was an honor. No way they'd skip it. But there was a catch. Jack was bringing Misty, which meant Carl and Oliver might have to run interference. We should probably ask Vic. He knew Misty, Mama Wells, and Jack well enough. Maybe he'd have some advice. After all, compared to them, Vic was the real veteran here. Carl hailed a combat cab and got in. The driver, now somewhat familiar with him, remained as silent as ever. Moments later, they arrived at the braindance shop. Don't drive off. Wait here. I'll be out soon. Leaving those words with the silent cab driver, Carl stepped into the braindance shop. The shop owner flinched instinctively at the sight of someone walking in. But after recognizing who it was, he relaxed. Oh, it's you, sir. Carl had been here enough times that they were familiar now. And as one of the shop's biggest customers, the owner knew exactly what he liked. The moment Carl reached the counter, the shopkeeper started his pitch. We got a new batch in. Season 2 of my Trauma Team Days just dropped. They released 4 full episodes at once. Want me to grab them for you? This sold well enough to get a new season. Carl wasn't surprised. It made sense, at least in regular TV logic. If something sold well, the company kept making more. But this was Braindance, not just some show. And more importantly, it wasn't fiction. My Trauma Team days was real footage of Trauma Team in the field. Meaning, everything in it was pure, practical tactics. Definitely worth buying. Yeah, gimme all four. Appreciate your business, sir. The shopkeeper beamed, hurrying off to the back storage to grab the Braindance chips. Meanwhile, Carl wandered around the shop, scanning the shelves. At this point, he'd seen almost everything useful. What was left? Porn and extreme gore BD compilations, neither of which he cared for. Though Oliver? Totally his thing. Carl? Not interested. Then he spotted something. A ninja-themed Braindance. Legit. But why the hell was it called Ninja Turtles? Carl sighed. Fucking hell. Of all things. Not even real Japanese ninja shit. As Carl shook his head, the shopkeeper returned, a stack of BD chips in hand. Carl was about to pay and leave, when the shopkeeper suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment, sir. Carl raised a brow as the shopkeeper stepped out from behind the counter, glanced around the shop to make sure no one else was nearby, and then locked the door. Carl narrowed his eyes. This guy was being way too careful. Then, the shopkeeper leaned in, lowering his voice. Sir, you're one of my best customers. You know your Braindance better than most. And I trust you. Carl remained silent. The shopkeeper hesitated, but then finally continued. I have some special stock in the back. Would you be interested? Special stock? Carl immediately understood. The shopkeeper was acting like a goddamn drug dealer. And yet, somewhere in Carl's twisted mercenary brain, he felt a twinge of anticipation. Hold on. Carl squinted. You're not talking about that kind of BD, are you? Oh, I am. The shopkeeper smirked. Exactly what you're thinking. Carl stared. The guy's face was downright sleazy. Greasy smile. Shifty eyes. He looked like a stereotypical black market dealer straight out of a shitty TV drama. And Carl, ever the honest man. I got a friend who'd be really interested. Go ahead. Tell me more. Of course it's this type. Carl happily carried the banned Cyberpsycho Braindance back to his room. He had heard rumors about these before, but he never expected them to actually exist. The Braindance that intrigued Carl was, naturally, one about cyberpsychos. What else could it be? Come on, in 2075, erotic BDs weren't exactly rare or forbidden. Any random street Braindance vendor could sell you a dozen, unless they contain some extreme gore. Carl wasn't interested in that kind of thing. But experiencing the combat styles of cyberpsychos? That was something else entirely. After all, not just anyone who lost their mind due to excessive cyberware overload got classified as a cyberpsycho. The ones who made it on NCPD records were the ones so lethal that standard officers couldn't handle them. In other words, they were strong. So what would he learn this time? Would it be life or death combat instincts? Or battle-hardened reflexes ingrained into the bones? Carl could hardly wait. Compared to regular BDs, which typically cost around 50 eddies, these forbidden ones were extremely expensive. Buying just two had already set him back 510 eddies, 5 times the normal price. Edge Runners, Episode 7 and Episode 16. Strange, they weren't sequential. Just how many were in this series? Glancing at the BD packaging, Carl also noticed some letters in the corner, probably the editor's initials. Was this the name of the person who compiled the footage? No idea. Carl wasn't about to shove these into his Braindance headset just yet. Instead, he first loaded them into his computer, using his hacking skills to scan for viruses or hidden monitoring programs. You couldn't be too careful with black market stuff. If there was any kind of hidden malware, things could get really messy. After confirming everything was clean, Carl prepared to dive in. Since BD immersion temporarily overwhelmed the nervous system, people usually got into a relaxed and comfortable position before connecting. Lying on his couch, Carl made himself comfortable before activating the Braindance. As his senses synchronized, a faint flicker of light flashed across his vision. Braindances fully simulate a person's entire sensory experience: sight, sound, touch, smell, even pain. Some people got so immersed that they lost track of their real selves. In a way, it reminded Carl of Zhuang Zhou's butterfly dream, a classic case of someone getting so lost in a dream that they couldn't tell if they were dreaming of being a butterfly or if the butterfly was dreaming of being them. This was the ultimate dream beyond dreams, a brain dance that transcended reality. Carl, or rather, the original recorder, opened his eyes. The air was thick with dust, each particle clear as day in his heightened senses. No doubt about it. This was an unfiltered recording, left exactly as it was originally captured. Carl could even smell the dust. No post-processing. No artificial touch-ups. This was raw. Carl checked his new body, the one recorded in the BD. It was far more muscular than his real one. His hands, they were gorilla arms. Gorilla arms, reliable cybernetic arms that grant their user gorilla-like strength, a favorite among dock workers for heavy lifting. Carl recalled everything he knew about gorilla arms. Honestly, calling them gorilla-like felt inaccurate. How many people had ever actually seen a real gorilla? In fact, actual gorillas probably weren't even as strong as these arms. At least, as far as Carl knew, real gorillas couldn't rip apart steel cages with their bare hands. But if you locked up a grown man with gorilla arms, tearing through a metal fence would be laughably easy. Of course, not all gorilla arms were equal. Quality mattered. Carl flexed his gorilla arms, evaluating their strength. Honestly, they might not even be stronger than his current arms. Unlike some braindance enthusiasts who insisted on an uninterrupted experience, Carl wasn't that type. People like Oliver, for example, liked their BDs to flow smoothly, especially when it came to certain kinds of content. But Carl preferred to analyze details, pausing and rewinding constantly. Unfortunately, edited BDs lost a lot of original data. The initial raw recordings allowed for third-person views and full environmental tracking, but the ones Carl had were edited, meaning they only had first-person perspective. Damn, would he ever get a custom version? Resume playback. The recorder panted heavily, raising his gun. Pause. The cyberware on his palm. Was that SmartLink? SmartLink, a neural interface that allows seamless integration with smart weapons, which meant his gun was... Wait, this thing is a fucking Shingen. Hold on. This cyber psycho's identity. Carl had a bad feeling about this. He resumed playback, listening to the heavy breathing. The scene became clearer. The recorder was standing on the 5th floor of a building, flanked by 2 others dressed just like him, each holding a Shingen Smart SMG. Nearby, a rocket launcher was propped against the wall. Oh fuck. Carl rewound a few seconds, just before the recorder's gaze locked onto his weapon, and instead focused on the environment. An abandoned apartment. A mechanical ceiling light fixture. Oh shit. Yeah. Carl recognized this place immediately. And now, he knew exactly who the cyber psycho in this BD really was. Not the recorder, but the one they were about to fight. Carl knew what would happen next. He had lived it. They were a group of attackers, ambushing a target. A rocket was fired. Explosion. They raised their Shingens and opened fire. And then, someone's coming up. That's impossible. Fast forward. Boom. A grenade detonated, its fiery blast sending shockwaves through the BD. Carl felt the recorder's pain shoot through his nervous system. The recorder's vision blurred, his right arm gone. Blown clean off. Then, the cyber psycho appeared. The recorder never saw his face, only heard his voice. You guys were standing too close. If you're gonna die, die together. Carl froze. That voice. Way too familiar. Then, only 3 of you? That's fewer than I expected. Gunfire. Blackout. Fuck. Carl ripped off his BD headset, cursing. How the hell am I a cyber psycho? I was just talking normally. Carl would have never guessed that Edge Runners, episode 16, this so-called cyber psycho record, was actually about him. You better hope I never find out who you are, cause if I do, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Carl was thoroughly displeased with how the Braindance editor had categorized him as a cyber psycho. Seriously? A cyber psycho? How low was their opinion of him? Did cyber psychos act as rationally as he did? Hell, Carl even had manners. Whether he killed someone or not, He always made sure to say goodbye, in his head or out loud. Hell, even Victor certified that Carl was probably one of the most polite people in Night City. This was straight-up slander. Carl was still a bit irritated as he finished watching the first BD, but thankfully, the second one managed to wash away his frustration. Why? Because this time, the cyber psycho wasn't him. It was the actual recorder of the BD. Now, this makes way more sense. Carl immersed himself in the brain dance, feeling out the combat instincts of a mantis blade-wielding cyber psycho. The fluidity, the reflexive slashes, the pure muscle memory. Carl memorized everything. 510 eddies. That's how much he had spent on these two BDs. If he didn't at least get something useful out of them, it would have been a waste. Technically, the first BD was also useful. It had shown him how to properly use a rocket launcher, for example. But Carl wouldn't be touching that one again anytime soon. He was already building up a grudge against this braindance editor. If he ever found out who was behind it, he might not be able to stop himself from stringing them up and giving them a good beating. After finishing the Cyber Psycho BDs, Carl moved on to the Trauma Team series, rewatching the entire second season a couple of times. By the time he finished, the sky had already darkened. He checked his messages. Nothing important from Oliver or Jackie. Oh wait, no, that's not right. They had sent something. Just 2 photos. Both were pictures of their meals. A Japanese restaurant and a Chinese restaurant. Not bad. Carl glanced at the time. 4:04 p.m. He had slept until noon, gone out to buy brain dances, then binge-watched them all without eating lunch or dinner. Now, he was starving. He glanced at the automatic vending machine in his room. A picture of a wrap was being advertised. Carl shuddered. Nope, not happening. Those squeezable sauce-filled wraps? They were an abomination. Time to eat out. Carl grabbed his Kenshin, left his apartment, and, as usual, checked the visitor logs upstairs. Still no one. Not a single person had come looking. Damn, he still hadn't found any leads on the green-haired Mohawk guy who had basically sponsored his first day in Night City. An NCPD? They hadn't contacted him once. Not a single bounty offer. Carl had been hoping to build a relationship with them, earn some trust, maybe even get access to some databases. But without any assignments, he couldn't exactly strike up a casual conversation and ask them to dig up personal records for him. At this rate, he had no idea when he'd be able to hunt down his second cyber psycho target. Carl headed to the city center, stopping by that Spanish restaurant he had liked. He had just placed his order, hadn't even touched his food yet, when his comms suddenly rang. Incoming call, Maine. Maine? Wasn't he supposed to be on a mission tonight? And wasn't Sasha supposed to be the one in charge of communications? Carl was puzzled, but didn't hesitate. He picked up immediately as he stepped outside the restaurant. Maine? What's up? Before he could finish speaking, Maine's urgent voice came through. Carl, where are you? Are you in the city center? Carl immediately noticed something was wrong. In the background, he could hear heavy breathing and rapid footsteps. Maine was running. Yeah, I'm in the city center. What's going on? You are. Holy shit. Carl, listen up. Get to Biotechnica now. Biotechnica? It's Sasha. She's in trouble. She was infiltrating their Night City division to steal some data. Everything was going fine, then, bam, her signal just cut out. I don't know what the hell happened, but something's wrong. The call ended abruptly. Biotechnica. Got it. No more words were needed. The mission was clear. The situation was clear. Now, all that was left was to act. Carl knew exactly where Biotechnica's Night City HQ was. He could get there in a minute if he ran. He didn't know what had happened to Sasha, but since she was supposed to be his team's hacker, she was worth saving. Carl moved fast, faster than expected. He had estimated 1 minute to reach Biotechnica, but in the end, he arrived 20 seconds early. And just as he reached the skyscraper, he saw a figure smash through a window, plummeting from the upper floors. Dark hair. It was Sasha. Carl had just received her personnel file this morning. He recognized her immediately. His pace quickened, his breathing steadied, and then time slowed down. This feeling, it wasn't someone else using Sandevistan. It was him. He was consciously stepping into this state. Had he just unlocked a new skill? Ever since upgrading his cyber deck, his ability to cheat the system seemed to have improved significantly. In this slowed-down moment, Carl's movements also felt sluggish, but he used the sensation to fine-tune his posture, carefully adjusting his stance and positioning. He calculated Sasha's landing point. She was going to crash onto a car. From 20 meters up, even with the car as a buffer, the impact would be severe. His mind raced, searching through everything he knew about free-fall survival. 1971. A Peruvian national airline flight was struck by lightning at 3,000 meters, causing the plane to break apart midair. 15 people died, but one survivor, a 17-year-old girl named Julianne Coepke, made it out alive. She survived because she landed on airplane seats and tree foliage, absorbing enough of the impact to prevent instant death. Her injuries? Swollen eyes, a fractured tibia, and severe ACL damage. Even from high altitudes, if enough cushioning was present, survival was possible. Cushioning? Seats. Chairs. Anything soft. Carl had an idea. His wrists flicked, and in an instant his monowires snapped forward. He dashed to the car below Sasha, leaped up, and swung his arms. In this slowed perception of time, he sliced open the roof with his monowires, exposing the soft interior seats. Falling onto cold metal and falling onto padded seats were two very different things. One meant certain death. The other? A chance. As an added buffer, Carl ripped off his coat and tossed it over the exposed opening. Not sure how much this will help, but I've done everything I can. The rest is up to you. And then, thud! Sasha's body slammed into the car's interior. Better than expected, but still bad. The better than expected part was that Sasha was still breathing. The bad part was that she was about to stop. Carl couldn't see any external injuries on Sasha. Not a single one. For someone who had fallen from a height, that was almost impossible. Yet, as he looked at the unconscious girl, an image suddenly flashed through his mind, a world-famous photograph. The most beautiful suicide. In 1947, a woman named Evelyn jumped from the 86th floor of the Empire State Building, a fall of 320 meters, due to depression. When her body landed on a parked car below, there wasn't a single visible wound. Her eyes were closed, her face was serene, her feet gently crossed, and one hand still clutching the necklace on her chest. She looked as if she were merely asleep. A passing photography student, Robert Wiles, was so struck by the eerie stillness of the scene that he instinctively raised his camera and captured the moment. That photo was later published by Time magazine under the title, "The Most Beautiful Fallen Angel," making it known worldwide. But as Carl recalled that image, he didn't feel the same melancholic beauty others saw in it. What he felt was regret. The regret of a life about to slip away. Just like Robert Wiles later abandoned photography, regretting the moment he had captured, Carl knew that death should not be admired as something beautiful. It should be fought against. Why does beauty always remind people of death instead of life? I'm not Robert Wiles, and you're not Evelyn. Thank your luck for that. Right now, the only thing Carl was grateful for was that he had just reviewed the trauma team's emergency procedures today, and that he had a Rejuve kit on hand. The Rejuve Kit 3, one of the best pneumatic injectors available on the market. It was expensive as hell, so Carl only carried 4 doses on him. Under normal circumstances, injecting Rejuve Kit without a full diagnosis was dangerous. Rapid regeneration could cause bones or organs to heal incorrectly. But in an emergency, none of that mattered. If something healed wrong, a hospital or a ripper doc could break and reset it later. Worst case scenario, just swap out the damaged organ. It's 2075. Replacing body parts isn't a big deal anymore. Carl raised the injector and jammed the first dose into Sasha's chest. Detailed checks could wait. Most injuries weren't immediately fatal, but if a major artery had ruptured, she'd bleed out in seconds. As soon as the injection hit, Sasha's body twitched, a sign of life returning. Now, for a quick assessment. Carl's gaze scanned her body as his cyber-enhanced mind processed the damage in real time. Rib fractures, one puncturing the lung, left humerus shattered. Pelvic bone, completely crushed. Any of these could be life-threatening. The rib puncturing the lung was already borderline medieval torture, like the Norse blood eagle. But the worst injury? Her head. Acute subdural hematoma. Even with immediate treatment, the survival rate was only 20% to 50%. If too much blood accumulated, 50 to 100 milliliters, death was guaranteed. Right now, the hematoma in Sasha's brain had reached critical levels. It had to be drained immediately. Lucky you. I just happen to know how to fix this. Performing a craniotomy to treat acute subdural hematoma was a first for Carl. In fact, this was his first time treating anyone at all. Jumping straight into such a high-difficulty procedure made him miss Oliver. If Oliver were here, Carl would only need to assist him. No need for all this effort. There was no time to waste. He had to start immediately. Concerns like post-operative infections were something to worry about later, assuming Sasha survived this. Carl extended a segment of monomolecular wire and, without hesitation, used it as a scalpel. He first shaved off all the hair from the area above the bleeding site, then made a full-thickness incision through the skin down to the skull. A retractor would have been useful here, but lacking one, he used his cybernetic fingers instead. Any proper doctor witnessing this would have a blood pressure spike, but Carl's movements were smooth and instinctive. Blood splattered onto his face, yet he didn't even blink, maintaining a calm, focused state as he recalled each surgical step. What came next? He needed to drill into the skull. Got it. Monomolecular. After cutting a rhomboid hole, Carl was careful not to charge the monomolecular wire, avoiding any heat damage to the brain tissue beneath. The last thing he wanted was to save Sasha, only to handman a brain-dead netrunner. He wasn't sure if Sasha could hear him, but as he cut into the skull, he murmured in a low voice, reassuring the unconscious woman. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Carl wasn't even sure whether those words were meant more for Sasha or for himself, but his hands remained steady, showing no hesitation. With the skull removed, it was time to deal with the dura mater. He located the hematoma caused by the bleeding. The blood was draining slowly, but to speed up the treatment, he needed a drainage tube. Shit, no drainage tube. A drainage tube works based on the principle of siphoning, using pressure differentials to draw out accumulated fluids. Finding a substitute wouldn't be too difficult. Carl's eyes scanned the equipment in the vehicle until he spotted a bottle with a straw sticking out of it near the car door. If Oliver knew what I was doing, he'd kill me for this surgical blasphemy. Carl felt like he was desecrating the art of medicine. He grabbed the straw, shaking out any remaining liquid. The only silver lining was that the liquid dripping out was water, pure water. Carl could recognize it from experience. He hadn't paid much attention to this car before, but judging by the fact that its owner could afford to drink pure water and even leave a half-finished bottle lying around, they must be pretty well off. Carefully, he inserted the tip of the straw into the hematoma, ensuring it didn't touch any surrounding tissue. Then, using his thumb, he sealed the open end of the straw. Then he let go. This was something anyone with a straw and a drink could try. Simply insert the tip of the straw into the liquid, press a thumb firmly over the top, then release. The pressure difference would cause the liquid at the tip to be drawn up and expelled from the open end, just like how a toilet flush works. As Carl watched the blood flow out from the end of the straw, staining his palm red, he exhaled deeply. Then, he repeated the same words he had already spoken to the unconscious Sasha. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Under Carl's watchful eyes, the Rejuvenate 3 implant worked rapidly, repairing Sasha's body, pulling her back from death's grasp. P.S. The most beautiful suicide must be the inspiration behind Sasha's fall. The resemblance is uncanny. As for the surgical details, medical professionals, please don't hold it against me. Let's just say cyberware did its magic. Apologies. Carl, I really owe you one this time. It was nothing, but she probably won't recover anytime soon. You should stay by her side. Handing the still unconscious Sasha over to the approaching Maine, Carl glanced back at Biotechnica's building, puzzled as to why no one had come after her. According to Maine, Sasha's mission went sideways, meaning she must have been discovered by Biotechnica and forced to jump from a high floor. But even if she had jumped, It would have made sense for Biotechnica's people to come out and confirm whether she had survived or not, right? Did they just assume she was dead? Was Biotechnica really that careless? Carl stared at the sealed entrance, waiting, but no one appeared. This Italian company sure acted strange. Maine, still worried about Sasha's condition, thanked Carl hastily before rushing off to get her treated. He mentioned that their mission regarding Tanaka would have to be postponed for a few days. Carl didn't mind the delay. Biotechnica had given them a full 2 months to complete the job, so waiting a couple of days wasn't a big deal. What was more pressing at the moment? Carl glanced at the damaged car beside him. The roof had been torn open when he made his move to save Sasha. Now that he looked closer, he finally realized what model it was. A Villefort Alvarado. Ah, that explains it. Carl had ridden in one before, so he knew exactly how soft the seats were. In hindsight, it wasn't just his quick thinking that saved Sasha. This luxury vehicle's plush interior had also played a role. Originally, Carl had considered paying for the damage since he was the one who wrecked the roof. But after a second thought, he changed his mind for 2 reasons. Anyone who could afford an Alvarado was either a high-ranking corpo or a top-tier gang member. They wouldn't care about a few eddies, and Carl had zero intention of handing over his money to either. The car's owner was already aware of the damage and had sent people to deal with it. Oi, you're F***king dead, asshole. From down the road, 3 heavily modified motorcycles sped toward him. Each was ridden by a gang member, their jackets decorated with kanji slogans like "Violence above all," "Knight's Wrath," "Tiger Claws," figures. The car's owner must have some ties to them. Carl let out a sigh, casually drawing his Kenshin from his hip. Yeah, dead for sure. Bang! A single gunshot rang out. Carl stood motionless, sliding his Kenshin back into its holster. Meanwhile, the 3 bikers, now sporting matching bullet holes in their heads, tumbled from their speeding motorcycles. Their lifeless bodies skidded across the asphalt, their bikes flipping and crashing for several meters before finally coming to a stop. Carl glanced at the aftermath. Tragic. Turning around, glancing back at the 3 corpses, their bodies dragged across the ground, leaving behind 3 dark streaks of blood. Carl yawned. Today had been exhausting. Between watching brain dances, getting surgery, and dealing with a shootout, he had spent far too much mental energy. And on top of that, he hadn't even eaten all day. Tired and hungry, he figured he'd grab a meal, then head back home and get some rest. Tomorrow, he'd be back at it again. Carl opened his messages. Oliver and Jackie still hadn't checked in. Not even a single text. Those bastards didn't even ask if I was starving. How inconsiderate. With a sigh, Carl decided to head back to the same restaurant from yesterday. And just like that, he left the scene, casually abandoning the damaged vehicle and the 3 corpses of the Tiger Claws behind him. 1 minute later, the owner of the vehicle received a notification. The men we sent were taken out. A middle-aged man in an Arasaka uniform frowned, displeased as he listened to the report over the phone. We support your little Tiger Claw gang for a reason, not so you can take our money and accomplish nothing. His cold reprimand was met with frantic apologies from the other end of the line. Without even seeing him, the Arasaka executive could imagine the Tiger Claw member bowing his head in submission. Annoyed, he hung up the call. I can't believe I come to the academy for a meeting and some random street thug messes with my car. His irritation, however, didn't last long. The Villefort Alvarado was a nice ride, sure, but not something worth obsessing over. Besides, he was far angrier at the Tiger Claws for taking his money and failing to deliver results. But even that frustration faded quickly. Just a few minutes later, a staff member arrived to remind him about the meeting. Mr. Tanaka, the meeting is about to begin. Please be sure to arrive within 10 minutes. Understood. I'm on my way. As Tanaka spoke, he was already mentally drafting a note to replace his car. And just like that, he pushed the entire incident out of his mind. In the grand scheme of things, neither the damaged car nor the Tiger Claw's incompetence really mattered. Arasaka business came first. So if something like that happened with Maine's crew, well, nothing we can do about it now. Looks like we'll just have to wait on this job. The day after Carl rescued Sasha, the 3 of them met up to exchange intel. Jack, though slightly disappointed by the delay, understood the situation. At least she made it out alive. Actually, we don't have to wait, Oliver said. He didn't comment on the incident with Maine's crew. Instead, he sent something over to Carl and Jack. While I was having dinner with my sister last night, I looked into Tanaka. He's an Arasaka exec, and most of his records are locked down tight. There isn't much public info on him, but I did find a related news article. Take a look. A news article? Jack read the headline out loud. Director Tanaka donates to Arasaka Academy. Again, Director Tanaka. Jack stopped reading as something clicked in his head. Wait, he's on Arasaka Academy's board of directors? Arasaka Academy was built to train students into future Arasaka employees. Oliver explained, leaning back against the couch. It only makes sense that high-ranking corporate officials sit on the board. Carl quickly understood what Oliver was getting at. So, you're saying we could use Arasaka Academy as our way in? Try to track Tanaka through the school? Oliver nodded. Exactly. As a board member, he'll have to attend meetings whenever something major happens at the academy. If we can stir things up, we might be able to force one. Damn, you really do come up with some good ideas, Carl admitted. Way easier to brainstorm with a team than figuring everything out alone. But targeting Arasaka Academy? Jack scratched his chin. What are we supposed to do? Stage some kind of terrorist attack? Look, I know this is America, and school shootings happen more than they should, but let's not go that far. Carl shook his head before continuing. I was thinking we could look into the student records, see if any of them might know how to trigger a board meeting. The students at Arasaka Academy aren't corporate employees yet. Their personal info won't be as protected. If we find the right ones, we might learn exactly what it takes to get the board's attention. You really think some random student would know something like that? Jack was skeptical. Of course they would. Carl smirked. You think just anyone can afford to go to Arasaka Academy? That place isn't cheap. Every student there comes from money or power. They know things the average street kid wouldn't. I actually have another idea, Oliver added, and it can work alongside Carl's plan. He sent another file to Carl and Jack. The hell did you send this time? Arasaka Academy accepting new students. Carl blinked. Enrollment. Carl looked back up at them, confused. And? What's the problem? At his question, both Jack and Oliver turned to look at him. Their expressions said it all. You really haven't figured it out yet, have you? So, what exactly is the problem? Carl still wasn't getting it, until Oliver pulled out his Nova revolver. The polished, mirror-like surface of the gun reflected Carl's face back at him. That's when it clicked. You guys want me to enroll in Arasaka Academy? Carl stared at Jack and Oliver in shock. Me? In school? Where the hell did you even get this idea? Come on, Carl. You're the perfect age for it. Jack immediately started trying to convince him. Just suck it up for a few days. Get in, finish the job, and get out. Who knows, you might actually learn something while you're there. Oliver quickly backed him up. Exactly. A merc's got to do all kinds of jobs. I once heard that even the legendary Morgan Blackhand had to date a famous actress to complete a mission. You're just enrolling in school. It's way better than some corporate romance gig, right? Wait a second. Wasn't that pretty boy Lancelot? Carl narrowed his eyes. Another famous solo back in the day, just like Morgan Blackhand. And wasn't he completely unreliable? I remember he only took bodyguard gigs, and half the actresses he was protecting somehow ended up mysteriously dying in bed. Oliver shrugged it off. Same difference. Point is, Carl, aren't you even a little curious? Look, the school's enrollment plan lets you try it out before paying for the full year. It even covers equipment fees, uniforms, and all that crap. The trial period is only 1 month, for a discount price of just 10,000 eddies. After that, it's 20,000 per month. But with your skills, you'll be done with this mission in less than a month. Carl crossed his arms, feeling like he was being roped into this. He almost agreed on impulse, but then something crucial hit him. Hold on, my face is already all over Arasaka. Didn't they spread my mugshot around the entire damn company? If I walk into that academy, I'll be caught instantly. Oh, about that, don't worry, Oliver said casually. You know I'm from 6th Street, right? And 6th Street has some ties to the new United States. The NUSA is basically a puppet for Militech, and, long story short, corporate tech trickles down through all these layers. Sometimes high-level classified tech doesn't make it to the top brass and gets sold off to lower ranks for a premium. Oliver smirked. One of those discarded projects just so happens to be a facial modification implant. My dad actually bought it ages ago for me and my sister, just in case we ever needed a run. Yesterday, I convinced her to give it to me. And your plan is for me to install it? Carl raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Remember how Vic told us to stop by his clinic today for a checkup before the mission? We'll have him install it then. Carl was still skeptical. I've never even heard of this kind of tech before. Sounds like something straight out of sci-fi flick. Wait, you're not saying I need to have my whole damn face ripped off, are you? Nah, nothing that extreme. If you had cybernetic implants in your face or eyes, those would need to be adjusted so they don't interfere. But since your face is all natural, it'll work just like wearing a high-tech mask. At most, you might get a few tiny needle marks afterward. Sounds manageable. Carl nodded slowly, mulling it over. But does Vic even know how to install it? Cyberware is complicated, sure. But when my dad gave this implant to my sister, he also included the installation manual. I sent it to Vic yesterday, and he said he's worked with similar tech before. So yeah, it's totally doable. Carl exhaled sharply, realizing Oliver had already planned everything out. You really had this whole thing figured out, huh? Hey, it's perfect for you. Oliver shrugged. Even if Jack and I used the implant, we'd still get made. We both scream, street kid, the second we open our mouths. But you've got that rich boy vibe down to a science. Carl rolled his eyes. You're saying I look like some 17-year-old corporate brat? Oliver and Jack just grinned at him. Carl sighed, but his expression had already softened. For the mission, a little sacrifice wasn't so bad. Peripheral nerves integrated. A faint buzzing sound filled the air as Carl reopened his eyes, immediately meeting the concerned gazes of Jack, Oliver, and old Vic, who stood by the operating table. It seemed the procedure was complete. How do you feel? Everything all right? Jack asked, hesitating as he reached out to touch Carl's face before pulling his hand back. It looks exactly the same as before. The behavioral synchronization faceplate hasn't been activated yet, Vic replied, his eyes fixed on the monitor beside the operating table. This tech is fascinating, Vic continued, adjusting a few settings. It doesn't just alter facial features, it even changes voice patterns. Must be modifying the vocal cords on output. The fact that it does this without implants in the throat is impressive. Military tech's research never disappoints. Just hang on, Carl. I'll set up a few pre-configured face profiles and save them for you. Is this part of the process complicated? Oliver asked, a little concerned that they might mess up Carl's face. It's ridiculously easy, Vic reassured him with a chuckle. We're not trying to make Carl impersonate someone, which would require adjusting his facial expressions and body language to match. We're just tweaking his existing features. Think of it like a small-scale cosmetic procedure, except the implant is doing it all by itself. Will I be able to get my original face back, Vic? Carl asked, pressing a hand against his cheek. It felt exactly like his real skin. Of course, since you don't have any weird implants on your face, no synthetic skin or anything, it's a simple reversal. If you had any of that stuff, I have to peel and reattach it manually. But lucky for you, keeping things natural has its perks. Whenever you don't need this implant anymore, I could just make a small incision and remove it. Might hurt a bit, though some nerve terminals are involved. You get the idea. Oliver explained all this to you already, didn't he? Yeah, but I trust you more. Vic, honestly, this implant sounds better than I expected. Yeah, it's like wearing a high-tech mask, way better than those implants that replace entire body parts. That's a relief. Still, there's a minor side effect. Carla just started to relax when Vic suddenly changed his tone, his expression turning serious. That single sentence made Carl, Jack, and Oliver all tense up instantly. Immediately after, as the three of them tensed up, Vic's serious expression melted into a grin. It's nothing serious, just that your face will be covered by the implant for a while. When you finally take it off, you might be a bit pale from the lack of sunlight. Try not to get mistaken for a vampire and end up getting hunted down at night. Hearing Vic's amused tone, the three nearly flipped him off for the scare. Tisish, even if a vampire hunter came after me, I'd be the one taking them down, Carl scoffed. Rubbing his face again, confirming it still felt exactly the same, Carl leaned forward and glanced at the screen Vic was operating. Vic, since we're tweaking my face anyway, how about making me even more handsome? You already look good, Carl, Oliver said, rolling his eyes. What? Trying to make yourself irresistible to the ladies. You're not enrolling in this academy to pick up chicks. What's your plan? Seduce them, get intel in bed? That'd make you the next lover boy Lancelot. Your current face is already well known within Arasaka, Vic commented as he adjusted the screen, lowering Carl's eye position slightly. If you stand out too much, it'll attract too much attention. Let me make a few subtle adjustments. So you're saying I'm too handsome? Carl grinned. Listen to this guy's ego, Jack chuckled. Honestly, Carl, if you ever get tired of being a merc, you should consider becoming a celebrity. With that face and your constant bullshit, you'd be pretty damn popular. You mean those walking heaps of cyberware, dressed in mismatched outfits, strutting around like fashion disasters? No thanks. I have no interest in becoming entertainment's version of Atom Smasher. You mean Lizzie Wizzy? Oliver chimed in. I've listened to some of her tracks before. Gotta admit, her concerts in braindance format are insane. Lizzie Wizzy, the front woman of Lizzie Wizzy and the Metadwarfs, and the only human member of the band. She once committed suicide on stage and actually died for an hour until Trauma Team arrived and replaced her entire body with cyberware, bringing her back to life. The performance she gave afterward is considered one of the greatest shows in history. There's a lot of speculation around that event, Vic interjected. Some say that 1 hour was really just the time it took to stabilize her. Trauma Team arrived within a minute, swapped in pre-prep cyberware, and got her back up. I mean, based on my medical experience, reviving someone who's been clinically dead for a full hour has about the same odds as a space shuttle falling out of the sky and also carrying the president of New USA. Carl, Oliver, and Jack all turned to look at Vic in mild surprise. What? Vic asked, briefly looking up from his work, confused by their reactions. After a moment of silence, Oliver finally spoke, looking incredulous. Vic, you actually know about this stuff? I thought all you cared about was boxing matches. You've been watching the same damn fights on repeat. I figured you didn't give a damn about celebrities. She's one of the most famous singers in Night City, Vic replied matter-of-factly. Kinda hard not to know about her. I've had plenty of clients rambling about her while I worked, good and bad. Hear enough, and you start remembering. What, you guys think I'm some ancient relic? Vic finally stopped working and turned the screen toward them. All right, take a look. I've preset 4 different face profiles. Carl, pick one you like and try it out. How does it feel? Hearing Vic's voice, Carl looked at his reflection in the mirror and tugged at his face a little. Feels fine. Almost the same as my original face. Just looks a bit unfamiliar. The reflection staring back at him was that of a black-haired young man. He still retained about 30% of his original features, but overall, he looked more like. Vic, why does Carl's new face look kind of like yours? Jack examined Carl's new appearance, then glanced at Vic. He seriously looks like he could be your nephew. Carl, hearing that, took a closer look and realized that the face template he had chosen did, in fact, resemble Vic quite a bit. When designing facial structures, there has to be some basis. The 4 templates I created were based on slight modifications of your own faces. Yours, Jack's, Oliver's, and mine. Honestly, I thought you'd pick the one closest to your original face, but I didn't expect you to end up choosing mine. Vic sounded a little surprised by Carl's choice. If it looked too much like me, it wouldn't be useful for infiltration. But this works. Looking like your nephew is way better than looking like Oliver's or Jack's little brother. Carl rubbed his altered face before stepping off the operating table. All right, now that my new face is set, what about my identity? A new face alone clearly wasn't enough. Without a proper identity to back it up, he'd probably get exposed not long after entering Arasaka Academy. Relax, I already had Padre handle that part. Jack handed Carl a data shard, signaling him to check its contents. Padre, why'd you go to him for this? He's a fixer, he's got connections. Besides, Padre is one of our own from Haywood. When you said you needed an identity, I went straight to him. He didn't ask too many questions and got you a perfectly legit ID in no time. You just need to scan your new face into the system, and you're good to go. But you know how it is. We owe him now, so at some point we're going to have to return the favor. The legendary KK. All the fixers in town are dying to have you take jobs for them. I don't mind. A debt's a debt, and it has to be repaid. As long as it's a job, I'm fine with it. But are you sure this identity is solid? Is it reliable? What kind of question is that? We're talking about Padre here, the top fixer in Haywood. This is child's play for him. Even low-tier fixers on the streets can pull this off. With Padre handling it, you've got nothing to worry about. After Jack finished speaking, Oliver nodded and added, Carl, do you have any idea how many people die in Night City every day? And how many new ones show up? ACPA and those corrupt city officials are too busy lining their pockets to care about population tracking. The only ones who even glance at this kind of paperwork are border checkpoint officers. And if you were a nomad, they wouldn't even bother looking at it. Oliver then pointed at Carl's face and continued. Besides, you think this new identity is a problem? Your original identity was already a blank slate. Did you forget that? Back when we first started working together, my sister ran a background check on you because she didn't trust you. The result? Nothing. A complete void. No records, no past, nothing. If you could get by in Night City with a non-existent background, you think a fully registered, legit identity is going to be an issue? So you're telling me that outsiders and nomads have no rights, and Night City's top dogs will always be on top. But are you sure this will fool Arasaka? Relax. As long as you pay enough, even if you have no identity, the people at Arasaka Academy will find a proper one for you. Money makes everything work. And besides, when not applying for a job at Arasaka or Militech, it's just a school. Don't overthink it. Hearing Oliver and Jack's reasoning, Carl still felt this plan was pretty unreliable. But he had to admit they had a valid point. If you pay enough, Arasaka Academy won't care who you are. Arasaka Academy trained future corpo dogs, and even when those students finally applied to Arasaka, a large number of them would get filtered out. The real identity checks only happen then. And without connections, most people wouldn't even make it to the interview. The academy itself was just another profit-driven institution. It had no reason to scrutinize its students too strictly. It's all just business, huh? These days, everything was business. IDs were business. Job interviews were business. Hell, even education had turned into a business. Real corpo mindset. Give them enough money, and they'd even sell the rope to hang themselves. So, when does the semester start? There's no fixed start date. As long as you pay, you can go. Once your identity is verified, they'll hand you an Arasaka Academy uniform, a fancy business-style suit. Oh, and here's something important, Oliver added, scrolling through the fine print on the Academy's website. During the 1-month trial period, you only have the right to use the uniform. Once the month is up, you have to return it. If there are any stains or damages, you'll be charged for repairs at whatever price they decide. Shit, Jack whistled. So, they can basically charge you whatever they want based on some random damage assessment? Wait, don't tell me this is their little scam to milk money from anyone who just wants to experience Arasaka Academy for a month. 99% sure that's exactly what it is, Oliver replied, pointing at another line. Look, Arasaka Academy reserves the right of final interpretation of these policies. Classic corpo bullshit. Let me guess. The 1-month trial, students end up paying years' worth of tuition just to cover uniform damages. You think Arasaka Academy is just giving away discounts? They're hyping this up all over the news like some charitable act. You think media exposure is free? Look at this PR stunt, a special initiative for underprivileged students to experience Arasaka's elite education. Makes me fucking sick. They're squeezing money out of people who barely have any to begin with. Hey, even a bone has marrow you can scrape out. Like you've ever eaten real bone marrow before. While Oliver and Jack ranted about the blatant corpo scam, Carl had already inserted the data shard to check his new identity. 17 years old, technically still a minor. Only a year younger than his real age. and the name was Gaius? Are you done reading, Carl? Almost just the last bit left. Carl replied to Oliver's question. The three of them had already left Vic's clinic and found a small roadside diner to sit in. After making sure there was no one at the nearby tables, Carl began reading out the details of his new identity to Jack and Oliver. Gaius, 17 years old, born in Haywood. An abandoned baby left on the streets, picked up and raised by an unknown scavenger. When he was 4, the scavenger who took care of him was caught in a gang shootout and died on the street. He survived by digging through trash cans until he was 12, when he caught father's attention and started working for him. Now he's 17. Sounds exactly like a kid who grew up in Haywood. Jack commented as a local of the district. Is that kind of situation common? Carl asked, and Jack responded. Not exactly common, but definitely not rare. Old Freight was the same. I remember he didn't even officially register with ACPA until he was 21. Before that, his life story was pretty much identical to Gaius's. So, no issues? Seems fine. Hearing Jack's confirmation, Carl flipped through Arasaka Academy's enrollment documents, then entered Gaius's information into the official website. A payment screen immediately popped up. By the way, would it look suspicious for some street kid to suddenly have 10,000 eddies and use it to enroll in school? Before making the transfer, Carl decided to ask, what's so weird about it? Any normal person could have at least 10,000 saved up. That was Oliver's answer, but after hearing it, Carl shot him a skeptical look. If I remember correctly, didn't someone once tell me that before completing his first gig, he barely had 2,000 eddies to his name? Are you sure you're the right person to be saying this? Hey, don't misquote me. I had less than 1,500, okay? Oliver waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Carl, whose face had returned to normal after leaving the clinic. How does the face shifting feel? Easy to switch. It's all right. But every time it shifts, I can feel the nerves in my face getting pulled. Honestly, if I do it too fast, it actually hurt a little. Feels like this thing shouldn't be used too many times. Otherwise, I might end up with phantom pain in my facial nerves. I should probably have Vic remove it as soon as the job's done. Well, if it were perfect, Militech wouldn't have let it get passed down to their underlings. R&D guys are always like this. Ignore all the side effects and just get the thing working first. That's one way to do research, I guess. But usually, human test subjects aren't supposed to be part of the equation. As Carl spoke, he noticed a waiter approaching their table, so he immediately stopped talking about the mission. Gentlemen, what would you like to order? Oliver, large pork cutlet bowl with a Zen brand tea drink. Jack, extra spicy Italian sausage pizza, large, and a bottle of my will. Hearing their orders, Carl instinctively translated them in his mind. Worm synth patty rice bowl, Japanese-style tea foam drink, locust pizza, and diluted ultra-sour lemon juice. What about you, sir? As the waiter turned to Carl, he had already decided on his order. A glass of real water, mac and cheese, and... Carl hesitated for a moment. Under Jack and Oliver's surprised gazes, he added a serving of fried meatballs. Understood. Please wait a moment. Your order will be ready soon. After the waiter noted down their orders and left, Oliver was the first to break the silence, unable to hold back his surprise. Did you just order that for us, Carl? If it's for us, we could have ordered it ourselves. Jack, also looking astonished, added his comment, but Carl's response was firm. I'm going to try again. Mano, you sure about this? Jack double-checked and, out of concern, said, you don't have to force yourself to get used to this food. Isn't real pork about to be shipped in soon? Just wait and eat actual meat then. I'm not trying to adapt to synth food. I just don't have a choice for the mission. Carl pointed at his face. I can't stomach synth food, but a kid who grew up on the streets, spent his childhood digging through dumpsters, suddenly gagging at synthetic meals? That'd be a dead giveaway at Arasaka Academy. You really don't have to put yourself through this, Carl. If it blows your cover, we could just find another way to do the job. You don't have to suffer for it. Oliver also tried to dissuade him. For both of them, seeing Carl try to force himself to eat synth food was even harder to believe than him accepting cyberware. The latter was just a normal part of life for street kids, but the former, based on Carl's past reactions, that was a whole different level of horrifying. The way his face turned pale from just one bite before, it was so bad that now they were the ones trying to talk him out of it. Between close friends, there was no such thing as forcing someone to eat something they absolutely hated. No need to say more. Trust me, since Carl had made up his mind, he wasn't going to change it. For minutes later, their food arrived. Oliver and Jack had lost all interest in their own meals. They simply watched Carl with great concern as he hesitated, but then slowly picked up a soft, mushy meatball with his fork and put it in his mouth. The way he looked, tense, focused, almost like he was disarming a bomb that could go off at any second. The meatball entered his mouth. His upper and lower teeth moved, pulling it off the fork before he chewed a few times. Ugh! Carl felt his stomach churning, and his throat convulsed slightly as his body instinctively rejected the food. But he forced himself to keep chewing. The meatball was soft and sticky. The texture felt like worms wriggling around inside his mouth. Controlling his facial muscles to avoid showing any discomfort, Carl continued chewing. The sensation on his molars felt like stepping on a dried cockroach, its last twitching movements scraping against his teeth. Gulp! In the end, Carl felt like he was swallowing a slug that refused to go down his throat, sliding down painfully slow. One meatball in, and he was already drenched in sweat. I don't think I can do this. Carl gave up. Are you Mr. Gaius? That's right, I am. Then please follow me. The day after registering and making the payment, Carl followed the procedures sent to him after the transaction and arrived at the entrance of Arasaka Academy at 8 a.m. After undergoing verification by the assigned personnel, he was led into the academy for the first time under the identity of Gaius by a staff member dressed in faculty attire. The curriculum at Arasaka Academy is primarily conducted through virtual reality, with AI-generated teaching plans tailored to students of different performance levels. However, apart from the AI teachers responsible for lessons, there are still some essential faculty members to manage students. One such faculty member was the young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, who was currently leading Carl on a tour of the academy. Her role at Arasaka Academy was to serve as a student orientation officer. As Carl walked through the academy, which occupied a large area in the city center, he listened to the faculty member's introduction while recalling everything he knew about studying at Arasaka Academy. Many people didn't understand why. In the year 2075, when simply inserting a chip could instantly grant technical skills, there was still a need for schooling. But anyone even slightly familiar with how corporations operated knew that the chips didn't contain the fundamental principles behind their respective skills. To truly grasp and master a subject, there was no alternative to formal education. A simple analogy explains it best. If someone inserts a chef's chip, they would immediately know how to cook scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Under the chip's influence, they could mechanically replicate the dish with identical results every time. However, the moment the chip is removed, all related memories vanish without a trace. Someone who didn't even know how to hold a spatula before installing the chip would be completely incapable of frying eggs once it was removed. Without understanding the fundamental principles, how could they prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes? And that's just the most basic example, a cooking chip. If even something as simple as that proves difficult, mastering more complex technical skills through chips alone is entirely out of the question. Sure, people could try to rely on external recordings and muscle memory to remember how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. But could someone memorize complex mathematical formulas through muscle memory and apply them to solve equations? Moreover, external recording and muscle memory are forms of learning in themselves. Corporations aren't generous enough to hand over technology that allows employees to fully comprehend skills just by inserting a chip. Fundamental knowledge is a form of wealth, and companies don't hand out money to workers for free. Anyone dreaming of that in 2075 should wake up. Entering Arasaka Academy and learning the knowledge necessary for the corporation to use students as tools is merely the first step in knocking on the door. To truly integrate into Arasaka, students must not only understand the principles behind the chips, but also know how to apply them. For example, if someone inserts a boxing chip, they would instantly learn how to throw a punch. However, they also need to understand the rules, such as not continuing to punch after a referee has intervened. Machines can be rigid and mechanical, but humans cannot. Arasaka Academy doesn't want rigid, mindless flesh and blood machines. What they truly desire are people who understand the rules, people who know how to bow, how to flatter their superiors, and how to respect the corporate hierarchy. It was clear that, in the eyes of the Academy's orientation staff, someone like Gaius, a street kid, first needed to learn how to follow rules. That's why, at the start of Carl's tour, she led him through various places where regulations had to be observed and repeated the rules over and over again. Carl, multitasking as usual, memorized the important parts. In reality, the core rule was just one thing, though heavily sugar-coated. It could be summed up simply. Arasaka Academy holds absolute interpretative authority. Straightforward enough. That building over there is where you'll be attending classes starting tomorrow. Your student ID and classroom details have already been sent to your personal terminal. Now, please follow me to collect your academy uniform. Please note that any damage or stains during the trial period are strictly forbidden. Additionally, wearing the uniform is mandatory during school hours. Otherwise, you will be in violation of Section Dash. Carl automatically tuned out the redundant parts of the speech, nodding at regular intervals to give the impression that he was listening. So many rules. And to think that Arasaka Academy's rules were just a simplified and watered-down version of what actual employees had to follow. Carl didn't even want to imagine what kind of nightmarish bureaucracy governed the real Arasaka Corporation. No wonder corporate employees ended up becoming dogs. Under such an overwhelming, intricate, and suffocating rule system, people were bound to become leashed, obedient pets. Of course, Carl also understood that these rules only applied to the corporate drones. The real people in charge of Arasaka weren't bound by any of this nonsense. In fact, he strongly suspected they didn't even know about half the ridiculous policies being enforced at lower levels. But for now, Carl had no choice but to play the role of a street kid desperate to become a corporate dog. So, he had to listen. There was no way around it. Who would have thought that, after making it all the way to 2075, he'd have to sit through another lecture on school rules? Unbelievable. Under the staff members' endless droning, Carl finally received his uniform. And he had to admit, when it came to making money, Arasaka Academy was frighteningly efficient. He had only registered yesterday afternoon, yet by this morning, a perfectly fitted uniform was already prepared for him. The material looked brand new, too. They must keep receipts to prove these are fresh off the shelves. Clever scam. Carl understood exactly what Arasaka Academy was trying to pull, but credit where credit was due, the uniform was new. So this is what people mean when they say money buys the best service. As for the uniform itself, it closely resembled the standard issue Arasaka corporate suits. Black and red like rusted iron. After all, nothing embodies both red and black better than the metallic scent of blood. Or maybe iron-blooded would be the better term. Either way, it was just a red and black suit. For female students, the lower half was a skirt instead of pants. But since Gaius was registered as a normal male, Carl didn't get the privilege of cross-dressing. With a neatly packed suit bag in hand, Carl followed the staff member out of the academy. As he stood at the gates of Arasaka Academy, feeling the security guard's watchful gazes, he turned back to take one last look at the school he'd be attending tomorrow. Then, he let out a deep, exhausted sigh. I have to wake up at 7 a.m. just to commute to school. Wait a sec. Given my age, that technically makes me a high schooler again. Fuck. Officially hating school. Day -1.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.